Titans? That is like some level 1. Alright. What is that? Remember the Titans? Dude, you need to watch that shit. You will love it.
How do you put these on?
They go like wearing glasses kind of backwards. Like this? Yeah. Around the back of your head.
Oh. Gotcha.
How are we looking?
Bro, what? Hold on.
Like this way. Like.
In my jaw, and I was like, what's going on? Hard on my head.
Yeah. Good morning, folks. We are live here. It is day 3 of the Nationals, Carter. So far, the weather has held out phenomenally. We've had 2 days of absolute perfection conditions-wise. It's been glass. It's been warmer than warm. And it looks like day 3 serving up the same stuff right here.
Yeah, it looks great out here. We have the men's A division coming up first. 8 skiers. Pretty competitive division here. They all jumped, I think, yesterday. Pretty tight race there, so probably the same stuff here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that.
And they're gonna. This is a big day for men's A. So they have their tricks first thing this morning. Later in the day, they're running slalom, and this is a big day for them to consolidate on the overall. Like you said, they've already jumped, so those scores are kind of locked in already. After this trick event, we're going to start to see where everybody's sitting out in the overall here and what people are going to need to do, what they're not going to need to do when it comes to the slalom event. So I know there's some pretty heavy competition through the ranks there as well.
Yeah, we saw Trey Morris invert jump yesterday, so he's winning by a good margin for the overall right now. Jumped 17.7. So yeah, we'll see what happens in the trick event here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good day for the boys in the men's A division. It's going to be competitive. And after that, moving on to men's C tricks, senior men's tricks, veteran men's, and super veteran men's tricks. So these are like some of the older age divisions through the sport. You're getting up into the 65, even 75 plus. And then we'll be doing some jumping, and we're moving on later to the slalom finals for some of these divisions, and the open pro slalom finals as well.
Yeah.
So we got 8 guys in the event. Mike Shanky coming from the Midwest there. Von Al Adams, South Central. Dave Wheeler, South Central again. Trey Morse, Lance Smith, both from the Midwest. Brad Ripp, another South Central boy. And then a couple Southern boys there, Trey Edwards, Todd Phipps, to kind of close out the ranks. So for those that don't know, the men's A division, so these men's A, men's B, men's C, they're performance-based divisions. And what that means is when you first enter a tournament, you're in men's C. That's your base level to be in. Once you hit certain benchmarks and scores, you move up into men's B. Once you hit another set of scores, you move up into men's A. And then from there, you're going to move into open and you start playing with the big dogs. So this men's A is a really competitive bracket, more so because the jump from men's C to men's B is kind of like a few milestone tricks in the sport. You know, learning back deeps, learning your backwards fundamentals. It's going to move you up to men's B pretty quick. And then to get into men's A, you got to start, becoming a fundamentally strong skier. You need some front toe holds, back toe holds, maybe a couple of turns in there we're probably going to see from these guys. But then to get into open is a whole new ballpark. And we are hot off running here. So Mike Shanky, the Shankster, first off the dock this morning, did a big fly and leap there, Carter, off the dock. Nice solid 1 foot stand up. Call the rest of the run here. Let's see what he's got.
You. Sit down to 1, wave, reverse wave, front toe hold. And he falls. That's a credit front toe hold there. He'll get credit for that one.
So we had Mike on the flyer there. He did the flying tumble up, deep up to 1. So that's 150 points. You see him go straight into that sit down, stand up, back to 1. That's another 40. So he's at 190. 2 waves, that's 210. And he goes for that toe hold. And, it's a little hard to see. He does take both hands off the handle.
I think he grabs that leg in the strap. And that'll be about 310 points for Mike Shanky in that first pass there. I actually grew up skiing with Mike Shanky in Wisconsin. longtime barefooter from Wisconsin there. So I'm excited to see what he has coming back here. Probably see it back deep and some back 1-foots coming back.
Yeah, I got to imagine Shanky's getting up backwards. He's going to do a couple back 1-foots.
Maybe a back to front.
Yeah, and you got to remember as well, so the way the divisions work here in the U.S., these guys are, skiing in trick, slalom, and jump. Once they make one of these benchmark scores, they move up in all 3 events. So Shanks does a men's A here. That doesn't necessarily mean he's tricked that 1,600-point benchmark. Maybe he's slalomed over 10, or he's jumped into the men's A bracket to get here. So tricks might not be his strong point as far as some of the other guys you're going to see, especially towards the later end, Trey and Todd and Brad Ripp, Lance Smith. So he's probably looking to just go out there. This is like a low-key event for Shanks to
have a good time. He's always having a good time on the water there.
Yeah, you don't see a guy smile more than Shanks out there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think all these guys trick around 1,000 mid-2s, depending when you get farther down the bracket there. And then open men is $3,000 is the cutoff. So it should be a tight race here. The top scores will probably be right around that $2,000 mark from guys like Trey Edwards and Todd Phipps. So we'll see what happens.
So next up, Vonell Adams. I'm curious to see what Vonell does. He's talk about fundamental skiing and things like that. He kind of likes to take the opposite approach. He's like a full send, everything or nothing kind of guy. You probably saw that in the jump event with him the other day. I know at the regionals he did a back to front, but to get there he was barely doing 2 back 1-foots. He squirreled his way around, but he stuck it. He made it. So I got a feeling, he's got something to prove now. He didn't go well in jump. He's aired out. He's probably going to throw that back to front again.
Yeah, I agree. First time I saw Vonell ski, I saw him sending invert jumps. I think almost past the 20-meter buoy. Didn't land a single one, though, but it was definitely fun to watch. It was definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, so again, these guys here, they're, the men's A tricks. To become a men's A tricker, you're tricking from 1,600 to 3,000 points. And what most people don't realize is that's a huge gap to kind of overcome. From 1,600, you're going to get up into the mid-2000s, and then you're still going to be, you got to get into all 4 turns to really be hitting 3,000.
You're either doing all 4 turns or some sort of toe turn or line front. So you're getting into pretty advanced tricks when you get to that $3,000 benchmark there.
Yeah.
Now here comes Shanky back deep, 200 points. Probably see 2 back 1-foots and a hop here. Back 1 foot, reverse back 1 foot. Setting up for back
there it
to
is.
Front. There we go.
Back to front from the Shankster.
He's pretty pumped.
And he is a happy chappy. There's the
Good
fist bump.
skiing,
He is
Shankster.
squealing.
So that'll be 910 points, I believe. He has 600 points coming back, 310 points on that first pass. He'll be happy with that. Good skiing, Shankster.
Man, love to see that. At the Nationals, the big show, Shankster throwing down. There you go, Carter. You called it 9-10 for Mike Shanky there. But sticking the back to front and just, absolutely
having a
pumped
blast
to do it.
out there, having a great time.
So that's a good score for Shankster. I know he's capable of tricking up into the thousands, but he went down a little early on that front pass. But, it's a score on the board, and it puts the heat on the rest of the guys. Like, they see him go down the lake, they see him ski back down, stick him back to front, and then ski into shore fist pumping. It puts a little bit of heat on these guys.
Exactly.
Puts some weight.
Yeah, have that handle at both ends. Good things will definitely happen.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure what Vonell is doing, like you said. I've never seen him ski tricks before. Maybe some front toes here, and maybe a back to front on that back pass.
Yeah, I don't know if Vonell got into men's A through his tricks or his slalom. But I got to imagine he's going to be right around that benchmark score. He's going to be in the 1,400, 1,700 range.
Yep.
And you can can make a rough gauge on these guys of what they're doing based on these scores, right? So if someone's tricking 1,000 points, that means they're probably doing a back deep. They're getting into a couple basic back tricks.
Whoa,
and
back
big
flyer.
back flyer there from Von Al.
That's 300 points off the board right there.
So a little bit risky doing the flyer, but it's a 100-point bonus for the start. He makes that. Let's see what the man can do here.
I think he has a back toe handle on there. Maybe you see some back toes in here. So 1 foot.
It's hard to tell if he's really doing much there. So there you go. Like we said, it was going to be a make or break for Von Al there. Not very stable backwards. Looked like he tried a couple of 1 foots.
Yeah.
And then went for the big stuff. Tried to throw the back to front out, and you know.
I think we got 1 foot there. So right around 400 points for that first pass for Von Al.
Great lesson there for the kids that want to get into turns. About building your fundamentals beforehand.
It's all about progression,
Yeah. So I think, you know, he's going to probably shake out the stars. I'm guessing maybe he got that 1 foot, so 400 points. He's definitely capable of 500 points on his back pass. So we'll see what he can do coming back here.
But yeah, like we said, getting into turns, probably want to know how to do at least 2 back 1 foots and some maybe back toe holds. So rushing the progression a little bit there, but
yeah, you know, you've been part of the World Barefoot Center and training down there for a long time. You went through it yourself, right? But that 2,000 point trick run grind, all you kids talk about, it's, you know, making sure you can do a toe up, making sure you can do both front toes, both back toes, really drilling out those fundamentals, becoming a rock solid fundamental skier. That gives you that 2,000 point benchmark that you can then take moving forward. And then as you start working on turns, you can show up to a tournament, you can post 2,000, 2,500 points.
Every single time.
Every time. That's something, you know, Scott Gray's another guy out there, phenomenal skier, a legend in the sport, a great coach. Swampy and Keith credit Scott for some of the fundamentals they instilled in Keith as far as stepping over on turns, things like that. And some of the guys that learned to ski with Scott, some of the most fundamentally strong skiers I've ever skied with. Eric Coy is a great example of that. The guy can do both front toes, both back toes, and both toe ups. Both sides of the wake. Basic reverse, left side, right side. And that's a huge credit to Scott as a coach to, you know, put a little bit of extra time into that to like put people through what it really takes to become strong and solid.
Yeah, I think when you rush the progression, they're just taking unnecessary falls in the turn grind. I don't know, if you're doing front and back toes, it's a lot easier to learn turns.
Hey, Moise. Can you pull that tent up where that sun's coming through on the far side? Like, no, the next one over, the sun's blaring through. Yeah. Like there's a big, try to cover it up. I don't think you understand what I mean. Yeah, pull it, do that. Lovely.
All right, Von Al's getting ready to come back here.
Yeah, so he's got 400 on the board. 510's the score to beat to get that 910 and catch up to Shanky. And, you know, Von Al's definitely got some front toes, some other stuff in the bag. But he's going for a front deep. So if he stands us up on 1 foot, he's only picking up 100 points. He's got to need some tumble turns, toe holds, things like that on the second pass.
Oh, deep water to 2 feet. That's 50 points there.
Possibly concussed.
Some 1 foots, 1 foot waves, side slide. So we'll see what gets paid there. Did a couple side slides.
You know, that's a hard run to judge, Carter.
Yeah.
A lot of that stuff's probably not going to be credited. Definitely not the side slide. The 1 foot stand-ups, you know, he has a hard time really showing 1 foot BSP before that foot comes down. So I'll be curious to see what the judges say there. He's probably going to end up with something between 300 to 500 points, but a lot of that stuff could get cut back.
I don't think that'll quite beat Mike Shanky there. With the new onshore judging too, they can see everything a lot more clear and probably make some more cuts here.
So we'll see what the judges say as we cut to the scores. We had 400 on Von Al's first pass, and we'll see what they tick over with very shortly here. But I think you're right, Carter. I don't think he's going to pull ahead of Mike Shanky. I think he's going to probably stay a little bit behind. But there's a lot of skiing left to be done. A lot of scores could go up. A lot of these guys could, all it takes is a miss back deep and you give up half of your run.
Exactly. David Wheeler up next. He's from South Central, right?
South Central, yeah. He's from Missouri there. And there you go, 860 for Vanel. So you were spot on. He wasn't going to make it past the Shankster. 50 points behind. 460 though, it's probably more than I would have given him on that pass.
I agree with that, yeah.
So the judges were pretty nice there.
They might have paid that slide and some of those tumbles.
Yeah. So 50 points behind the Shankster and Dave Wheeler up next. Dave jumped really well the other day.
Yeah, right on that, I think 9 or 10 meter mark, maybe a little bigger.
And he's jumping again today. The high dive flyer off the tower, folks. Plops into the water. That's a 100-point bonus off of his front flyer. So he's already at 150. Will he do it to 1 foot? He does the 1 foot stand up.
200 points there. Hop, 2 1 foots. We have some toe holds here. 1 foot, 1 hands. Tumble to 1. Reverse tumble to 1. He just goes down. He's looking at, I want to say, let's see here, 400 points for him there. Right around that 550 to 600 point mark.
Yeah, it's tough. These guys are in that intermediate stage, right? Like, you want to push yourself. You're trying to get as many points as you can in, especially when you're early in this division. You know what the rest of these guys are going to do. So you got to kind of throw it all out there.
Right.
But you start pushing hard and pushing fast. You lose a little bit there on the quality of some of the tricks, and you get a little bit sloppy, and then you end up losing points. So it's finding that balance of efficiency and control. Something a man like you is very good at. Always technical, always in control when you ski.
Exactly.
How are you feeling about your tricks? You got the trick finals tomorrow. You made the cut with the big dogs. It's cool to see. You got there's a big chunk of you guys in the Open Pro division now. 4 go through the finals. So it's you, Brett Swanbaum, Noah Kinnaman, Brody Meskers, the future of Team USA and the elite team, the Open Pro division. It's cool to see the 4 of you in the finals together. How do you feel going into that? You're probably seated first off the dot.
Yeah. So I got nothing to lose going into the finals. I tricked 4,700, which is the lowest score by about $3,000 compared to Brett and Noah and Brody. So just go out there, ski clean, try and put up a PB or something in the $5,000 would be sweet, and see what happens. Slow it down a little bit. I was a little rushed in the prelims there. Got a little lucky. But
speaking of technique
excited.
And control,
yeah, a little out of control.
I mean, your trick run comes out to high 5s, mid 6s, right? If you do everything. So that'd be awesome. That'd be a PB.
Haven't tricked much this year. I skied a week with you down in Indiana, and they were a little more dialed in back then, but fell off the train when I went back home, so.
All right, well, here comes David Wheeler for pass number 2. We're thinking around that 300-400 mark on the first pass. He's coming in backwards now, and it looks like he's got the back toe handle on, so back deep for 200. He gets set up here.
Some 1 foots here, I would guess.
There's one.
There we go.
There's the reverse 1 foot, so that's 400. He's going to go, it looks like he's setting up for maybe a back to front here, Carter. There it is. Back to front, and just gets a little bit sideways coming around there. He wasn't really on axis, You see his shoulders, he's dipping and leaning as he comes around, and that handle just comes out and
Looks
away.
like me out there on my back to fronts.
Is that a compliment
No,
or is that a knock to David skiing?
Definitely not a compliment, that's for sure.
Yeah, you can see he come around. He wasn't really expecting to make that, I don't think. That handle came up and out, but still, some nice skiing there from Dave. 680 on that first pass, 400 on the second pass. So 1,080 points for Dave Wheeler is going to put him up in the top spot.
That's a competitive score there for these guys. I mean, tricking 1,000 points, 500 both passes. You're getting up backwards,
Absolutely.
doing some toe holds, and that's some good skiing from David Wheeler there.
Absolutely. You know, you got some of these guys here, Lance Smith, Brad Ripp, Trey Edwards, Todd Phipps, and Trey Morse. The next 5 skiers, all of them, they're going to be doing some harder stuff. You know,
right.
they're going to be putting toe-ups in their run. You know, they're loading into line step. There's a lot of areas things can go wrong quickly. And suddenly that whole run is gone, and that 1,080 points starts to look pretty good.
Right.
You know, Trey Edwards, very capable of doing all 4 turns, but at the same time, very capable of going down on that first front to back, historically, for Blast Nationals. So this is really an anything can happen game at this point still. And for Dave to go out there, trick over 1,000 points, I think he's going to be pretty happy with that score.
There is no second round for these guys, though, so this is it right here. We got Trey Morris on the dock, also from Wisconsin. Started skiing about 2-3 years ago, progressing pretty quickly through the sport here. There's a flyer.
Doing a front flyer to 1 foot stand up. Doesn't quite get, but he keeps that foot up. He plants and does it anyway. Good recovery there from Trey Morse.
We got some
Here
front
he goes
toes.
for the front toe. Reverse front toe, both hands off there. Sit down, stand up to 1. Sit down, stand up to 1, reverse. 1 foot, 1 foot. 1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand, and a hop. Nice stand up run and a front flip there from Trey at the very end.
Some solid skiing from Trey there. He'll be happy with that. I think he's landed that front flip before, actually, in training. So cool to see him try that trick there. Coming backwards, I know he's capable of doing some back toe holds here. Maybe some line step position too.
The replay was perfect.
Let me see what they got.
So I'll be curious to see what the judges got.
Okay. Come out screaming.
Oh, and if we could get a timer and a radio, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Man, so Trey Morse, he's going for gold there, baby. You know, flying inverted the men's A jump yesterday. He jumped 17.7 meters. He qualified for the night jump coming up tonight. So he's throwing down against you boys for a bit of cash.
Yeah.
And
he's got to be pumped.
Going out there, stands up his run, throws the front flip, doesn't quite make it, but still, big run there for Trey Morse. 610 points in the first pass. It looks like Von Al's score, the provisional of 860, is going to get adjusted there to 1,080.
That might be a mistake there, I think.
That might be a mistake. Dave Wheeler, Von Al with the same score. I would be surprised if Von Al gained an extra 220 points.
If anything, you should have lost 200 points there.
Yeah, so we'll see if that maybe comes back the other way again. All right, so that's confirmed out of the boat, out of the office. Von L. Adams, 1080.
All right.
So the judges are feeling good, I guess, on that second pass.
Different judge crew than yesterday for slalom, that's for sure.
680 points there on his second pass. So Von L. and Dave Wheeler tied at 1,080. And Trey Moore, 600 on that first pass. He's sitting pretty for his second run. Okay, thank you.
He'll be looking to get into some back toes here, maybe some line set position and some 1 foot 1 hands. Easily could trick around 800 points in the second pass and put him in the lead. So there we go, we got a back deep coming.
Yeah, if Trey can keep composed there, Carter, he's got a good chance to pull ahead of the pack. And we're kind of getting down to halfway now, so these scores are going to start to really compress, condense, and get really competitive.
There we go.
So a
Got
couple of
two
back 1 foots for
1 foots.
Trey.
Hop. Getting some 1 foot 1 hands. Oh.
Little tracked outside, but he's recovering, looking for the strap for the toe hold. Ooh. And just goes down
on
there.
the back toe.
So I'm curious to see, Carter, if we look at the replay here, whether that would have even been in time or not. We'll hit the timer, and 2 1 foots and the hop were definitely in time. Hop was kind of questionable, but I think he may have got credit. The 1 foot 1 hand was credit and in time, but all that tracking's where he really got into trouble there. And the back toe would have been in time.
So we're looking at,
I'm going to say $650 if everything was paid.
If they pay the hop $650, which they might.
$650 to $550.
Yep.
But either way, he's probably looking at $1160 or $1260.
So they paid the hop $1260. Good score for Trey Morse there.
Yes, he's going to be
Puts
happy
him
with
in the
that.
lead.
So $1260. That puts him ahead of the rest of the boys, and you've only got 4 left. So now we're getting into it. These guys here, Lance, Brad, Trey, and Todd, they're all capable of tricking up towards 1,500, 2,000 points plus.
Mid-twos, yeah.
But again, that could change. Yeah, they're also capable of tricking right around 1,200 points.
Right, yep.
Todd Phipps, I saw him tricking in sight for mills. Some beautiful front to backs in his trick run. Was nailing them both passes. But you know, you start getting into those kind of tricks, it's risk and reward.
It takes 1 fall and you're missing out on half your pass there.
Yeah.
But I know Todd Phipps also a very strong skier. Toe up, line step, back toe, super efficient backwards. So we'll see what happens there.
Todd's a fun one to watch on the back run there. He's got that line step, load, unload down to a science.
Yep.
And now up next, the man behind the desk, Lance Smith, one of our announcers for the event, is coming in for his first pass, doing a front flyer off the dock there. Gonna guess he's gonna stand up to 1 foot as well here, Carter, and I'll let you call the rest of Lance's run.
Yeah, we'll see some front toes and a bunch of 1 foot tricks here. There we go. Front toe, reverse front toe, some 1 foot 1 hands, 1 foot, sit down to 1, sit down to 1 reverse, sit down to 2, wave, wave, tumbles out of time. Solid run from Lance, though.
Nice tumble turn there from Lance. He was smooth and quick on that, just a little out of time. He got kind of caught up on those sit-down stand-ups.
Maybe forgot his run there for a little bit.
I wasn't sure what happened. You look at this second stand-up, like he sat down on the 1 foot, and it kind of got him a little bit squirrely.
Yep.
And I think if that hadn't happened, he hadn't tracked, he would have got the tumble turn in time there.
Yep.
So he's losing 50 points in the back end of that run.
I think he's still sitting pretty good, though, with that front pass there.
I think everything else would have been paid, would have been credit. You know, he had the 150 on the start, 250, 350, 450, 510, 550, 590, 610, 620, 630, I'm going to guess. Around 630 points.
600 grand mark. And then coming back is where he's going to get a lot of his points here, I think. I know he's doing some 1 foots, back toes, back 1 foot 1 hands, all high scoring tricks. So that'll kind of make or break his score here.
Yeah, Lance has the potential here, backwards of tricking, you know, 2, 4, 6, 8, right around 1,000 points.
Right.
If he can get everything in time. So if he gets a good solid 600 there and he can get that back run, 1,600 points it's going to be a solid score. And remember, he's in the hunt here for the overall. So you got Trey Morse, Trey Morse, Brad Rip, Lance Smith, Todd Phipps are probably your 4 guys leading the charge in the overall right now.
What about Trey Edwards? Is he not up there?
Oh, and Trey Edwards as well. I apologize.
Yeah.
And even David Wheeler. David Wheeler had a great jump the other day.
Yeah.
I think he jumped 10.8, maybe 11, low 11s. So Trey Morse is the wild card, obviously, because of his inverted jumping.
He beat all those guys by around 6 meters, right?
Yeah.
So that's a big overall lead for him. But Trey Edwards and Todd Phipps are going to hopefully trick around 2 grand.
So let's see what Lance Smith can do here.
Whoa.
He just getting stood up outside of the wake. He got a little bit wiggled out. It looks like the boat is slowing down, however. They're having a talk about it. That's a good sign for Lance. But they turn around and they quickly look like they're going to continue down. So that is going to be disappointing. That's going to kind of put Lance out of the overall at this point, Carter. Definitely out of the running for the tricks event.
That's what we're talking about. It takes one fall in a back deep there, and you miss out on your whole back pass.
That's exactly what we talked about, yeah. You know, that what could have been a 1,600-point run is going to be a 600-point run.
Right.
And maybe you won't see Lance at the announcer's desk later today, folks. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Lance is a very passionate guy, loves the sport, loves his skiing. This is his second time at a Nationals. He went to the first one in Montana there in 2023. And he's been balancing, footstock is coming up in a couple weeks. He's a very competitive endurance skier.
Yep.
He's very capable of going the distance, excuse the pun. And probably doing very well at footstock this year, but he really wanted to put some time in, train for the Nationals. He's going to be a little bit disappointed there, I think. And next up, Brad Rip. 3 left on the board. 1260 is the bubble mark. So if Brad Rip can trick over 1,260 points, he's guaranteed a shot on the podium at this rate. And then depending on what Trey and Todd do, we'll kind of come out to who gets first, second, and third. But 1260 is the bubble score. You got Dave Wheeler, Von Al Adams, both at 1,080 below that.
I think Trey Edwards is kind of a wild card here. Like I said, I've seen him do all 4 turns in tournament. I've also seen him fall on back toes many times, so we'll see what happens. I don't think he's been skiing too much either. Not a lot of training.
No, and that could go one of two ways. You know, you don't need to be in tip-top ski shape to go out there and do a couple of trick runs, a couple of slalom runs. It's more about your mental state of mind at that point. But you want to be in ski shape for the training side of things and the conditioning that goes with that. And Brad Rip loaded up on the dock here. He's going to go for a front flyer as well. I think all of these guys have left the dock this morning for their start. And Brad Rip coming in, front deep flyer, 100 points on the board. Let's see if he's going to do it to
Probably
1 foot
to 1
or
foot
2.
here.
I agree with you there, Carl. It looks like it's
There
a
we go.
1 foot stand up, 150 points.
Right into it. Some waves, 1 foot waves. Tumble to 1, gets kind of thrown around there. Pulls it out. Reverse tumble to 1. And some 180s here.
Going for that toe hold, but tracking into the wake. I'm really curious to see on the replay here, Carter. So you're going to see you get straight into a couple of 1 foot 1 hands. That's 250. Now on the tumble turn, you know, there is a rule now that you can over-rotate, spin, and all that kind of stuff. But I do believe you still have to stand up on the first attempt.
Okay.
And because he didn't, you know, he did attempt to stand up, and then he went out the front, out the side. He's probably not going to get credit for that first tumble.
So he's missing 100 points there.
But he did two 180, a 360 and a 180 tumble to 1. So that's 200 points. Plus the 2 1 foot 1 hands, that's 3. Plus the start, 450. I'm going to guess 450. Maybe the judges gave him an allowance there and said, you know what?
Based on these previous scores, they might have gave him some allowance there.
So we'll see what the judges say. I'm going to guess right around 500 points, give or take 50 for Brad Rip. And again, you know, Brad's a capable back skier. He tricked his way into men's A last year at the Nationals. He tricked 1,600, 1,650. So you know he's got some fundamental backwards tricks here coming up. And as long as he can just put on a good 600-800 points in his second pass, get a 500-point score there, he's going to be right in the running in the heat for the rest of these guys. So 580. So there you go. So they paid the tumble. So we'd have to go back and look at the rule there. I'm not sure. Maybe it is, you know, they changed the rule recently where you can over-rotate, spin around, as long as you have done a 360-degree spin and recover, it counts. Skiing like that, it can get pretty confusing, and there's a question of, you know, quality and what's being earned there. But the judges are calling it. Looks like they were happy with it, so we're going to give Brad Rip that 580. And that means he needs about 700 points here to secure the lead from
I think
Trey
he's more than
Morse.
capable of doing 700 points in a back pass here. Definitely some back toes from Brad Rip, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to say so as well. You're going to see him get up. He's probably going to do 2 back 1 foots. That'll give him 400. Maybe some 1 foot 1 hands, maybe some back toes. We'll see what he does here. 200 points on the board.
There we
There's
go.
the
1
two
foot,
1
1
foots.
foot.
Nice and efficient. There's 1 foot 1
1 foot
hand.
wave.
Nice and steady from Brad Rip. Very
Ooh.
nice on the reverse. Little bobble there, but he gets in the back toe, recovers.
There we go.
Nice back toe from
That's
Brad
a credit
Rip.
back toe.
He'll get credit for the back toe there. And we'll, I missed the time of that first time around, so we're going to see what he does.
It's around 900 points there.
2 very nice 1 foots. Back 1 foot 1 hand, solid. Second 1 foot 1 hand, really clean. Just that little bobble there, but he stays composed. Back toe was in time. The back toe hold, as soon as you show your hands and you show BSP, you're going to get the points for that. So
That'll be 1480 from Brad Rip there.
Brad's going to be pretty happy with that score. And you called it, Carter. 900 points in the back pass, so 1480 for Brad Rip. That guarantees him a spot on the podium, and it's going to be up to Trey Edwards and Todd Phipps to decide what spot that is.
I'm excited to see these next 2 skiers on the water here. Like we said, both getting into turns now, so we'll see what happens with that. I'm not sure if Trey's doing all 4 turns here or just 2 turns. We'll see.
Yeah, like you said, Carter, Trey Edwards hasn't been skiing a ton. He's in an ongoing battle with shoulder problems. He dislocated his shoulder not that long ago. Attempting a toe turn for the final cut of Pursuit we all watched yesterday, and that fall where he dislocated his shoulder made the final cut. It was in the highlight reel.
I saw that. Yep.
Terrific fall from Trey. But I would love to see him put some turns together.
I agree.
It's been a long time coming for Trey to hit this in a run at the Nationals. He's more than capable. He's earned it. I'm going to say you're going to see him do a toe up, couple front toes, maybe some 1 foot 1 hands, and he's going to get into his turns.
If he makes those first 2, he'll probably get into all 4, I would guess here.
I would say so. And first toe up we've seen of the men's A division as well. Everyone else has been opting to do a flyer of some kind. Trey Edwards being a first toe up of the men's A event. Big start here,
Nice
400
toe up.
points, makes it look easy there. Flicks the rope, gets himself settled. There he goes. He's going for a toe negative toe up.
That's 200 points there.
Solid on the toe ups. There's a toe hold. There's a reverse toe hold. 1 foot 1 hand, 1 foot 1 hand. Not sure about that second 1 foot 1 hand.
Okay.
Nice front to back.
Oh, just going out in the back to front.
Misses the back to front there. Just
Solid
a little off
run.
axis and leaning, but toe negative, toe up, really nice and steady. Toe hold was good. Second toe hold, I think he showed both hands. I'm not sure about that second 1 foot 1 hand. Beautiful front to back, but you see he's just leaning, tracking into the wake, and he rolls over there. But that's a nice score for Trey. He's going to look at 650, 900 points is my guess there on that first pass. I don't think that second 1 foot 1 hand's going to count. He didn't really pick up his foot very much. But other than that, really, really nice skiing. They gave him 1150. I think that's going to come back some. I think that score's a little inflated. I think that'll be a provisional and that'll come back down. That means they paid the back to front, and I don't think that's realistically even possible.
Yeah.
You know, he had 400 for the toe up, 2 toe holds is 600, 1 foot 1 hand is 50, and then a front to back is 250. So 650 and 250 is 900 points. 1150 would mean they paid both 1 foot 1 hands and the back to front, and if that's the case, we're gonna have a serious talk with our judges about what's credit
They've
or
been
not.
pretty lenient so far in this division, so we'll see.
So I'd fashion a guess he's going to be closer to the 900 mark. Still a great first pass for Trey Edwards. That's the biggest first pass score we've seen from anybody so far. Now he's going to get into his fundamentals. He's going to get into those back toe holds we talked about, the line step position.
We've got some birds on the north end of the lake. grading from west to east. If you'll give them about 2 to 4 minutes, I'll keep you posted. We're holding.
So we got a we're in a holding pattern right now. I guess we got a flock of birds coming in across the lake. So we're in a little safety call as they migrate out of the way. H. Fry zooming down in the golf cart. I don't know if he's going to swim out there and grab them or just cheer them on, but we'll see. Chief Judge is running out to verify.
Skiers requesting to ski through the birds.
Yeah.
And we got word on the walkie-talkie. Trey Edwards is wanting to ski through the birds. He said, "I don't care about the birds." That is Trey to a T right
Yep.
there. He's sitting in the boat. He'll go, "I don't care. I'll send it.
Yeah.
I'll send it." So we'll wait to see what happens here. But after Trey, we got Todd Phipps, and we're moving to men's C tricks. We got Kevin Kirkland, Court Harrington, and Sam Dubbs in the men's C trick event. And then we'll be moving on to another heavily contested senior men's tricks. 6 guys in that division. And let's see if Trey can dodge the birds on the way back here, Carter.
This is where the points are made in this back pass. So do some line step position, 1 foot, some back toes, some 1 foot, 1 hands. Easily could trick 1,200 points in this back pass here.
Yeah, a couple line step 1 foots and Trey will take the gold. So there's 2 1 foots. That's 600 points. He's at 1,500
Some
now.
back
We're going to
toes.
guess. Solid back toe hold. Here goes the reverse back toe hold, leaning that
Ooh.
shoulder a little bit, just dipping down into the turn, into the toe hold, but he'll get credit for it, I'm going to guess. You know, he took his hands off and he skied. He showed BSP before he fell there.
That's 1,000 points there, I think, right?
Yes, yes. So it was 600 with the 2 1 foots, 800 for this first toe hold. And as he gets into the second toe hold here, you'll see how he's already dipping, he's leaning, he's on that offside. And it was quick, but he did take his hands off. So 800 to 1,000 for Trey's second pass. So I'm going to guess he's at 1,700 to 1,900 points total. That first pass score, I think, is definitely going to come back down. 2150's very elevated there.
Yeah.
That means they gave him 900 on the second pass. Right, 1,000.
No,
That means they gave him
1,000.
1,000 the second
So
pass.
they gave him everything in the second pass.
So we're in line there. But that first pass score, I think you'll see pull back to about 900, maybe 950. So 1,900 to 1,950 for Trey Edwards there, which kind of locks him in first place with 1 man left on the dock, Todd Phipps. So Trey Edwards sitting in first, 1,900, 1,950. Brad Ripp in second right now with a 1,480. Trey Morse in third place with a 1,260. And it's all on Todd Phipps. What can Todd do? Where's he going to fall on that list? His PB's around 2,700. He's a very efficient skier, really strong backwards, gets a lot in time there. And he's been putting the front to back
Putting
and back
the
to front in
turns
his
in there.
run.
Yep.
So this should be a good run from Todd here. Another one starting in the water, so I'm going to imagine we're going to see a toe up from him as well, Carter.
Or he's going backwards first here.
So he's
We'll see a
opting
back
for a
deep.
back run first, and he's not doing the flyer either. So that means he's pretty confident in the rest of the tricks he has. And this is a fun guy to watch in the line step position. You know, he's not quite as efficient as Terry Jones, but he's right up there with her. He hasn't quite figured out the Terry Jones dart there when it comes to the unload 1 foot 1 hands. But nice and efficient with the 2 line step 1 foots. Back toe. Here comes the reverse back toe. Very nice skiing from Todd Phipps. Straight into a 1 foot 1 hand.
wave.
There's the 1 foot reverse. Back to front. Butts it out, but he stands back up in time.
Wow. Good
So
skiing from Todd
nice
Phipps.
run from Todd there. Look at that. And 2 very slow, very smooth 1 foots. Gets in that first back toe. Very tall, on top of his feet. Reverse, a little quick, a little shaky, but he hops straight into that 1 foot 1 hand. Straight into the reverse 1 foot 1 hand. And straight into a back front. I think if he'd paused just a second after that 1 foot 1 hand, he may have been a little more on axis for the back to front. Maybe wouldn't have slipped out quite as much. But nonetheless, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 1,300, 1,500
1,500
points.
points for Todd Phipps there. Huge first pass score.
So that catapults him into second place already. And Trey Edwards, I believe, he'll come back down to just below 2,000. So Todd Phipps needs about 500 points in his second pass to take the gold, which means he gets a toe up and a toe hold.
He's
He's got the gold medal.
Yeah.
But you remember, Todd's also chasing the overall right now. And, you know, everything's based on a percentage of scores on your top score. Todd, jumping's new to him. It's his weak point. He jumped 8.6. So an 8.6 meter jump to Trey Morse's 17.7, that's about 50%. You look at these scores here, Trey Morse, 1260. If Todd Phipps can go out there and trick 2,500,
that makes up the half that he lost.
He's
in the
going to
jumps.
offset that
Yep.
jump score, and it's going to come down to slalom. So this could be a really tight fight for the overall. So Todd Phipps wants the gold medal here. There's no doubt about that, and he probably knows he doesn't need a whole lot to do that. But if I was Todd, I'd also be very aware that the overall is at stake, and not only this gold medal, I want to lock that in first and foremost, but I want to hit my toe holds. I want to get my 1-for-1 hands, tumbles, and I want to get that front to back.
Yep.
Is going to be a crucial part of this second run for Todd.
So here we go. Todd's toeing up here.
All right, take it away, Carter.
Ooh, just goes down on the toe
Wow.
up there.
Like we talked about,
Takes one
anything
fall.
can happen, Carter. And the boat's slowing down. They're going to verify they did what they were meant to. You know, I heard the boat really accelerate there once he was out of the wake. So I'm guessing he had some special instructions, you know, a slower pull until he's planted. You see he kind of like slowly kind of gets up. So they're probably conferring on whether or not the acceleration was
Is he at the skier advisory buoy yet?
where he asked.
Was he at the skier?
And we're going to see what the judges do. They're still idling down the other end. They're not turning the boat yet.
Can I have a water, please?
2 would be great, thanks. And this is going to be big, Carter. This is one of those defining moments that makes or breaks the tournament. Just
Makes
like
or breaks
Lance
the
Smith.
overall and this event here.
And the boat
No
keeps
reride.
going. Wow, so Todd Phipps, 1,500 points in that first pass, stellar run, coming back to miss the toe up there, not get a reride. That's going to keep him on the podium. He's probably 20 points ahead of Brad Ripp. So he's going to probably take the silver medal there. Brad Ripp taking the bronze. It looks like Trey Edwards, whether he gets 2150, 1950, 1900, I think Trey's pretty comfortably locked himself in to be your men's A national trick champion, which is awesome for Trey.
Good for
you know?
Trey,
He's,
yeah.
like you said, he hasn't been skiing a ton. He's been nursing that shoulder. He's busy working now. He trains in the weekends. But you know, that's disappointing for Todd for sure. For the overall, him and Trey are going to be very close in trick scores there, which means Todd really needs to crank out this slalom. And you know, not that you ever want to see your competitors go down early or put low scores, but he needs to really bridge a gap between Trey and himself for the overall. Trey Edwards, however, looking pretty good. Trey jumped 12.3. He was a lot closer to Trey Morse's 17.7 there, and you know, he put out enough points in the trick event. They're probably going to offset each other. I'm going to do a quick little calculation here. So let's say Trey jumped 12.3, and that's measured up against Trey's 17.7. So that gives Trey 690 points in the overall, 694 points to be exact. Now, in the trick event here, we're going to say, I'm going to give Trey 1950. I think they're going to pay the 1-foot-1 hands. I do think that I can't see that back to front sticking. But Trey Morse 1260 divided by Trey Edwards 1950, we're going to get 646. So that means Trey Morse is slightly behind Trey Edwards right
Yeah.
now by about 50 points for the overall. So it's going to come down to those two boys in slalom. And we have moved right into men's C tricks, folks. So this is Kevin Kirkland coming off the dock, your first men's C tricker of the event. Kevin doing a front deep start here. He's going to be standing up onto 2 feet.
Oh.
And just a little heel heavy there, a little anxious on the start, it looked like. Nerves may have got the better of him there, coming out at the Nationals, Carter, and he's probably going to look at 0 there for his first pass. So he needs to get some points on the board coming back. There's only 3 guys in the event, but you need a positive score to get a medal. So he's going to need to stand up his second pass just to put some money down and make sure he's locked in for his second run.
He just pushed those heels out in front of him, skipped out, and caught it going forward.
Yeah. So just to get back to the men's A guys while we wait for Kevin to get picked up on his second pass, we're looking at these scores again. Trey Edwards is sitting steady at 2150. I'm really surprised by that score. At this point, you know, Todd Phipps 1500, Brad Rips 1480, got dialed back to a 1450. So I think most of these scores are official now, and I'm going to be really surprised with Trey Edwards there.
It might be a scoring mistake or a judging mistake there, but
yeah, I would be surprised if there wasn't an issue there, but we'll see what happens at the end of the day. If it's been judged and scored, it is what it is. But back to the two boys, the 2 Treys. So right now in jump, Trey Morse has a 306-point lead on Trey Edwards. After that trick event at 1950, I'm going to be realistic here, Trey Edwards has a 354-point lead on Trey Morse. So after these 2 events, Trey Edwards is going to be out in front by about 40, 50 points as they get into the slalom event. And once again, these guys are pushing it. You know, they want to get 1 foot credit on their slalom. They're going to be hooking up. They're really trying to drive. So anything can happen here as well. You can go down early. You load up a little too much.
you can get cut. I'm not sure what Trey Morris can slalom, but I know Trey Edwards right around that 11 to 12 mark, I believe.
Yeah, so I'm looking up Trey Morse's scores here from the last few years, Carter. This year he slalomed a 6.1 and a 5.6. Last year he had a 3.3, a 6.7, a 7.2, and a 4.2. So 7.2 last year, 6.7 there, 6.1 at the regionals this year. I'm going to say Trey's probably still right around that 6 to 7 mark. You know, obviously he's been putting a lot of time into his jumping. It's paid off. He looked awesome on the ramp the other day. But, you know, it's hard to do all three events, and jumping and tricks, you know, especially when you're learning inverted, getting into turns, they take a lot of time, those events. And when you do that, the other events suffer some. So I'm going to imagine that Trey's going to be capable of slaloming 6 to 8 in the slalom event later today. Trey Edwards, on the other hand, you know, the last few years, he slalomed 11.7, 10.7, 8.2, 13, 12, 12.4.
That's a big gap there. That's a big gap.
So the ball is in Trey Edwards' court, I think, as we move into the slalom event later. But right now, Kevin Kirkland, folks, second pass, he needs to stand up this run to get a chance on the podium. He's got one arm off the handle to stabilize himself. Come on, Kevin, get those feet planted.
Oh,
wow, just a little heel heavy on that second pass again. And I don't think Kevin's going to get any points on the board there between those two runs, Carter. You get a bit of time. Event 24. Or whenever Carter wants to jump off. When would you like to jump off? After C?
sure. Yeah, that's fine.
2 more skiers. So we got Court Harrington and Sam Dubbs up next, and you know, the pressure's kind of off these boys a little bit with Kevin there. So, you know, Court Harrington and Sam Dubbs, both, actually all three of these guys, the men's C trick events, Kevin, Court, and Sam, their main driving force to be here at this event is their kids.
Yep.
Hayden, Logan, and Max, three of our divisional boy skiers, skiing up an absolute storm. Hayden just skied in the boys A division. Both Logan and Max were skiing in the boys B division yesterday. And it's cool to see these dads coming out. They support the kids. They love the sport. They're volunteers. They've been helping out the Nationals here. And it's neat to see, you know, the dads getting amongst the kids and making sure they put their time in and ski as well.
I know my dad skied a Nationals or two back when I was younger because he was already out here supporting me. He's like, might as well get on the water and ski a little bit.
I remember that good old Dan coming out, working his back deeps.
Yep. I think he won men's C slalom one year. So
the name says Kevin Kirkland, folks, but this is Court Harrington. Court Harrington is doing a front flyer.
There we go.
So Court sticks the flyer there, cheeking outside the wake. He's going to be doing a one foot stand up. It looks like he's setting up for it.
Nice 1 foot
there it
stand
is, pretty
up.
smooth for Court there. 1 foot, nice reverse 1 foot. Wave. Going for the reverse
1 foot wave.
Oh, 1 foot wave. You're right. There was the foot. He's going for a tumble. Court has some pretty nice consistent tumbles
to one. Sweet. Wave.
I think Court's going to be pretty happy with that run there, Carter. Let's look back on time and see what he gets there. So he had 2 1 foots. There's the 1 foot wave. He tried it again. I think he realized that first one wasn't going to count. Second one was close still.
Smooth tumble to 1.
Probably both waves in time.
That's all in time there, yeah.
So
nice skiing from Court.
Probably that second 1 foot 1 hand maybe he would have got credit
I think
for.
I'd pay the second one. The first one I would not.
So Court Harrington, nice run there. 150, 210, 260, 360, 380. I'm going to guess will be Court's first pass provisional score. 380 for Court. So that leapfrogs him onto the podium. He's guaranteed a silver medal, and it's going to be up to Sam Dubbs and Court's second pass to see what they can do.
Now, is Court getting up backwards or 2 front passes here?
I ski with Court a little bit. Him and Logan both come down and ski at the World Barefoot Center, and I was up skiing with him in the Carolinas this year. Court's been working on his backwards. He's getting pretty consistent on his feet on the boom.
Okay.
But on the long line, I think you're going to see a second pass out of Court. You know, he did his tumbles to 1 there. And he did his deep water start to 1. So he can do a deep water start to 2. He's going to get some more points there. And then he's got all of his tumble turns he can do to 2 feet as well. So he's probably planned out this run pretty smart. He can slow his boat speed down and just do 2-footed tricks on the way back. His tumbles will be a little more efficient. You're probably going to see sit down, stand up to 2, some tumbles to 2. He's probably going to put on another 200 points maybe on that pass. You look at about 500 for 500-600 for Court Harrington is my guess, if everything goes according to plan.
Yeah.
So we will see what he does here.
Here we go.
After this, folks, one more skier left in this division, Sam Dubbs, and then we're moving on to senior men's tricks. So let's see what Court can do on the second pass, Carter.
So there we go, deep water to 2 feet. And yep, get into some sit down stand ups, some tumbles here. Nice tumbles from Court. 180 tumble.
That is a
smooth
very
skiing.
tidy run.
Wow.
Good run there from Court, God. I'm impressed. So everything was probably credit, no questions there. The 360s really clean, really smooth.
Let's see where time is here.
The 180, I think no problem paying that as well. He's fully in the back there. He gets that first 180 in time. Is the second one going to be in there?
Not quite.
So probably looking at 70 points plus 3 tumbles for 150, so 220. 380 on the first pass, we called that one. 220 I'm going to call on the way back. So probably right at 600 for Court Harrington.
Nice skiing.
And there,
what's his PB? Do you know? Is it around the 500-600 point mark?
Yeah, we're going to find out there.
That might be a PB for him.
400 points is his best score so far. So
There we go, 600 points for Court Harrington.
coming out of the Nationals, throwing it down and getting a personal best. Great to see. And, you know, I guess the young fella's keeping Court young as well. Logan Harrington, who's just, you know, skiing phenomenally this tournament and this season. A little shy of a personal best in tricks. Logan was around 2,300. Skied a PB of 2460 at the regionals, but he's right there. But then, you know, for Dad to go out there, ski 200 points over his own personal best.
It's good to see.
Yeah, really good to see. And that puts a little bit of pressure on Sam. Sam Dubbs up next, doing a front deep. We might see a front deep to one out of Sam as well. He's capable of tricking pretty consistently at 700, Carter. The last few years he posted a score right around 700. So if he can do everything he's meant to do, he might be able to edge out Court, but we'll see what happens here.
Are we looking at backwards here or 2 front passes again?
You know, I'm not sure.
Nice 1 foot stand up. There we go, 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot waves.
Nice clean skiing from Sam.
Sit down to 1. Trying that front toe hold. Nice front toe.
Toe hold from Sam Dubbs. That was a stand-up run there from Sam. I think everything was credit. 1.6, that's 310, 350, 390, 410. Going for that toe hold. Will he get it in time? Gets the toe hold in time.
510.
Probably 510
1 pass.
points. So that's a huge run for Sam Dubbs.
So we have some men's A trick results.
These are the official scores, Carter. I am blown away at this, but 8th place, Lance Smith is going to get 830 points. Mike Shanky, 910. Tied at 5th, Dave Wheeler, Von Al Adams at that 1080 mark. Trey Morse with the 1260. Brad Ripp, 1450. Todd Phipps, 1500. And your men's A trick champion with 2150, Trey Edwards. So, I mean, everything kind of came out there like we called it, placing-wise. I'm really surprised with Trey's trick score there.
Yeah, I don't see how that can be 2150, I'm being honest here.
Yeah, I'm really kind of shocked if that back to front was paid. And you know, that we're talking about all this overall stuff. That 200 points makes a big difference.
Especially in the trick event, too.
In this deficit. That's going to give Trey even more of an edge on Trey Morse going into the slalom event. So we'll see what happens with the slalom later today.
I think if Trey skis an okay slalom pass, he'll be taking this overall by a pretty good margin.
I think so. If Trey can stand up a front and back run,
yeah,
it's probably going to be locked up at that point. Sam Dubbs looks like he's getting ready to roll over. So he's going for it here.
Deep.
This is big, Carter. If he misses the back deep, Court takes the gold. If he gets his back deep, he moves into first place.
And
a lot of pressure for Sam, and he is up and skiing. Great work on the back deep. So 710 for Sam Dubbs. If he can get at least 1 foot, he's going to break into personal best territory.
There we go.
There it is. Great 1 foot from Sam. He's been working on these the last week. Oh,
I think that's a reverse 1 foot.
That's 2 1 foots. So Sam Dubbs, 400 points there on the back pass. He's going to be looking at 910. And I got to say, I think that's a personal best for Sam. Personal best for Court at 600. Personal best for Sam probably at 910.
Some sweet skiing out of these men's C boys here. I think he'll be pretty happy with that run there.
So some good skiing from the dads. And Sam's a major part of this live stream we've got going on for everybody watching at home and on site. Sam, his daughter Mallory, John Garrity, Jeanette Garrity, Brian Kane, Mackenzie Kane. This crew we have running this live stream has been awesome, Carter. You know, we've got TV's broadcast throughout the site. You can watch the skiing at the start dock. You can watch the skiing in the main tent. Everybody at home can see what's going on. These guys have just absolutely crushed it, and Sam's a huge part of that. So when you run around and you're trying to juggle all this technical stuff and then to go out there and ski as well, like, it's not easy.
It's a lot. Yeah, I mean, you know a lot about that too. You're running the tournament, you have the live stream going, you're setting up all the food trucks and everything, and then to go focus on your own skiing is definitely a lot. That's good to see him go out there and get a personal best.
Yeah, good for Sam. So we're going to get into senior men's tricks here, Carter. Lee Stone's going to be our first guy on the dock. And while he's skiing, I'll be calling the run, but I think we're doing a crew change. I think you're jumping out, you got some other stuff going on. Lance Smith is going to tag in for you here. So thanks for hanging out for the morning.
Yeah.
Doing some announcing here. It's great to get some of the young minds involved of what's going on and tuning in, and we'll wait to see what Lee does on his first pass, and then we'll probably have Lance sitting next to me on the way back. So just sit tight until he skis. And we got 6 guys in this event, folks. Lee Stone, Danny Wicks, Rod Shepard, Ron Meeks, Jim Rollins, and Joe Knapp. You got a good chunk, 6 skiers there. It's going to be a very, very competitive event, and several guys there to put the heat on each other and put the pressure on. Probably had a quick boat change at the other end. Maybe we're switching drivers, which is why the turnaround's a little longer than normal. And then we'll be moving on to veteran men's tricks. We got Mark Shank, John Cornish, super veteran men's tricks, Al Hager, Mike Briscoe. And then we're going to be moving on to the jump event later today. We got the men's B guys jumping, master men jumping, senior men jumping. That's going to be one you want to see, folks. Joe Knapp, Lee Stone, and Rod Shepard. But Joe Knapp jumping here at the 2025 Nationals.
Has he jumped in every single Nationals?
Joe Knapp has skied every single Nationals since 1978, and he jumped at the very first Nationals in 1978. I don't know if he jumped every single year. He'll be able to tell you that. He'll be able to tell you what time the day he did jump at every one of those Nationals, and whether the moon was in a waxing or a waning state. But he's definitely competed at every Nationals since 78. This is his 47th Nationals consecutively.
How old is Joe Knapp? Right around 70? 72?
You know, that's something I'm not going to answer, Carter. I'm not brave enough to give you that kind of information. I believe he's in his late 60s, though. To be in senior men's, I think to move into veteran men's, you're going to be 70.
Okay.
So I think Joe's in his late 60s. He's probably going to be there. And he's still a very solid skier. You're going to see front toes out of Joe. You're going to see some back toes out of Joe, maybe even a back to front. And yeah, we had a boat change there. We had a leveling pass, so the boat's running down right now for that first pass, and when they come back, we'll be getting into the senior men's division.
Lee Stone is up first.
So Lee Stone, South Central. Danny Wicks, you know, I don't know where he's from these days. He goes up, he's in the east, he's up north, he's in Alaska, he's all over the shop.
He skied all 50 states, am I right?
He did, yeah. It's a pretty cool achievement. Rod Shepard, South Central. Jim Rollins, South Central. A lot of Texans, South Central boys in the senior men's division here. Ronnie Meeks coming from the south and Joe Knapp from the Midwest. We've got a good mix of all the skiers in this next one here. All the regions kind of representing the senior men's. And I'm just going to check in with our next announcing crew. So after, again, folks, it's running down the bottom here, but we're going to be doing some awards after all these tricks events, and then we're going to be getting into the jump after those awards, and then we'll be getting into some of our big final stuff as well. Take that. find him and tell him to come on over.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I got you. Good job. I try. I gotta do it more, get better at it.
Shirts there. All right, Senior Men's Tricks is about to go down here, and joining me now for the event, I got Lance Smith on the announcer's stand with me.
Hello, hello. Great to be back.
Lance, welcome back, mate. You've been here most days at this desk. You've been doing a ton of time.
All right, we got up Lee Stone here first, skiing out of Texas. Been in the sport for a long time. I don't know what Lee's going here for today, Ben. Do you know what Lee usually tricks or tries to trick, or is he trying to do any more?
I know he's definitely going to want to be tricking more than he did in the slalom event. He had a pretty rough go in the slalom. He went down early on both passes.
Doing a back deep first. He's out on the passenger side. I think he lost it on the back one there, Ben. Could you tell?
Yeah, he looked like we'll watch the replay here, Lance, but it looked like he was trying to pick up that foot. He got on his toes quite a lot, and I think he got a little bit gun shy, a little too defensive, and just went down there. So, not a great score for Lee there. You know, he had a bad day in slalom yesterday. It would have been nice to see him do a little more.
Yeah.
In the trick event for a pick-me-up, but these things happen. I'm looking up some scores here.
Let's see what he's got up his sleeve for his run back. Now, what's the strategy when the skier starts off with a backward pass there?
You know, it can depend. Sometimes you're going to see them do the back pass first because they want points for the back flyer.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's coming down to, you know, whether they want that dock start bonus or not. But a guy like Lee, he didn't even do a dock start there. So strategy can sometimes be weather conditions, water conditions. That's not an issue today either. It's glass, calm, and flat. Yeah. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. Sometimes it just comes down to personal preference. You know, sometimes depending on how I feel on the day, you know, sometimes it feels nice to do that toe up out of the gate. Sometimes I like to get moving.
So it looks like they got credit for a back deep. Lee Stone, 200 for his first run. What is the, refresh my memory on senior, what is the age for that?
Yeah, so seniors is one of the age divisions they have in the U.S. So you have, you know, your performance divisions like we just saw with men's A, men's C.
Yeah.
And then the senior division is 65 to 69 years old.
Okay.
So it's a pretty tight gap. There are only 5 years between these 6 guys. And then they'd move on to the veteran men's, which is 70 to 74, which we got coming up next. You know, as you get older, you've got all your age divisions, and then starting at 60 is where you get master man, 60 to 65, then senior man, 65 to 69. So you're moving in 5-year increments there, just to keep things relatively competitive, you know, as just like in the younger divisions where people can evolve and grow quickly.
Sure.
you get to the older end there, you know, you can devolve and start shrinking pretty rapidly. So 5 years is a good little spacer there to keep things competitive amongst some of the age divisions. So Lee's score for the last season was a 320.
Okay, so he's probably looking to best that.
So if he can get up forwards and do a couple of tricks, he should be able to knock past that. He got points for the back deep. So I'll be curious to see how he does on his second pass, if he can put something together here.
Lee's out of the Austin area, is that correct?
Yeah, Lee's lives on the river there, Pinellas River.
A lot of barefooters down there.
Great place to ski.
That's what I've heard. I've actually believe I've been down there, Lake Austin.
You would have skied right on the same body of water as Lee, right off of Lake Travis where we did the dam a couple years ago.
Okay.
His dock was, you had to turn off from the main stretch we were running, but it wasn't far away from there. And Lee's been a big time part of the sport. You know, he was once the ABC president. He's been a chief official at many national tournaments, at world tournaments, given a lot to the sport over the years, and a big part of the Austin Barefoot Club, as well as the American Barefoot Club. So let's see what Lee can do on his second pass.
All right, looking like front deep. Look like he's cheeking out to the driver's side here, a little different from where his backwards pass, and he's up and skiing. See what he's getting set up for here. Sit down, stand up to 2. Got it. A little shaky, but got it. Sit down, stand up. Oh, no, my apologies. A tumble. Tumble to 2.
So that's 120.
Yeah, that's 120 right there, and then he's just going to ski it out, folks. So that should be the score last year, 320. Or actually going to tie it.
Yeah. So he's consistent. He's consistent.
Next skier up, Daniel Sparky Wicks. For those of you who don't know Sparky, he is famous for he is barefoot water skied in all 50 states, folks. All 50 states, including Hawaii and Alaska. I think he just wrapped that up a couple years ago, but I kind of followed that journey. Sparky's a regular at both 3 event and endurance events, so he gets all over the place. I think he comes from the railroad industry up in the Northeast. What do you think Sparky's looking to put together here today, Ben?
You know, the last couple of years, his top score at a tournament's been 470.
Okay.
And he's got a couple other scores, 300, 400 points there. So he's definitely capable of jumping past Lee's 320. But, you know, when you're scoring 400 to 600 points, that's over 2 passes. So you're probably tricking 200 to 400 points each pass. So that 320 is not exactly an easy jump for Danny to get over. He's going to have to ski out both runs. And it's only going to get deeper from here. You know, as we move further into this event, you're going to start seeing these scores get elevated up into the, you know, low thousands with some of these last guys here. Jim Rollins, Joe Knapp, especially. Joe Knapp, fundamentally just a phenomenal skier. Had a rough go this year, though, you know. Typically, Joe's pretty consistent with what his run is. He looks after himself. But this year, he's been a little bit behind the 8 ball there. So here comes Sparky.
Looks like he's doing a dock flyer to start here. Once again, you get an extra 50 points for the dock flyer. Tower flyer, which Sparky is not doing, is extra 100 points. But let's see if he can get this flyer. Get some elevation there, and looks like he made the flyer, folks. Going to cheek out. Looks like he's going to edge/cheek out to the driver's side. And he's up and skiing. See what he's looking to do here. There's a 1 foot credit. 1 foot credit.
Nice.
1 foot, 1 hand credit. Oh, and then he goes down and transition to the reverse 1 foot, 1 hand.
You know,
so
I wasn't going to say it, Lance. I wasn't going to jinx him. But if there was a World Championships for best crash, Sparky and Trey Edwards would be in a constant runoff.
100%. Sparky, he takes a licking and keeps on ticking. So does Trey with all the, oh, gosh.
Man, and I mean, remember, these guys are 60 to 65 years old.
Some tough guys.
And Sparky, I think he could probably go about 6 rounds with Tyson,
I agree
just
with
based on his barefoot
Let
falling
me ask you
ability.
this: Is Sparky? Is he going for a back deep here? I don't know where that's at with him, or is he just
No,
a forward
I
skier?
think he's going to ski forwards back the
Okay.
other way again. He typically goes for a tower start at the regionals and the more local events.
Okay.
I think he was playing it smart there by doing the dock start. He wanted a few extra points without the risk of that
Yeah.
tower. I think he missed it at the regionals, so that was probably a tactical play on Sparky's part and a good decision there. So, you know, he's got some points to make up on the second pass now. He's only looking at about just under 200 points on that first pass, 160 there. So to get past Lee, he needs a couple hundred points, and you know, that's going to take some 1 foot 1 hands. And I'm just not quite sure if he's got enough in the tank on one pass. He had a sneak past Lee. I think he needed a little more on that first run. So we'll wait and see. Thank you. And it is just gone 8:51. We're almost 9 o'clock already, Lance, and it is starting to heat up. I know you and Swampy were out here cooling the pros and slalom yesterday, and it was starting to get warm.
Yeah, it was getting to swampy. Started to get a little irritable later in the day.
That's most days.
Yeah. So he toughed it out though. You know, courtesy of Porticool here. They keep us somewhat cool, keep a breeze on us. So, and that does affect the water temperature too. We briefly talked about that, not you and I, but I believe we'll circle back to that. Looks like Sparky's second run is coming up. But yeah, I'd like to talk about water temperature a little bit.
So Sparky's probably getting the 30-second call right now with the judges.
Now, some folks may notice he wears that helmet too. You'll notice some skiers wear that helmet. It makes them. Do you know why that is, Ben?
I think Sparky should wear a helmet at all times, Lance, whether he's skiing or on land. If you ask his wife, she wouldn't disagree, I don't think. Some people like it, protects their ears. You know, Sparky's helmet there covers his ears, so instead of wearing earplugs, it's another way to protect your eardrums. That and the fact that he's 65 years old and getting punched in the face every second trick run doesn't help. The helmet probably does a little bit there as well.
True.
But yeah, for those of you that don't realize, the way it works is the boat's going to run down, take the skier down. Once they stop at the end of the lake, to keep everything consistent, everybody's tied to the same turnaround time. So Sparky's turnaround time is up now. About 1.5 minutes is what we shoot for. He's going to be coming back for his second pass, Lance. Call it away.
All right, Sparky edges out to the driver's side here, also known as cheeking out in barefoot terms, and he's the one up. I don't know if that's going to pay or not, Ben. Came down a little soon. Looking to tumble turn
Nice
and
tumble from
credit.
Sparky
50
there.
points there. Opposite tumble. There you go, Sparkster. Oh, knees back. Oh, God, he stood up and then.
That's why he wears a helmet, Lance.
All right. He had it. I mean, he maintained barefoot position after that reverse tumble. Wouldn't you agree?
I think he
You
got
think
both
that pays?
tumbles. I like the little wind up there. He kind of goes one way, spins the other way. Nice tumble for the first one. Into that second one.
He stands it up.
clean.
And, he just stood up tall too soon.
So I think you'll get both tumbles
Sparky
there.
edges past Lee Stone there with a 410.
So that's 250 they gave him on that second pass. So they gave him the 1 foot stand up. They gave him both.
It was a 2 foot stand up, it was a 1 foot stand up, yeah.
And I'm going to guess that might come back to 360. I don't know how they got to 250. He did a 1 foot stand up. That's 100 points. He did 2 tumble turns. That's 100 points. So he's at 200 there. Don't know where the extra 50 came from. I'm going to say he's probably looking at 360 final score, but right now 410 is the provisional score from the judges. So getting back to water temperatures, Lance.
Yeah, John and I talked about that a little more in depth yesterday. You know, when it's really hot out, it can really heat the water up. This water down here in Florida is very hot. Depending on the skier, I personally, I heat up on the balls of my feet when I'm going backwards, especially in hotter water. But for me as well, it can feel softer
Yeah.
Now, I think that's more physically wise. It's not that much different, but I think the heat can definitely affect the water. But everybody's different, you know. Those
Yeah.
the skiers that are doing, you know, multiple surface turns on their runs don't notice it as much because they're not staying in one position for very long.
No, the more you can turn around.
And Rod
get,
Shepard up here next. My apologies, I don't have a bio sheet on Rod. My apologies,
Rod Shepard, he is the Blue Mile man. He lives out in Texas there, skis and lives on the Blue Mile. It's a gorgeous lake.
Oh yeah, I've heard about
out
it.
in East Texas there.
Looks like he's using an arm, get outside, standing up on the driver's side, so he's going to get credit for a deep water start. See what Rod's going for. 1 foot reverse, surface hop.
Nice hop.
1 foot, 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 hand reverse. Sit down. Oh no, he's doing a 180 tumble back up. I don't know what that pays.
330 there probably for Rod Shepard lines. So we'll go over the run again. You know, he did the flying deep. He does 2 1-foots, that's 60 each. There's a hop, that's 80. They're going to see a 1 foot, 1 hand, that's 50, and 50 each, that's 100, so 180 points. Then you're going to see that 180 tumble. I don't know if they're going to give him credit. He didn't really get fully 180 on that. So probably 280, maybe 330 if they pay the tumble turn. The judges have been pretty friendly so far this morning. You know, they're pepped up, they've had their coffee. So this is a good time to ski before they get too hot and too burned out by the end of the day. So yeah, Rod Shepard is a longtime ski partner, good friend of Chad Sullivan's.
Okay.
Who you know very well. I was chatting to Rod just yesterday on the way down to the start dock about Chad. He was a great skier, great barefooter from the Texas region there, and he's kind of taken some time off the last couple of years, but Rod still sees him. Rod hears from him. Chad, if you're watching this, mate, Lance and I, we can't wait to see you back in Mexico. We're planning a reunion here in the coming years. We're working on a Sanger. We're getting back down there. And yeah, Rod's been competing for about 30 years now in barefoot.
Oh wow, I thought I'd heard the name before. I just don't know a lot about him.
Yeah.
Let's see what the judge coming in at a 230 out of the trailer, correct, Ben, or is that out of the boat?
That is out of the trailer. So 230. So that I don't remember if he did do the flyer or if he just did a front deep. I think he just did a front deep, Lance. So I may have given him an extra 50 on the front deep. 280 makes sense. 230, that means they didn't pay him for the 180, which is what we would have assumed. So 230's a good score there for Rod.
Does Rod do a backwards run?
You know, I'm not sure. In the slalom event yesterday, I believe he did a back deep, and it looks like he's rolling over now.
He does. All right, back deep, rolling over to the plant. Gets those feet in there. Nice break at the waist. All right, credit for a back deep. There's 200. Back one. Back one revert. Don't know if that's going to pay, folks.
See if he's
a little hop there, but don't know if that has the clearance. Another back one.
That reverse, just a little tricky to see there, Lance.
I don't know if there's a break in the spray. How does the rule book read for back ones?
So front and back 1-foots, they read the same way. The skier needs to show control with the lifted foot getting halfway between the water and the knee. So in that case there, that reverse 1-foot's not going to count.
Yep.
I don't think he really showed clear control. I don't think he quite got it high enough. So he's going to get 300 points. So the back deep's 200. The 1-foot itself, the basic was clean, rock solid. That's 300. So 230 on the first pass there. Rod Shepard's probably going to move into first place. And 530 is a good score as we move into the top half with Jim Rollins, Joe Knapp, and Ronnie Meeks still to come. The next three guys here, Ronnie Meeks, he skied 750 points at the regionals. Before that, he'd taken a couple years off, but he tricked 1,200 at the Masters in 2022. So a very, very capable skier, Ronnie Meeks. 630 for Rod Shepard there. So they paid the 1-foot, Lance.
They paid that reverse?
They must have. That'll the hop.
Got some generous judges this morning.
Good time to be in the boat.
Yes.
Good time to be in the boat skiing. So 630 for Rod. Now that is provisional. That might come back.
Puts him up in the leaderboard there.
The way these provisional scores work, Lance, there's 3 judges judging the event in the box.
And that's a recent change, correct? Is how things are being judged?
Yeah, typically they're being judged in the boat, where we're finally kind of moving the sport in the right direction when we're getting technology involved. So these guys and girls are judging from shore.
All right, here we got Ronnie Meeks up.
And it's a big advancement in the sport, and it's how we're getting these scores out of the boat so fast. So we're going to see what Ron can do here. 750 points on the board this year at the regional event. If he can do that today, he's going to be sitting on the podium and looking pretty. See what Ron can do on his first pass here.
Oh, nah, front toe paid. See if he's going for that reverse. Paid, nice. Tumble to 2, he's back up, nice, 50 points there. Reverse tumbled to 1, I don't know if that's going to pay or not, 180. Would you have paid that reverse tumble to 1? Nice run by Ronnie there.
I don't think so. Toe holds, Lance, both the toe holds looked really nice. That reverse there, his left hand not really coming up a lot, but definitely clear of the handle.
We got the replay here.
Got a little hip drag on that first tumble, which really threw him off for the 1-foot stand-up. The reverse, he went for the stand-up. I don't think he's going to get credit. And then time went off during the 180.
What do you have? What do you have that paying, Ben?
I'm going to say he got 350 there. He did a front deep to 2. Front deep to 2. He did 2 toe holds. They're 100 each. So that's 250. Then he did 2 tumbles to 2. That's 350. So we'll see what the judges say. And like I was saying, Lance, the way it works, you got these 3 judges. As soon as they judge those sheets, they're handing them out of the office to the scorers, and they're giving us the score off one of those sheets.
Yeah.
So we're getting the score from one judge provisionally. Then once the score is then scored across all 3 judges, sometimes you have a 2 out of 3 majority change.
Okay. Right.
There could be a discussion right there on that 1-foot stand-up. One judge says yes, one judge says no. Depends what that third judge says.
So they have an odd number, so there's a tiebreaker.
Exactly.
Very, very smart.
So the provisional scores are 1 sheet. That's why some of these scores sometimes change. There's a few decisions maybe that get made where there's an overrule here or there, and that's exactly the case with Ron here. He may or may not have got paid for that 1-foot stand-up, depending provisionally on what we get, can affect that once the final score comes out. But I'm gonna say he got 350 there. And I know Ron can do a back deep. He's very capable of doing both back 1-foots and getting into some back 1-foot, 1 hands, back toes. Even see him do a back to front this season. So 350 on the board. He's going to need about 300 on his second pass.
All right, here we go. Looks like he's got that neck brace on. So
if Ron can do a back deep and 1-foot, Lance, he's going to probably put himself in first place.
See what he's got. All right, back deep's going to get paid.
A little bit bouncy on the toes there for Ron. Looking for a hop to start with. No credit on the hop.
There's credit for back 1 reverse. Oh, and then he goes out the back. Both of those back 1s are going to pay, folks. So that's going to be 400 points.
So 350 we're going to guess on Ron's first pass. 400 on the second there. 750, which is what he skied earlier this year. So that lines up. And I know Ron can trick up into the 1,200, 1,300 range just recently. But that's probably going to be enough to put Ron in first place. It looks like the judges gave him 410 on the first pass. 900, there you go, 900 points for Ronnie Meeks. So
nice.
They gave him 400 on the second pass, sorry. And they must have given him 400 on the first pass, paid the 1-foot stand-up, and then 500 on the second pass. They paid the hop.
Huh.
So
I just had an interesting discussion with Sam Dubbs the other day about the hop, and if Sam's always going to be judging, then none of us are going to get paid for our hops except the goat Ashley Stebbings. But
yeah, they want to see a lot of clearance. The goal with the hop is you got to see a gap between both feet and the water.
Okay.
There's a discernible gap in the spray, sure, but with both feet clear of the water at the same time. And when you're out there, you do hops, you jump you jump an inch and you feel like you flew a foot.
Yeah, exactly.
So to really get up and off the water, it's a ballsy trick to do. It's not
Yep.
easy, and it's a lot of risk and reward again. The line step hop especially, it's 200 points, but it's even harder to do, harder to stick. And it seems like you see less and less of these skiers doing the line step hop these days. But 900 points for Ron Meeks provisionally there. He's going to be happy with that.
Absolutely.
that
Clearly out front there.
Guarantees him a spot on the podium. With only 2 guys left and he's top seed right now, he's guaranteed to get onto the podium.
Got James Rollins and the legendary Joe Knapp. Joe Knapp, as you may have heard, but here we go. Sorry, we'll circle back to that. James Rollins doing the flying deep start. Looks like he's going to cheek out to the driver's side there. Getting settled in, and he's going to get paid for a start. Getting set up. I don't know what James has in his toolbox. 1 foot reverse. Going to go for a toe hold. That's going to pay.
Jim's looking very steady, Lance. Slow and controlled.
180 tumble to 2. 1 foot, 1 hand. No credit on that. They may get a credit for what? For a wave, maybe?
Yeah, he could get a credit for a wave. That's a great point. I'm curious to look at these tricks and review. I don't know if that 1 foot would have paid even. The toe hold, beautiful. Slow, steady, really controlled.
Does he go all the way back? Don't you have to reverse?
I don't think so. 1 foot, 1 hand was good. Reverse, I'd give him the wave, but not the 1 foot. To be 960 is his score for this season. Right there, he's probably tricked about 300. That's good. Oh, lost. Yep. But you know what? I'm curious to see what they give him credit for there. He went down on a couple of different things that were hard to judge.
Yeah.
The judges are pretty lenient this morning, it looks like. So I'm curious to see what they give him. And 900 is the score to beat right now. Jim Rollins, 960 is his score for the last couple years. So he's right in the game with Ron if he does everything. And I don't know if he did everything he was meant to there. This could be a turning point for Ron. And Joe Knapp as well. This is interesting. Joe last year, Lance, every tournament he skied, he tricked 1,100 points. 3-4 tournaments.
Right on it.
1,100
So
on the money.
he's dialed in on that.
He's Mr. Consistent. But it's up to Jim right now. He's coming in backwards, and he's got to put some points on the board here. He's capable of it, Lance, but can he do it?
All right, back deep's going to pay. That's 200. 1 foot is going to pay. Back 1 foot reverse should pay. Looks like going for the 1 foot 1 hand. That'll pay. Nice. Is he going to go for the other one?
Setting up for, looks like a back to front.
Oh, and went out the front. Yeah, you're right.
Sweet. So he's going to get 200 for the start, 400 for both 1 foots, and then another 550 points, 150 points for 550 on the 1 foot 1 hand. So 550 there, it's really going to come down to what the judges paid on that first pass. He needs 350 on the first pass to stay in the game with Ronnie Meeks. They gave him 360, so he may have edged out Ronnie by 10 points there. And what we were just saying with Joe Knapp, you know, last year, there you go, 9-10.
He did by 10 points. Look at that, just came in. Jim Rollins edging out Ronnie Meeks by 10 points there. Right behind him. Good skiing by those two. But we still have Joe Knapp here, who's Mr. Consistent.
Well, so to that point,
you know something recently that I may not?
This year, Joe scored 400 and 300 points in the 2 tournaments he skied. He's normally very consistent.
Somebody said something about his who he usually skis with. He's having some issues getting some ski time. Is that correct?
Yeah, and you know, Joe's a heck of an athlete. He's a smart guy. He likes to preserve his body. So I'm wondering if earlier this season He just dialed back the runs a little bit, hasn't been training a lot, wanted to get some scores on the board to qualify for the Nationals here, and he's been saving it for the Nationals. Maybe this is where he's going to bring out that 1100 we've seen the last season consistently. But it's hard to tell. This year it's been a different story with him. His tournaments, 320, 430 points. So I'm interested to see what Joe Knapp does here, Lance. He's an absolutely phenomenal skier. Front toes, back toes, really nice back to front in his box of ammunition. It's going to come down to what he brings out on display for us here at the 2025
Looking
Nationals.
forward to it.
And Ronnie Meeks and Jim Rollins, 10 points apart.
All right, here we go. Here's Joe's front run. Joe hasn't missed a national since '79. Is that correct? He's going to do
78 was the first
70.
one.
My apologies. All right, he's going to get paid for the front deep. I think he does a couple front toes. Oh, 1 foot, 1 hand. 1 foot, 1 hand reverse. There he goes. Going to get paid for that
Nice
toe.
toe.
He's going to go for the reverse. Toe hold
Nice
reverse is
reverse
going to pay
toe.
really nice. 1 foot, wave, wave. Sit down, stand up to two's probably going to be out of time there,
Good
folks.
skiing.
Good stand up run by Mr. Joe
So
Knapp.
50 points there, 150 points with 2 1 foot 1 hands. First toe hold, clean. That's 250 points. Second toe hold, clean. That's 350 points. 1 foot, 410, 2 waves, 430 points when time went off. That sit down, stand up out of time. But some nice skiing there from Joe Knapp, 430. And he's got some nice tricks backwards. He's going to easily get, I think, 400 to 600 points backwards. So depending on how things shake out, Joe Knapp might just claim the national title here, Lance. I'm gonna say 430.
It's interesting how just consistency can sometimes pay when, no matter what the division you're in.
That's right.
In men's A today, you saw some, a lot of falls and stuff like that. So no matter the division, just pro down to men's.
Carter and I were just talking about that. You guys in men's A there, obviously you were disappointed with your back pass, and Todd Phipps the same way. He put up a stellar
I was
back
walking
run.
back. I didn't see Todd's run. What happened there?
He missed his toe up on a second pass.
He
put
fell
down-
out of it.
Missed the toe up. Yeah, he kind of punched through the water, a little heel heavy. Just after standing up a great first pass. Did his back pass, got his back to front in time. He had 1,500 points on the board. All he needed was that toe up and a couple toes to pull ahead of Trey Edwards, be in the overall, and kind of lost all of that with that toe up.
All right,
which
here we
was
go.
sad to
Joe's
see.
doing another front run, so he's not doing a back run. That front deep is not going to pay, folks.
So Joe's looking after the body, Lance. Joe's looking after the body, and in this case, I don't think you're going to see him.
1 foot reverse. It's going to not pay. Wave, wave. Sit down, stand up to two.
And he's happy.
Just happy to be skiing, folks.
That is smart skiing from Joe. He's looking after himself there. And round of applause if you're watching this from home, if you listen to us on site, guys. Joe Knapp, 1978, skied the first ever U.S. Barefoot Nationals. And he skied every single one since. This is 47 national championships in a row for Joe Knapp. And he's still out here taking care of his body, skiing smart. And that's what it takes to be doing this for 47 years. So my hat goes off to Joe. But it looks like with that run there, Rod Shepherd's going to pull up onto the podium behind Ron Meeks and Jim Rollins.
So your top three skiers, Jim Rollins rounding out at top at 910, Ronnie Meeks at 900, and then Rod Shepherd at 930.
630 there.
Sorry, thank you, 630.
We also got some confirmed scores out of the boxes from the men's C tricks.
Men's
earlier
C
today.
confirmed scores, which we had discussed. Sam Dubbs with an 860 winning men's C. Court Harrington coming in second with 600, and then Kevin Kirkland rounding it, coming in third.
Gonna look up a couple of these boys' scores, Lance, for our veteran and super veteran men's event. You got John Cornish and Mark Shank, two huge key players in the sport of barefoot water skiing.
Absolutely. Mark out of Texas, Mr. Cornish out of Florida, North Carolina, and
A little bit of everywhere.
a little bit everywhere. Well traveled.
You know, Mark Shank is the chair of the rules committee for the World Barefoot Council. He's been a key player in implementing this rule change for slalom coming up in October. He's a big driving force behind that. Obviously, Peter O'Neill.
All right, Mark Shank doing the flyer. What that's going to pay, had the proper elevation.
I'm going to give him 50 points for the flyer there, Lance. I think he's going to get the stand-up, so he'll be at 100 points. There he goes. So that's 100 points on the board for Mark Shank.
All right, let's see what he's got. 1 foot paid, 1 foot reverse, I think paid. 1 foot, one hand, oh, and he falls out of it. Holding his wrist there, so hopefully he's all right. Yeah, it looks like he made the front deep. Kind of a front one.
1 foot was good.
I don't know
reverse,
about
you know, he's
the
nursing a
reverse.
knee
And
there.
Ooh.
1 foot, 1 hand. He's probably going to get paid for that. You showed the 1 foot, 1 hand portion, so that's 50 and 30. That's 80.
Boat's coming back to him there, so I don't know.
I'm going to guess he probably got 180 points there. The boat's coming back to pick him up. They're going to take him for the second pass.
No, okay.
You know, Mark's around the 300 range the last few years. 300 is his best score over the last couple of years. So if he got 180 there, you know, he's 120 away from his average score. It's going to come down to whether or not he can get this back deep in. And I'll be curious to see what he does. And it sounds like the judges are talking about a re-ride, folks. So we'll wait and see what happens here.
So what are the reasons for a re-ride mid-run? Is that usually just speed or rollers?
Yeah, so every skier gives the boat driver the instructions of their desired speed. Let's say you want to go 42 mile an hour. The boat driver has to stay within half a mile up or down of your speed. So if you're calling 42, that speedometer has to be between 41.5 and 42.5 miles per hour. If they deviate from that, if they exceed by half a mile or decede by half a mile, they're gonna get an optional re-ride. So what that means is, let's say the skier goes down the pass like Mark, he gets a few tricks and then he falls and they say, hey, you asked for 42, we're only at 41.2. You have an optional re-ride at that point. If you take that re-ride, you erase that run. It's gone. As soon as you say, I take the re-ride, you're back to zero.
Yeah.
You'll keep the points for your start if you do a toe-up, say, or a more technical start like a flyer. You don't have to repeat the start because you already got credit for that. But any tricks you did in the run are null and void. So depending on where you are in your run or what you fell on, it can be a roll of the dice. And I've seen some guys at these big events, Nationals and Worlds, run the risk, take the re-ride, and then go down even earlier than they did the first time.
And you can't take the first one, right?
No.
It's like, no, dude, you took the re-ride.
Once you lock it in, you lock it in.
Yeah.
So it's a hard decision to make sometimes, and it's definitely not an easy one. For Mark there, you know, he's nursing a bad knee. You see he's got the knee brace on. He's got a bit of an MCL problem. And I think, you know, he had the optional re-ride. He just wanted to stay healthy.
Yeah.
So he wants the second pass. He's here to support the Nationals. He's looking after that knee. He's got his eyes on the Masters coming up in France this September. So he just needs to look after his body here and ski smart, and I think that's what he's doing. So here comes Mark Shank for pass number 2. He's doing the front deep to 2 again. We're going to see him get into a few more 1 foot tricks, it looks like. There's a wave, there's a reverse wave. Avoiding the 1 foot, sit down, stand up. Don't think the feet really showed, so he did it again. He's not silly.
Oh, yeah, he didn't.
But misses
He's very
the
cautious
second
with those
attempt there.
knees.
I think
and
that knee's just kind of
being
in his head a
someone who's
little bit.
had some knee issues, I can get it.
So I'm going to guess 20 points for Mark on the second pass. 180 on the first. So I'm going to guess around 200 points. we're going to see from Mark Shank, which means John Cornish, very capable of more than that. And we'll see what John can do coming down here. 980 is John's best score the last couple of years, so I know he's going to want to be pushing the 1,000-point mark. He's got some goals in mind. I know he does. And we'll see what he can do with those goals. Coming in. 980 was his score from last year. John's a very competitive guy. He takes a lot of pride in his skiing, takes a lot of pride in his training. And he's been really watching the scoreboard with this Masters coming up. He's in the 65 to 74 division.
John, one of the few skiers, he's not going to pull it out in this tournament, but I know he's thinking about it in future tournaments, that he just did a toe up recently.
Yeah.
One of the few skiers in their 70s. Heck, that's a hard trick to begin with, no matter your age.
Absolutely.
I mean, so he just did that back in March, and I follow his skiing, a big fan. It's hard not to be a fan of a guy that's done so much.
No,
so.
I've had the pleasure of getting to know John on a personal level, and he's just such an ambassador
here we go.
for the sport, Lance. He's stepping in as World Barefoot Council president this September.
That's going to be an asset. All right, here we go. John's edging out to the, with the one up. Nice.
Very clean.
He's
and
not
steady
screwing
on that.
around. Look at him. Looking confident. Toe.
That's 200.
Toe hold reverse.
300.
1 foot, 1 hand. 1 foot, 1 hand
400.
reverse. Tumble to 1. Nice.
500. Going for the
Tumble
reverse.
to 1. Reverse. That's going to pay.
600.
Clearly showed barefoot position. Nice flip and run by John Cornish.
Wow. So, Lance, that was some really nice skiing from John. 100 points in the start, 2 toe holds, that's 300 points. 400 points for the 2 1 foot 1 hands, 500 for the first 1 foot stand up. Then he's going to go for that second 1 foot stand up here. 600. I don't want to put the pressure on John, but he's capable of pushing into the 1,000-point mark here, which would make him a very, very happy camper.
He does both backs and backs ones. Fairly consistently, the last I knew. I don't think is he doing back toes, Ben? Or
no, he'll be doing a back hop and 2 back 1 foots, but that's going to give him, 400 to 500 points. Meaning he's going to get about 1,100 points, and this is a big deal for John here. He knows exactly where he stands in every rankings list, competitive nature of his age divisions, who's at the Masters, all that kind of stuff. And right now, the 70 to 74 age division national record for the USA is 1,090 points.
Really?
That's Don McFeeters. And Don, a lot of people familiar with Don if they've been at the Nationals a long time. Don was a long time footer, very established barefooter, skiing into the older years there. And Don set that record at the 2005 Nationals.
Wow, so 20 years ago.
This is a 20-year national record, and John Cornish now, an opportunity to break that. 2 1 foots and a hop is all he needs.
Does John do a back hop?
He does. He is going to be, I think he knows that. Luckily, he can't hear me talking about it too much.
Yeah, why not?
Thank you. I'm good, thanks. I had breakfast.
All right, John. So you see he wears that neck brace very smart.
Oh, I'm nervous for him. I'm excited for him.
Come on,
Lance.
buddy.
This is a big run for John.
Oh, no. The handle popped out.
He didn't get settled there. It looked a little fast out of the hole. I got to imagine the boat driver's going to give him something there.
It's like, yeah, they are turning around.
Yeah.
All right, looking like a re-ride there, folks.
That was fair. I know John as a skier. I drive for him a lot. And like I just said, as he came out of the hole there, Lance, that looked a little hot. It looked a little fast out of the hole. He didn't get a chance to get his feet settled. We just got feedback on the walkie-talkie. The judges say the same thing. So John's going to get a chance to do that again. He's getting an optional re-ride. And this is a big second chance for John.
Yeah.
You know, he's chasing down a personal best right now. He's not at, well, you know, John's been skiing for a long time, a lot of years, obviously. So it's not an all-time personal best, but this is kind of like a comeback personal best for John. He's going to be hungry here to put a score up. And I'd love to see him get this 1,000-point mark on his second pass. You know, he's been consistent, Lance, the last few years, building up to this 950, 980, 950, 740, 780, 920, 980, 950, 900, 900, 900. So he has been stuck at this sub-1,000 level since he started training again back in 2020, 2021. And all he needs right now is 2 1-foots. 2 back 1-foots, he breaks that 1,000-point mark, which is a big score for him going into the Masters. And if he can get that hop paid here, we could be looking at history being set with a pending national record.
That would be awesome to be able to call that.
And I want to say that John's done it before, the 2 1-foots and the hop. He's always been caught up in his front run. He's always been a little bit rushed. One of his tumbles has been out of time, or his 1-foot stand-up wasn't quite credit, and he missed that 50 points. That's where he gets the 950s.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So,
all right, let's see what he's got here.
Hopefully John can stay composed, take
There's
the
his
reride
back.
here.
All right, and he's planning. Oh, he lost the handle again.
Man, and for whatever reason, John Cornish not looking settled on these back deep slants. I don't know what's going on there, but he is going to be disappointed. That was his shot to set that record, and just wow. So John Cornish will walk away with the gold medal in veteran men's tricks, but that is a bittersweet title for John. He would rather come second with that back pass than take the first without it. So that'll sum up the veteran men's tricks here, Lance. We're going to move on to super veteran men's tricks. John Cornish taking the gold with 600 points. Mark Shank taking the silver with 150. And Al Hager and Mike Briscoe next up on the dock. This is the 75-plus division.
So these boys are still at it at 75 years old. What have you seen, you know, you've been in the sport for a long time. For those skiers that stay at it, is it just consistency and not getting out of habit? Because I see a lot of people that are not a lot, but I see some skiers that are at it for a long time and then get away from it for years, and they just can never get back into it. It's like once the body...
yeah, it's, you know,
do you have any insight on that?
Barefooting is definitely it's a sport of, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
It really is. You just got to keep moving. And like I tell people all the time, you know, we at the World Barefoot Center, we deal with people of all ages, all skill levels, from, you know, 4 years old to 80 plus. Barefoot water skiing is anybody's game, young or old, big or small. There's nothing that says you got to be a certain age to barefoot water ski. Falling is a young man's game.
Yes.
And these guys that are still skiing at these older age levels, it's about minimizing your falls, minimizing the injuries and the crashes, unless you're Sparky, and trying to preserve the body as long as you can. So at this point for these guys, it's not about learning new tricks per se.
Here we have Al Hager, long time.
It's all about maintaining.
Yeah.
And Al Hager, first off the dock, Lance, he's got a score of last year at 230, seeded in at 100 points this
and
year.
he's got his front deep, so he's up and skiing, tracking into the wake there. Oh, and he goes out the front. I don't think he meant to fly up in the wake. Hopefully he's all right there.
No, Al Hager, you know, he stood up.
He tried to go out
shaky.
the driver's side, but then got over to the passenger side.
You know, and you watch him stand up.
Trying to get credit
on his
there,
heels.
and then
he's a little on his heels.
Right foot just gets caught.
Little unstable there. tracked into the wake, and then that was it. It was game over.
For
But
those,
he showed BSP.
yeah.
He's going to get the 50 points.
For those of you just watching, aren't familiar with barefooting, when you get into the center of that wake, there's agitation and prop wash from the boat. So it can be, you got to be a little less clean because you can be much tripped up easier. I'm probably not describing it the best way, but
No, it's exactly right. The inconsistency goes way up, and that's what
Yeah.
makes that back deep so challenging for so many people. You know, your front deep starts, your toe-ups, you see these guys doing these starts, they're always cheeking out, edging out, like you say.
Yeah.
So they're standing up in the curl. Backwards, you don't get that novelty, you don't get that option. You got to plant in the wake, you got to plant in that prop wash, and that's what makes the back deep one of the hardest milestones for a competitive or even a recreational barefooter. The
Yeah.
long line back deep is probably the first major milestone in the sport.
yeah.
And it's all to do with that prop wash, that turbulence. Like you say, the water gets a lot more inconsistent, you get a lot more jittery, and that's where, you know, something like Al there, getting tracked up into the wake there, it's going to throw him off. When he's not even that stable in the curl,
Yeah.
that's really going to knock you loose. So again, Al Hager capable of skiing up into the 200s, about 100 consistently this year, and Mike Briscoe 550 on the board in the last couple of years. So definitely having the edge in the Super Veteran Men Tricks event. You know, Mike Briscoe, he sent me a picture earlier this season. Skis out west. He's in the, you know, up in the North Pacific there. He, one of the guys, younger guys he skis with, got a great shot of him just absolutely decking out the front, you know, face first into the water, and the caption read, you know, still better than falling in the shower at my age.
Yeah. Very true.
And I don't
Very
know
true.
if it hurts as less, but definitely, definitely worth a laugh. It was a good picture. This is our last trick event, Lance, and we're going to get into some awards, I believe, after this. We're going to move on to some awards before getting into the jump event. And then we've got some good jumping here. Men's B, Master Men's, Senior Men's jump. Once again, we are moving pretty quick through the day here. So we're going to see our men's A awards, our men's C awards, and these guys right now, the seniors, veterans, and super veterans men's medals are going to be handed out on site.
All right, and here we have
Not long
Al. Looks
after
like
Al, yeah.
he's now stuck in the wake. Going to try to go out the passenger side. Set, and oh, he's going right into a tumble, or tumble 180 reverse. I don't know how that's going to pay there, Ben.
That was close, Lance.
Looked like
That was
I don't know
close.
if he stood up first and gets paid for that before he went into the tumble. Oh,
Ouch.
jeez, I don't
That's
know what.
not what you want to see.
I don't know what he was trying to do at the end there.
You know, he still stood back up, Lance, so he's going to get credit.
I don't know what.
But I think he
The
was
reason
just a
for
little
crossing the-
unstable,
But when he crosses the wake here, I don't know if he was
going for a front
It
wake to
looked
wake
like
hop
he was
or
looking for
something.
like a wake to wake hop or flip, but
So I'm just confirming that we'll move on to the awards after this event.
just got a text from the legendary Willie Farrell.
How's Willie doing?
Wish he was here. Willie Farrell, long time, one of the few that are still in their 60s that are. Willie's been around the sport at a high level for over 40 years, so good to hear from him.
Sorry? Us too.
Mm-hmm.
They don't notice one jump and they think you're done.
All right, awesome. So we do have confirmation we're going to be getting into the awards for our trick events. after Mike Briscoe here, Lance. So I'm probably I'm gonna go over to the podium after this, hand out some awards, and you'll probably announce the awards from here for those watching at home. We're gonna have that streamed on the camera. But first, Mike Briscoe.
Mike wearing an interesting choice of head protection there. Mike doing the flyer out to the pat. Oh, looks like he got stuck in the middle of the wake, going out to the driver now. Andy's up, going to get credit for that front deep start, crossing the wake to get back over to the passenger side. That's probably where he's more comfortable. 1 foot reverse, 1 foot one hand, 1 foot one hand reverse, should pay, 1 foot wave. Looks like he's going to go for a toe hold. Oh, he fell out of it, and he's just going to ski it out, folks.
Yeah, there you go. Smart skiing from Mike there. You know, he said, you know what? I'm at the other end of the lake. I'm good. I'm just going to ride this baby out. Couple 1 foots, couple nice 1 foot one hands. That's 180 plus the starts, 230. So 230 points for Mike Briscoe there. That's more than enough to catapult him into first place.
And just got some official scores here for senior men's tricks and vet men's tricks. Ronnie Meeks, looks like a couple minor changes here, Ben. We got Ronnie Meeks coming in at 900, James Rowland right behind him at 880, Rod Shepard in third at 630, Joe Knapp at 450 in fourth, Sparky Daniel Wicks at 410 in fifth, and Lee Stone in sixth at 320. And then for vet, John Cornish 600 coming in first, Mark Shank with a 150. So that is official, just delivered to us by our lovely support staff. And for all of our viewers at home, if there's any questions you have, go ahead and shoot me a text or Ben a text if you have our numbers, and maybe we can discuss it.
Yeah, I just got a message there from Taylor Nelmeyer,
Taylor,
up in Canada.
Great Canadian skier.
You know, I was really hoping to get him and Christina down here for the Nationals. Maybe they'll be out next year. Hopefully they can make it. I know it's tough. You know, summers are tight. There's not a lot of spare weekends in a water skier's schedule, and both Taylor and Christina, obviously.
Especially in Canada. What's their, what do they have, three months up there?
3 days.
3 days skiing. There's some tough ones skiing in that cold. Mike Briscoe, second pass. Looks like he's going for the back deep here, and he's got the plant.
200 points for Grandpa there. Mike Briscoe sticking the start. That's going to put him at 430, Lance. Looks like he's thinking about a 1 foot, and he's thinking about walking home after the event. So 430 for Mike Briscoe. That's going to give him the gold medal over Al Hager. And we are going to move on to some awards, Lance. So once again, Taylor, thanks for checking in, mate. Glad you guys are loving the live stream. Hopefully you can be a part of it next year. Like I said, show skiing, the Canadian barefoot scene, they're very, very busy. They're young ambassadors of the sport right now, so they're doing a lot up in Canada. Yeah,
I had a pleasure of getting to know Christina Nadalin as well. She did some work a couple years ago for a barefoot endurance series that we did.
That's right.
Passionate to the sport. Yeah, both good people.
All right, Lance, so I'm going to run over the podium. I'm going to keep you here, and you're going to see me over there doing some announcing.
Looks like we may have a guest appearance here, Ashley Stebbings. Is that correct?
And
no, maybe not.
You'll be announced for those at home as we get into these awards. So stay tuned, folks. We're going to be getting to these awards in about 5 minutes. Those on site will be joining us at the bleachers. And then we will be getting into our men's B, master men, and senior men's jump.
Got it. See, I got some jumping coming up soon. Men's B jump, Jake Snyder, Jason Blackburn, and John Garrity. All been around the sport for a long time. Jake is just kind of getting into three event more seriously, comes from a wakeboard background. Obviously, John has a big, for those of you watching or listening to the live stream, John Garrity, very influential on that. Jason Blackburn, a big supporter and helping out a lot as well. So, waiting here for some awards. Just got some official results in here for super veteran men. Mike Briscoe with 480, Al Hager with 100. So waiting for awards to come up here. I'll keep everybody briefed. We are running a little ahead of schedule for those of you that are watching and can see the times on the ticker tape along the bottom. We are running a little ahead of schedule. I don't know exactly how long, but just a little bit. I still am not getting an update, you folks, on awards here, but I'm not getting. All right, here we go. Looks like this is going to be a men's A tricks first, I believe. Looks like Brad Ripp is coming in third with the bronze. Brad Ripp out of Louisiana, the lovely Pearl River there. I have not been there, but I've heard nothing but awesome things. It's like in second place, Todd Phipps, skier out of Tennessee. Gotten to know Todd over the last couple years. We talk about boat slot. I've skied with him in Indianapolis. Good skier out of Tennessee. And then in first is going to be Trey Edwards, a longtime employee of the WBC's, moved on, but always love connecting with Trey. Big fan of the sport as myself. So congrats to those top three in men's A. Trey Edwards taking the gold, Todd Phipps with the silver, Bradley Ripp with the bronze. Congrats, guys. Next up, men's C tricks. Looks like men's C is coming in second. Going to be with the silver is Court Harrington out of North Carolina. Him and his son also. His son's also a skier. And then men's C, first place with the gold is going to be Sam Dubs. For tricks, that is. All right, moving on next to senior men's tricks. All right, moving on to senior men's tricks awards here. This is senior men's tricks. And I'm looking for my results here. Senior men's tricks. Senior men's tricks coming in third. Rod Shepard with 630. The silver is going to be James Rollins. And then first is going to be Ronnie Meeks. So that's a little bit of a switch there at the last minute. We had out of the boat, James was over Ronnie Meeks. So Ronnie Meeks is going to take the gold for the 2025 Nationals in senior men's tricks. Congrats, Ron. Next up, we're going to be doing veteran men's tricks. All right. Veteran men's tricks. Where is my veteran men's tricks here? Yeah, John Cornish is going to, Mark Shank in second. John Cornish in first, I believe, is going to be vet men's tricks. Congrats on the good skiing, John. Unfortunately, I know he's frustrated he didn't get that backwards pass, but happens to the best of us. Next up, super veteran men's tricks. Coming in. I've lost my feed here. First, lost my feed. Coming in second with the silver for super veteran men's tricks at 2025. U.S. Barefoot Nationals. Second, Al Hager with 100. And coming in first, Mike Briscoe with 480 points, winning the super veteran men's tricks. Very impressive skiing by those goes out of super veteran men. All right, moving on next. We're going on next to the jump, men's B jump. Always a lot of fun there. Oh, looks like I'm back live there, feeding my face. Thank you for that. Coming up next, men's B jump. Gonna have a little downtime, folks, if you want to take a break. They got to change the boats, do a couple leveling passes. I believe they're switching boats. Got men's B jump. Got Jason Blackburn, John Garrity, Jake Snyder. Jake just started jumping this year. I think John and Jason been jumping for a while. And Masterman, Blake Ehlers, Landon's dad, Lauren's father-in-law. Great ski family out of Texas. And moving into senior men's jump, Joseph Knapp, who we just discussed, Lee Stone, Rod Shepard, all been in the sport for a long time. Then we're going on to men's A slalom. After the jumping, Trey Morris, Vonell Adams, Mike Shanky, Lance Smith, David Wheeler, Top Phipps, Trey Edwards, and Brad Ripp. Then women A slalom with Heather Stokes and Betsy Gilman. Rounding out with women's B slalom with Dee Dean, master women's slalom, Vicki Klein. Then the International Women's Slalom Round 2 with Kimberly Schmidt, Kelly Blanks, and the GOAT, Ashley Stebbings. And then last but not least, the last 3 rounds of the day, the Open Men's Slalom had some got some good drama there that I've Open Men's Slalom going to be Matt Martin, Jim Sporster, Owen Schatzsnyder, and Ron Scarpa. And then Open Pro Men's Slalom got that's where I had some surprises. Barry Yoder, Paul Stokes, Mr. Brett Swanbaum, and Brody Bam Bam Meskers. And then last but not least, to close out the day, International Men's Slalom, Richard Moyes, Rodrigo Gonzalez, and Mr. Ben Groen. Looks like the boats are getting ready for jump here.
Let him know. Massage by Mike is here under the Mastermind tent. He's awesome.
All right, for those of you on site, I was just informed by the legendary Jessica Serta, Massage by Mike is here under the main tent. If you haven't used him before, do it. I highly recommend it. As soon as I get off the camera here, I'm probably going to go get one myself. Massage by Mike. He comes to a lot of barefoot events. Does a great job. He's under the main tent. Go get in line before the lines wound around the side. So for those of you that are still tuned in during our break, jump comes in so here's how jump works. You get 3 jumps and they rotate. There's 2 boats running during jump, 2 skiers at a time. So 2 skiers will go and they'll rotate back and forth, so they each get 3 jumps and your best score advances. For men's B jump, that your best score wins. There is no second round, but and then as far as the boat path, skiers call an inside, a middle, or an outside split. What that means, folks, is how close you want to be to the ramp. An inside split is the boat is pressed as close as possible to the guide buoys. Middle split is right down the middle, and then an outside split is the boat is on the hugging the outside buoy path. So it all depends your style, skier preference. So it looks like everything's good. Jump course is dialed in. There's also a system they have set up, fancy system to calculate. It's not just by the eye anymore. They have a system that tells you exactly how far, and it is where it's a part of the body that hits closest to the ramp is where they measure from. So it's not where your feet hits. If your head snaps back, it's where that head hits. They measure that distance from the end of the ramp to where that hits, and that is your jump. And lastly, these numbers are not in feet. They are in meters. I don't know why, but they are in...
It's a superior distance, Lance. It's a superior unit.
Well, obviously the Kiwi has his opinions on that, and he's entitled to that. So, yeah, I don't want to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Lovely. So we're...
I just was discussing with our viewers the rounds. You get 3 jumps. We do 2 skiers at a time, and they're rotating. Looks like...
we got John Garrity and Jake Snyder here. Are going to be our first two
jumpers.
Jason Blackburn's a scratch for the men's B event.
He is a scratch. You know what happened with Jason there?
He's not feeling that great, Lance. He was meant to trick with the boys yesterday, and he kind of opted out of that, and I haven't seen him today, so I think he's just trying to look after his body a little bit.
Sad to hear.
Be smart.
Sad to hear. So John Garrity's going to be, is it Jake or John first?
John Garrity should be our first jumper.
John's been jumping for a little bit. Jake just started jumping.
And we're gonna run the boat through here, Lance. No skiers just yet.
Okay.
This boat will run through. It'll pick up Jake. And then John's boat will be headed down to the end for John's first jump.
What do you expect to see out of men's B jump here?
You know, Jake's a very nice jumper.
He is.
He's capable of jumping 9 to 11 meters. Really tidy jumper. He comes from a show skiing background, and his signature trick, you know, Lance, he's got the bomb out, the barefoot bomb out of 2 skis.
We saw that last night.
Kind of dialed in, and that lines him up for this jumping really well. Especially in this traditional jumping where, you know, these guys are flying 8 to 12 meters. Landing on top of your feet and landing on your feet and not your butt goes a long way as far as consistency jumping and landing and things like that. And so Jake's got a great advantage there. I think you're going to see some tidy jumps from Jake right around the 10-meter range. John Garrity doesn't train jump a lot, but historically he's been very consistent in the event. He's probably good for 8 to 9 meters, and he typically does land them. So just the 2 guys here, they're fighting for the national title, and both of these guys, remember, they're in men's B, they're fighting for the overall, but as the only 2 jumpers, they have the best shot at the overall in men's B. They're going to get a lot of extra points because they're jumping and the other guys aren't jumping. And Jake especially, you know, he tricked his way to a national title yesterday around 1,300 points. So he already was in a good position jumping aside. All he needs to do is just stay calm, go out there, ride away a jump, and he's pretty much clinched up, I think, the overall title.
See what Jake's got. Always fun skiing with him.
And most people know watching at home and those on site, but for those that don't, you know, there's a bunch of buoys floating out there in the landing area, and you'll notice it's in a box pattern. So we have special software we run. We have cameras mounted up and above pointing down at the jump landing area. And these balls are homologated and measured to a certain distance. So we have to specifically measure every ball, and then we plug that into the computer and tell it what those measurements are. Once you set that up in the program, you have an imaginary box that you can land in, and anywhere you click within that box based off of your measurements, the computer will calculate that distance.
I was trying to explain that, so thanks for. I was telling our viewers about the. I was telling our viewers about the boat path, how the skier calls and explaining the inside, middle, or outside split. So I didn't get much into is it the homologation?
Homologation of it, yeah.
Homologation, thank you. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with how that works. I know there's cameras that, and is that throughout the tournament? It seems there's times you guys go out there and make sure the ramp hasn't. What are you doing out there when you go to check that? Because yesterday there was a pause in the jumping. I'm kind of curious.
Overthinking usually is what they're doing. Depends on the site and how it's set up. I'm pretty proud of what the Southern Region's done here. You know, we went out a couple years ago. We got some survey equipment and hired a guy by the name of David Carter, who's in the 3-event water ski world. He does a lot of homologation for, you know, 3-event jumping and slalom courses. And myself and several others, Barry Yoder and Brett, swam around, and we basically moved these buoys as David was on shore surveying that with equipment. And he would tell us a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, and once it was where we needed it to be, we drove those anchors in with 2 sets of 2-foot rebar, so those anchors are locked on the bottom of this lake. So when it comes to setting up this jump course, setting up this site, all it takes is for us to swim out, find those anchors, they're on subfloats, clip our buoys on, and we're guaranteed to have the same results every time.
So what do you do, though, with the fluctuating water levels?
So
we got our, oh, never mind.
Great question. The buoys are on bungees.
Okay.
So there's some stretch in the line, and that accommodates for the boat weights.
All right, we got our first jumper here, John Garrity coming in. I don't know what he calls, Ben, do you?
John Garrity is going to call an inside split. I'm guessing he's going to go about 40 to 42 mile an hour. So you're going to see him coming into the course here. You know, boat's looking steady. He cuts outside, nice and square, rides over.
Got one on the board.
Jump.
Got one on the board.
Great first tactic there for John Garrity.
What are you seeing here?
So
gonna
see how
probably
he
be
lands?
a 9 meter.
He lands directly on his butt there, Lance. You see as he comes up the ramp, he pulls in a little bit, his feet shoot out.
Right.
Typically, the bigger you go, the harder it is to hold on to those kind of jumps. You know, it's the same as this table right here. If I had you to jump up on this table, I ask you to jump down on the ground, you're not going to land on your butt. You're going to, you know, bust your tailbone. A guy like you're going to put your lower back out for 6 weeks.
Valid.
You want to land on your feet. It's the same concept out there. You want to land on top of your feet. That's where you're going to be the lightest. That's where you're going to be the cleanest and smoothest. And especially, like I said, the bigger the jumps are, the heavier that impact is. So the more you're landing on your butt, the harder it is to hold on. I'm going to guess John's jump was around the 8 meter mark, 8.6, 8.8, somewhere in there. We'll wait to see what the judges say. Did we get a jump score for John Garrity?
Not yet. They're working on it.
Thanks.
Next up, Jake the Snake Sniper. That's not
Can
it.
you repeat the jump score for John Garrity? I couldn't hear it.
That is not his nickname, but I just
No score has come out yet. Working on it.
waiting on a score for John Garrity. I wonder if there's an equipment issue. So let's talk about that briefly while we're waiting for results. If for some reason the jump isn't recorded, how does that work? Like, let's say John, that's what he wanted. He gets.
Yeah. Okay. So
he
the way
comes
the
out and
program,
gets
the way
8
the
or-
program works is, they've got a camera plugged into the computer there, and it's recording the jump course, right? So what you have to do, the protocol is the boat approaches the ramp, the judges hit a button, and it records a 5-second window of that skier coming through the course and landing, and you can then scroll frame by frame to the exact landing point. If for some reason they don't click that button, then they're not going to be able to record that jump immediately, but there's contingencies in place. The camera's recording the whole time, so we can always go back and review that jump post-event,
Okay.
and it's still captured. It's saved on the SD card, and fortunately, using the video tape measure system we use these days, there's a built-in DVR replay ability where it's constantly recording everything that we're capturing and saving it onto a hard drive. So these days, it's very hard to completely lose a jump.
Yeah.
Unless your camera physically goes down, you're not going to lose the jump per se. You're always going to be able to go back and record it later. In theory, you could record the entire event, go home that night, plug the camera in, and then judge it all after the fact.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to even be here on site.
Well, it's great with technological advances over, back when barefooting started, we didn't have all that, so it was kind of just the eye test.
Yeah, back in the day, they used to do the old protractor system. There were 3 protractors set up on shore with 2 judges stationed at each one.
They have to go to the big box.
And as they were, they'd spot where the jumper landed. The first guy would say what their angle was, the second guy and the third guy, and they'd triangulate that into a distance. So we've come a long way since then. And we're just having a hard time here getting these scores out for some reason this morning, Lance.
What do you think it is?
Not quite sure.
Is the heat affecting the cameras?
Ash Stebbings, what was going on there?
I'm trying to help the judges with the box set up. Video's ready. Send them through.
Land's clear. Water's clear. Well, skier in the water.
All right, so Jake Steisner coming for his first jump. We just talked about how we've got the stuff recorded, Lance, so it sounds like the judges are having a hard time setting up the grid on the computer program right now. But John's jump is stored, it is saved. Once they've set it up, they'll be able to go back and re-watch it so they can get that score out of the boat. And right now we're going to keep things moving. It's starting to get warm. We don't want those boats sitting down there. It's baking hot out there.
Yeah,
the
I was
drivers,
like,
the judges.
I was sitting here while you were doing awards, and all right, we'll come back to that. Here's Jake Snyder's first jump. Let's see what Jake's got. Just started jumping this year. Solid fundamentals. Let's see what he's got.
All right.
Once again, these are traditional jumps.
Look, a little practice bunny hop there for Jake, Lance, and he's going to want to land this. So he's coming over the jump, Lands a little
Oh,
bit.
nice. Did he get it?
No, he lands a little
That was
bit
a
too
nice
heavy
jump.
on his butt. Again, you'll see
Probably
his feet.
11 meters.
See how he compresses on the ramp there. His feet
That was
shoot
11
out,
or 12 meters, don't you think?
shoot out in front of him, and you know, he got a little bit too compressed on the ramp.
That looked like you guys slowed down while he was still in recovery.
His feet picked up.
An issue with the perfect pass then as well, our speed result. Can we offer him a reride?
Looks like he's going to get a rewrite on that, folks. Had a speed issue out of the boat, so Jake's going to get 4 jumps. Very nice.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
We got to wait to see what they say there officially, but
You can tell Jake's
yeah,
like, what's going on out
didn't
there?
look comfortable there, Lance. You know, a little bit too much compression on the ramp.
You just-
couldn't keep his
can you
feet
talk about
underneath
that
him.
little bit of compression?
Yeah, you know, you want to resist that ramp.
Willie Farrell was requesting we talk a little,
It-
go into depth about that a little bit.
It goes back to the old 3-event tournament jumping thing. Knees, trees, freeze is how you go over the big ramp. It's a similar concept here. You want to be solid and strong as you ride through that ramp. And like right there, you saw on the replay as Jake rode up the ramp, his legs compressed, his knees got more bent, which means he's taking that energy up into him and it's pushing him backwards as he comes off the ramp.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to be a little bit taller than you started from bottom to top. That means you've got a slight raise as you come through the
I
ramp,
noticed you,
and you're pushing off of it.
when you came into the ramp, you crouched way down. All right, let's see what John's got for jump 2 here. Did you hear what
Boat-
John's first jump was?
No, boat's slowing down. We've got a little bit of trouble here this morning getting things going with our judges and on the computer, and a little miscommunication. So we just got a few little issues we're trying to iron out here, Lance. And then I think things will start to run a little bit smoother.
Had a question from one of our viewers here. So in the handle, when you're going over that ramp, Swampy and I got into this yesterday, but I'd like to hear your perspective on it too. You know, we saw it a lot, especially in the Open Pro division and all divisions. We saw some big jumps, but a lot of that comes down to the handle placement of whether you landed it or not. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about traditional first. What you want to do with that handle from the ramp to the landing.
You know, I think it doesn't matter, traditional or inverted. The best case scenario is your arms stay totally straight through the entire ramp, through the air until you land. You know, and that's all about shock absorption. If your arms are out and you're following that handle through the air, you're going to stay a lot more on top of your feet traditionally.
Yeah.
You're going to fly a lot flatter inverted. And as you come down, you're coming down behind the handle, you're going to land a lot later, a lot more on top of your feet. And then when you do land, you've got that little bit of room to absorb and catch yourself. If you pull in the air, now you're landing with no more.
Got a boat issue, it looks like. No skier. Sorry, cut you off.
You end up with no more absorption left, right? It's like trying to, again, jump off this table and land on the ground with your knees bent before you hit the ground. You're not going to absorb the fall.
Right.
You're just going to land and get that shock. Same thing if you're landing with those arms pulled in, and especially traditional jumping, the more that handle comes in, the more you're leaning back, you're sliding under that handle, you're going to land butt heavy. It's going to be a lot harder to land that jump. You know, we often talk about with the skiers, it's all about feeling like you're hooked in your back and your scapula there. You know, if you have tension in your elbows, you have tension in your arms there, it's very easy to want to pull in. That's the first reaction as you hit that jump. If these are nice and loose and everything's nice and relaxed, you feel that pull coming from back here, you're going to follow that in the air, you're going to stay nice and straight, you're going to stay on top of your feet, and your likelihood of flying straight and landing on your feet is going to go up exponentially.
Thank you for that detailed
But,
explanation.
you know, that all has to happen in about 1 second.
Yeah, therein lies the root of the problem. So I don't know what's going on. We haven't had any word from the boat here, what the boat flip-flop is. All right, looks like the other boat is going to run here. This is going to be, that's Jake's. I don't know if they're rerunning Jake or not, folks. My apologies for not having any details.
No, we're not sure if there was a rewrite on Jake's run there or not. We're waiting to hear back. from our judges. I'm not sure if he was going to take, if he got an optional re-ride, he's obviously going to take it. That jump was a 0, so he's got nothing to lose by taking the re-ride. It's just going to be whether or not that was a confirmed re-ride for him or not.
A little bit of an ant problem over there.
Yeah, a little infestation over here we're trying to get rid of.
All right, and here comes up Jake. It looks like this is a re-ride for Jake due to a speed issue with the boat. He's going to get another shot out of here, see if what he can do.
All right, so Jake Snyder, we think he's taking an optional re-ride on jump 1. He's nice and square, tumbles out, but he lands the jump.
Oh, he pulls out of it,
up.
yeah.
So that is a score on the board. Let's see Jake still a little compressed there, Lance. See how far back he is as he lands on the water? If he could raise a little more and stay on top of his feet, he'd land that jump a little bit cleaner and it'd go a little bit further as well.
10.3 meter. Jake's PB, I believe, is 10.4.
At the regional tournament, Southern Regionals, just recently.
It is
right.
10.4, so that's just shy of Jake's PB. I'm not sure what John's PB. Can you check on that for us, Ben?
I'm going to look it down for you.
So 10.3, way to get on the board, Jake. Jake's been coming on strong this year. I've been following his skiing.
So he's going to be happy with that. That is huge for Jake Lance. He slalomed the first day, and even though he missed his back deep, he still slalomed about a 6. He went out and tricked the PB, 13.90 yesterday. 6 in slalom, a 13.90 yesterday. PB, took the golden tricks. Now he's landed a jump for the overall, 10.3. It's a big jump. John's going to have a hard time beating that. I don't want to, count chickens before they hatch, but I think Jake Snyder may have just clinched the overall title for men's B.
Here comes in John. Let's see what John has to say about that.
All right, so John Garrity here. This is John's second jump. He landed his first. We're yet to get a score out of the boat on it, but it's a score on the board. 10.3 is the score to beat. And little jump, he gets bounced out on the landing there. Hands are up, he's okay. Let's see that replay, Lance. It looked like he almost butted it out, But
yeah, the feet
just
shot
shy
forward
of touching the ramp there, really collapsing on the ramp. And you see that handle pulling, it goes up, and again, he's landing too far back. But he does have a score on the board already, so that's a big difference right there. It's going to make a big change, and looking up Jake's score, you're right, he jumped 10.3 at the regionals, so he tied his personal best.
I'm pretty sure our PBs were, but maybe not. I thought we were tied for, or no, I thought our PB, but maybe not.
There's a lot of thinking going on there, Lance. A lot of thinking.
Yeah, that's the root of my problems.
Let me look up John's personal best for you here, and we'll see where he comes out.
I think John's got a 9 something, if I'm not mistaken.
Last year at the Mike Sauber World Qualifier in 2023, John jumped 10.3. Before that was a 9.4, 8.2, 7.6 last year on the board. So yeah, he's in that 8 to 10 range, which means 10.3 is a PB. That's what Jake jumped. Now he has every bit of likeliness to do what Jake did, and maybe a little more. And he's got one jump left to do it. He landed his first jump. It definitely wasn't a 10.3. We're not sure what it was. I'm going to guess it was in the mid-8s.
Yeah.
But that means he still needs to put one out there to pull ahead of Jake. I would say with confidence right now, 10.3 from Jake Snyder is going to be the gold medal spot if John doesn't out-jump him on his final jump. And Jake now, optional rerun in that first one, which I'm assuming he took, 10.3 on the board. He's got nothing to lose now, Lance. This is time to just go big. He's got to jump on the board. He's got to want to really try to raise on that ramp, get some air, and land back on top of his feet.
See what he's got here. He's up, edging out, squaring up.
Nice
I pulled it
jump.
out. That's probably going to be a little
Landed
longer.
it again. See if we can catch him in the replay there. A little bit quick on the panning job, but
both up good. Valid jump for Jake Snyder.
You know, right around the same distance there, Lance. Those buoys are right around 10.2. He's landing right around that 10.2, 10.3 mark.
That's good.
So we'll see what our computer judges have to say. And remember, John Garrity's got a 0 right now, but I do believe he has a stored jump, so that will change.
Exact same length, folks.
There you go. So he's landing right at that mark. So just loosely, for those watching on the screen here, when they see that grid, you've got 3 pairs of buoys. You got the 10 meter, the 20 meter, and the 30 meter buoys. That's the rough estimation there, about like Jake's landing right around that 10 meter mark. I think our balls are at about 10.2 and change. So he's landing right past those. The next ones are at 20. They're, I think they're just a little bit over 20 meters, and then the 30 meter buoys are about 30, 31. So Jake Snyder happy with his jumps. He got 2 on the board, 10.3 both times, and he's opting to not take his 3rd jump, Lance. So he's probably
tied his PB. He's happy with that. Going to preserve the body.
That's clear. Water's clear.
Video good.
All right, let's see what John has. John has 1 or 2 left.
I believe he has 1 left. That first jump is saved in the system. And we'll see what Mr. Garrity can do on his 3rd jump, Lance. 10.3, the score to beat. See what he can do here. Oh, bit of a spill for John again.
He's good,
Hands are
though.
up.
He's
He's
good. Hands are
okay.
up. He's all right.
And
Let's
he's
see what
walking on
happened.
in.
See what happened here on the replay.
He's okay, Pop's okay.
His feet shot out the front. Landed fairly squarely, but got just bounced off the water. That's never fun on the old Bakaruski.
Currently working on getting a score for John's first jump.
Still waiting to hear on John's first jump, but it wasn't over 10 meters, so it looks like Jake is going to win men's B. There's that men's.
And then send jumpers out.
Do you want us just to hang out there?
Not bad, we'll get some jumpers that way shortly. Hang out and enjoy the show.
So this is great, Lance. We, you know, the judges are doing an awesome job at this event of getting these scores out of that office, getting them scored, getting them ratified. You know, we just saw Mike Briscoe and Al Hager trick their way up and down the lake, and then while they were still suited, wet off the water, on the podium, getting their awards. That's something that you don't usually see at any event, let alone the national level. And you're going to see the same thing here shortly with Jake and John. We're going to hand out their medals before we move on to our senior men's jumpers and master men's jumpers. You got Blake Ehlers, Joe Knapp, Lee Stone, and Rod Shepard coming out in the jump event shortly here.
And then is there going to be a break after that before we get into men's A, or do you?
Yeah, so we're going to do the jump events. We're going to do all of them, and then we'll have a little boat change as we get into master men's, men's A, women's B, and master women's slalom. We've got senior women's, super veteran women's, and then the girls and boys slalom, all still to come. And once we get through all of that, we'll be doing the awards for all of that slalom. And then we'll be going on to the Open Finals. It's going to be a big event to wrap up day 3. We got Open, Open Pro, men, and Open Women slalom finals.
Some guys bunched in together there, especially that Open Pro. There's a little bit of a question mark around some of the how the slalom was being cut. But those final 4 are Bam Bam Meskers, Brett the Jet Swanbaum, Paul Stokes, and Michael Barry Yoder.
Brett the Jet Swanbaum.
Just came up with that. We'll see if it sticks.
Off the cusp there, huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to write down some of these open results for you just in the finals here. so we can have a bit more of a reference point. So yesterday, the final results, you had Faith Dix leading the open women's slalom. She'll be last seed off the dock with a top score, 12.8. Second place currently, Megan Adams with a 12.4. Lauren Ehlers with an 11.8. And Amara Bruns, first off the dock with a 9.1. So 11.8, 12.4, 12.8, just one crossing splitting the top three ladies in the open women division.
That's crazy.
That is going to be a very competitive division. And, you know, 12.8 from Faith Dix, she's capable of 14 Lance.
Yeah.
So she's definitely, she's the favorite in the slalom division. Megan Adams is capable of 12 to 13. She had a 12.4 on the board. She's going to want to edge that a little bit. And Lauren Ehlers, same thing, 11 to 12. She's in the game right there, 11.8. So anything can happen with these ladies, but they're going to have to do it when it counts later on today. And then same thing with the Open Pro men's, you know, making the cut with the big dogs. You got 8 pro men's in the slalom event, and the top 4 go through to the finals. Michael Barriota had a rough time in jump yesterday, obviously, not doing what he wanted.
And gets a PB in slalom. I'm proud of him for bouncing back like that.
But yeah, PB in slalom and qualifies to ski in the finals today, up against Brett Swanbaum, Paul Stokes, and Brody Meskers.
Big dogs there,
big names in slalom, big names in US barefooting. You know, he was able to knock out Jerry Kanoya, Carter Borman, Landon Ehlers, and Noah Kinnaman. Those are some big names to take on, and that's something to be very proud of, regardless of how he jumped.
Got a couple awards here. Looks like John Garrity's going to take the silver for men's C or B jump.
B.
Men's B jump. And then Jake, still rolling with that helmet, is going to take the gold with that 10.3, which ties his PB. Way to land some jumps, boys.
Blake will be the first jumper. Oh, actually, Blake, you can go down. You're in your own division, so you can start with the jump.
All right, Blake is our sole competitor in master men's jump. So does he take all 3 in a row, or do they? How does that work, Ben?
So no, he'll take his 3 jumps, but they'll cycle him through alongside the senior men. That way we're just running things a little more efficiently. It keeps things level for the senior men's guys. And he's just, as long as he lands a jump, he's guaranteed the gold medal. He needs to put a positive score on the board here, and then he'll be checked in at Master Men's. That's 60 to 64 years old. So he's the only guy in that event. If he can get a little bit older, he can move up to the senior men's and hang out with Joe Knapp, Lee Stone, and Rod Shepard in that 65 to 69-year-old range. And Lance, I got to say, you know, if there's one thing you can't control, it's the weather at these events. And we have been putting on the goods. The heat has been a little unbearable, I won't lie, but the water conditions have been next to perfect all week long.
It's one of the great things about this site is it seems like unless the wind's right down the pipe, it's glass or close to glass.
It's
very skiable.
Really, really well protected. And
do you know if they designed that lake that way, or?
I think, well, you know, it was man-made. It was planned out by USA Water Ski. There's definitely some intention on how it was built. And I just, you know, I'm so grateful for the site, and I can't thank, you know, Polk County and Visit Central Florida enough for everything they do to support not just the sport of barefooting, but the sport of water skiing in general.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of big events that are held here every year, internationally speaking, on the barefooting level, the wakeboarding level. They had the Collegiate Adaptive Water Ski Championships out here last year. And it's just such a phenomenal site, and we're so blessed here in the South to have, access to this place and everything they do for us. For those watching at home, obviously, you're not here, but Herc Reynolds has set us up with air conditioning units across the whole site. What Central Florida's done with
very
the
accessible
bathroom
too, Ben,
accommodations,
for those that
the
are
office.
For those that are domestic or international travel, we're only an hour from Tampa, maybe an hour and 15 from Orlando from here. I mean, very accessible. And all right, here's Blake coming up. I don't know what his goal is today.
Blake Ehlers is looking to land a jump. All he needs to do is land a jump, and he's going to be walking away with the national title.
There he is.
There it is. That's a positive score on the board. Master men's jump champion right there. Blake Ehlers with a score on the board. Let's look at that jump again. He rides to the ramp. See those feet shooting out in front of him, Lance?
Yeah.
Big bounce on the landing there. He gets rocked on his butt a little bit.
That hurts the back. You think?
But, Blake's seasoned. He's been doing this for a long time. And he knows to anticipate that, and he holds on a little bit extra, so he skis the jump away. And I'll be interested to see what he does here. If he's going to take all three, Blake's competitive. He's proud. He wants to ski well. So I got a feeling he's planning on doing 2 more jumps.
0 meters on that jump.
Got a 7 meters out of the boat, folks. 7 meter jump. So he's on the board. He's going to take a couple more. I'm just talking to the... He will take, once again, he's going to take, since he is the only competitor in the division, he will take all 3 jumps right now. 7 meter jump, 7.0.
All right, so next up we got, I think, Joe Knapp's our first jumper in the senior men's event. And I got to tell you, it's pretty inspiring, Lance. We just talked about Joe in the trick event.
All right, we got another, I think this is Blake again, I believe.
No, Blake just did his first jump. This is Joe coming in.
Now we're going into senior men's, Joe Knapp.
We just talked about Joe competing at all these national events. He's still jumping at these national events. I'm going to watch his first jump here. He cuts over the ramp,
and
lands
he's on
it,
his
and
feet,
skis it away. Nice work from Joe Knapp. And we watch the approach here in slow motion, Lance. You can see he's pushing a little bit of spray. A lot of spray coming off him, so he's a little defensive, but that's playing it safe. Feet shoot out, but his feet touch first, and then he stands up and rides it away.
7.5er?
I think I'm going to say that was 6 to 7 meters, maybe a little shy of 7. But you know what? He put a positive score on the board, and knowing Joe, I think he's going to stop there.
Joe Knapp, first jump, 6.6 meters.
There you
Good
go.
call.
6.6 for Joe, and again, we talk about longevity in the sport. I got a feeling that's going to be Joe's only jump.
Yeah.
I just heard over the radio he's not taking another one. So that's how you do this for 47 years straight. You ski smart.
I should take some tips from him.
4 jumpers, and we'll do the awards after, Lee and that finish.
Thanks.
What was Joseph's distance?
John Garrity.
6.6.
Okay, we just got this in, folks. Finally, we got John Garrity's jump, which is 7.6 out of men's B. 7.6. We didn't get that score. We just had it delivered by the lovely Megan Adams. Jake Snyder won men's B with a 10.3, and John landed a 7.6. Good job landing a jump there, John.
So I got a feeling that means you're looking at your first place, second place overall for men's B as well there, Lance.
Okay.
Jake, he tricked out of his head yesterday. He put on a respectable slalom score, and the jump's going to lock him in for first place. And John picking up those extra points in the overall for jump.
We got Lee coming up here.
This is Rod Shepard coming in for his first jump. Blake Ehlers. This is Blake Ehlers' second jump in Master Men. And he lands that one as well. A little bit smoother. I'll be curious to see on the replay there. You know, you see those feet shoot out, and look at him, all but on the landing. That looked to be, you know, the first jump was 7.0. I think he improved on that some.
Yeah.
It was probably a high 7s. And Lee Stone is now swimming out into Joe Knapp's boat for his first jump. So that'll be 2 jumps for Blake. Lee Stone next on the water, and Joe Knapp is going to stay with his 1 jump there of 6.6.
Blake Ehlers, 7.6 meters, 7.6.
There you go, so we called it once. A little bit bigger than the first one.
7.6.
And that's kind of how you're going to approach this jump event. You know, first and foremost, you've got to put a score on the board.
Yep.
3 and out, you get goose eggs. It doesn't mean nothing. Doesn't matter how far you fly. So these typically, especially in the traditional event, you're going to see first jump's going to be like a respectable, nice, tidy jump, land it and ski it away, and then the next few jumps are either going to be bigger or they're going to be zeros because they're trying harder. You're trying to do more in that same amount of time. You're trying to jump a little bit further. The landings get harder. So sometimes you'll see just 1 out of 3 landed, but the other 2 are probably bigger and better jumps.
Yeah.
They're just trying a little bit more, but because they're skied away, they just pocket that first jump.
Yeah.
And after this, folks, we're moving into men's A slalom, women's A slalom, women's B slalom, masters, veterans, and super veteran women's slalom. And then we get into the junior division, girls A, girls B, boys A, boys B slalom. A lot of slalom coming up today. We got a guest appearance from KSO.
Oh, wow.
The undisputed GOAT of the slalom event himself. He's coming out to announce with you today some of the
Looking
slalom
forward to that.
skiers, and he's going to be helping run down through the finalists of the Open
Here's
Pro.
Lee Stone's jump here. I'm not familiar with what Lee usually jumps.
Lee's going to be right there in the game with these guys. He's capable of jumping 7 to 9 meters. Lee.
Skiing out of Austin, Texas.
So Lee needs to beat 6.6 to pull ahead of Joe. If he doesn't do that on his first one and he lands it, I'm assuming he'll take a second jump to try to beat Joe's score. He had a rough go in slalom, a little bit of a rough go in tricks as well. So he really needs this. The jump event could kind of pick Lee up here at this Nationals. He needs a nice solid jump. He needs to land it. Let's see what Lee can do on his first jump. Can he put a score on the board and then go for the distance on his next couple, Lance?
Oh!
Tags a foot there on the
looks like
landing.
he caught a foot. Looks like he's given
the replay here
he's
in
an okay.
slow-mo. So he really collapses on the ramp there, Lance. You'll see those feet come up and in front of him, and then 1 foot tagging early on the landing. So that you see that often with some of these guys as they come off. If they're a little unsquare, if they're cutting on the ramp or pulling in a little bit, 1 foot's going to come up in the air more than the other. And what happens is you end up reaching with this other leg, and as you fly through the air, that foot touches. Then you go another meter and then land, but it's that first touch of the water is what they're going to judge. So you can lose distance quick if you're tagging a foot like that.
So speaking of jumping, tonight's night jump, will that be live streamed as well?
The live stream won't be. The night jump won't be live streamed tonight.
Okay, so if you're in Central Florida, make sure you get out here for the night jump. It's super cool. Started tentatively about 8:30. Where there's going to be some traditional and inverted jumping there. So
we
really
got,
looking big cash prizes. There's a lot of people that have been looking forward to this, myself included.
We got eight inverted jumpers in the event, all qualified through the first round of the Nationals, and we're taking our top traditional jumpers of the Nationals as well. The top 5 there, top 6. So you're going to see, yourself, you're one of them, Brad Ripp, Dave Wheeler, Trey Edwards, Rick Moyes, and Owen Schotzsnyder are all in the hunt there as well. It's an extra tournament you guys get to ski. It's an extra score on the rankings list. And of course, those big dogs, you know, it's dark, they're tense. There's a lot of chance to zero out and for some of you guys to sneak your way
All right,
in there.
here we go.
So here comes Blake Ehlers for jump 3.
Oh, skis it
Very
away.
consistent from Blake
Pretty
there.
clean. His leg shot out there. That was interesting. Watch this.
So
His leg shoots straight out. Very interesting
Blake's
concept.
a bit of a carbon copy on all 3 jumps there. I'm going to guess that was right around the second jump, 7.6. He's right in the game. But all 3 landed, very consistent.
That's what matters, yep.
So we'll wait to see what they give Blake for his third.
7.4 meter for Blake. So
There you
that's better than
So
his previous one.
His second jump was 7.6, Lance. So he's gonna take the 7.6 meter jump and he'll be happy with that. All
Joe's
3 jumps,
6
7
points.
meters, 7.6, and 7.4 there.
We got Lee Stowe with his second jump.
Lee Stone score to beat 6.6 by Joe Knapp. Rod Shepard swimming out in the water right now in boat 2. So we're going to see Lee come through for his second jump. Then we're going to see Rod come through for his first jump. Lee will come through for his third jump. Rod will come through for his second jump. There'll then be what they call a ghost boat to keep things consistent. So there'll be no one jumping, but the boat will run through the course to keep all the conditions the same. And then Rod will take his third jump. So just to keep things
And
fair.
now you said ghost boat. That's an interesting term. Well, let's watch Lee jump here, and then we'll circle back to that. I'd like to dive into that a little bit for our viewers if we can. But all right, Lee coming up, cheeking out, still staying in the curl.
So
There he goes to edge out. It's squared up.
cuts outside. He's over the ramp.
Oh, came off a
This
little
is the
crooked
landing.
there.
Still a little squirrely on the landings there. If we watch that replay again, Lance, you're going to see those legs once again. One goes up, one goes down. A little uneven there. And it's making it hard to land
Yeah.
as that first foot
Very
lands.
hard,
You see him
yeah.
tipped a little onto the right side. But he's got one more jump left. I can see Dave Wheeler out there giving them an instruction, and he's talking exactly like what we're talking about. I can see him showing the lean in the hip. So one jump left for Lee to put a score on the board, 6.6, the score to beat.
So Lee's zeroed on, didn't ski away both.
Blake's biggest jump? Was it 7.6? Hey, what were your...
Got a special guest appearance here by Blake Ehlers.
What was your biggest jump?
I don't know, 7.6.
The middle one, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't even hear the last one.
Blake Ehlers joined us here, camera side. How you feel about your jump there, Blake? Don't know if you guys can hear him.
I'm happy that I survived, and I haven't been jumping long in
Is it a little more?
20 years.
So I'm gonna let you guest viewer or guest appearance by Blake Ehlers real quick here, folks. I'm gonna give him the mic.
Hello. Yeah, I'm happy to jump. Coming up on 63 years old, so just happy to be out there and still be able to do it. I outlasted all of them because I'm the only one in my division now
That's
that's
right.
jumping. So
But you're in trouble, you know. You're only getting older, so you're moving up into these senior guys here.
I'm right on their tail. Yeah, so I'm just, I'm playing it safe. I'm able to walk after I jump.
That's a big plus.
Yeah. So I still would like to go further. I have, I think, a 10 in me still. I got almost 10 at regionals.
Here's Rod Shepard.
Rod Shepard, now he's a good jumper. He's from my region.
Looks like Rod butted the ramp there. If you look at this slow-mo, it looks like those feet slide out. His butt hit the ramp, which gave him a little extra distance. I could be wrong, but he gets low before the ramp, those feet slide, and then you see that little bounce.
Yep.
So I mean, that was a 10-meter
He's gonna
jump
feel
from
that
Rod
tomorrow.
there, but
Yep. That's the jump that I want to get without hitting the ramp.
yeah, you're not going to walk around the rest of the day after that
hurts.
one.
No, but the next guy coming in, I ski with him. He's Lee Stone from Austin, and we have a beer bet. So we're did 2 different divisions. I used to ski against Lee last year, and we go head to head on jump. We're both no good. So it's fun. It's fun rivalry I've got with him. So the winner today gets a beer. The other one has to buy it.
This is Lee's third and final attempt for that beer bet, correct?
Correct. And he missed the first 2. He fell. So I'm hoping he rides this one away.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, Blake. Good jumping out there.
Good. Lee Stone in the water for his third and final jump.
All right, Lee Stone in the water for his third and final. Let's see if you were just tuned in. Blake Ehlers joined us on the set. Him and Lee have a ski together out of Austin, have a good beer bet here. So the pressure is on for Lee for both that bet and for senior men. Let's see what he's got.
Is video ready?
You know, Ben,
Yes.
I was
video
like,
ready.
man, his wind's picking up in here. And then I look at the lake, I'm like, oh, wait, that's the portico courtesy of Herc Reynolds there. Keeping
It's
us
nice.
cool in
Keeping
the
it
booth.
breezy. Keeping it breezy.
All right, boats up.
So once again, this is going to be Lee Stone's third jump, Lance. He needs to put a score on the board here.
Needs to just set it down.
He just needs to come in, stay square, try and land square, see if he can do it. He holds on, he misses the landing. A little bit squarer there, but just still not quite enough.
All right, so Blake wins that beer bet. It looks like Joe Knapp is going to win senior men. Oh, wait, we have, what's Rod Shepard's status? Do you know,
He
Ben?
missed his first jump, and he's got 2 to go.
Rod has 2 to go for senior men's jump. The score to beat is Joe Knapp with a 6.6. Yeah, this is impressive. Still jump. Heck, even if still barefooting at that age, but jumping as well.
Yeah, you know, these guys, my hat goes off to them. 60, 64 years old, still out here jumping, still out here doing it.
Video's good.
Ramp's clear, water's clear.
All right, here comes in Rod for his second jump, trying to beat what he had. Rod Shepard didn't hang on to the landing for the first one. Let's see what he's got here. Oh, and does he stand up by the buoy? I believe he did, folks. Tumbled out of it, shot across the wake, but I'm pretty sure he skied out of it. Let's wait until we get official word from the boat. Probably going to be a...
Rick, was he up by the buoy?
Yeah, very close, but just about.
Yes, the word from the boat, he was up by the buoy, so way to hang on and pull out of it.
Did Rod stand up by the buoy?
Please repeat.
Was that a good jump?
That was a good jump. 7.9 meters on that jump.
7.9 meters out of the boat for Rod Shepard. He did stand it up in time.
Wow, big jump there for Rod Lance. So that's going to catapult him.
Sure we could come in as a ghost boat.
So the ghost boat, while they're running that, you mentioned that may be a term that a lot of our listeners aren't familiar with for the jump. Can you talk a little bit why they run that? I mean, I understand it, but for some of those that may be tuning in.
It's to keep the tournament fair and consistent for all skiers and all conditions.
So the timing and the mental headspace to adjust to it.
And in all fairness, you know, you're doing your jump, you sit by, the boat comes through, they send a set of rollers.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep the course level, the course consistent, the same rollback and turnaround times for everybody. So when you end up on an odd level of jumpers, you end up, and especially when some of these guys are only opting for 1 or 2 jumps, it kind of throws a spanner in the works of how the event plays out. So now Rod's jumping, obviously, this last jump by himself. So sending that boat through before him, it keeps the level of consistency as if there was a jumper there before he gets back out there.
Thank you for that explanation. All right, now Rod's third and final jump. And remember, this will wrap up our jumping for the day.
Yes.
Yes, for the day. And then we get into slalom.
It's a slalom-heavy afternoon, Lance.
Slalom-heavy afternoon. For those of you that are just tuning in, going to be having the legendary KSO join us on set here. Looking forward to that. The undisputed slalom GOAT. I'm going to have to take a break because I'm actually going to ski, but then I'll be joining back after that. A lot of good slalom this afternoon in all divisions.
So yeah, we're going to be joined by hopefully John Cornish and Keith St. Onge are going to be announcing the slalom as we start off here. Men's A, Women's B, Masters, Veterans and Super Veterans, Women's Slalom. And then as we move further into the day, I think you're going to jump back in to join us again for the Open Pro Finals there.
Looking forward to it. Rod's third and final jump. Just got the all clear. Very good communication by the safety team there.
Okay, so third and final jump for Rod. This is for all the gravy. He's got the 7.9 on the board. He's a national jump champion already. He just wants to put it a little bit further for the overall.
Oh, tumbled over the top
and it looks
there.
like he gave it his all there, Lance. I gotta say.
Let's take a look at the replay.
He looked like that was a little bigger distance. He got a little more pop on the ramp there. That's got to be out in the 9s. That was probably a low 9-meter jump, missing the landing there, but a good jump for Rod Shepherd.
And that will wrap up our jumping for today, folks. Going to be taking a little break to change out boats, and we'll get into men's A slalom. So stay tuned.
Hey, good luck, Lance. I know you're up next out there.
Thank
you. All the best in the slalom event, and thanks for the time at the desk.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You and me right now. Okay, so it's being delayed. It's horrendous. I don't want it either. Someone put it there, but it's not mine, so it can go anywhere. And Lance, can you leave that shirt here for me? Thanks. So folks, we're going to do a little boat change. We'll be handing out some medals on site for what you just saw there. The senior men's, master men's jump event, Blake Ehlers, the master men's jump national champion with that 7.6. And senior men's jump, your jump champion with a 7.9 was Rod Shepherd. Second place, 6.6 meters, Mr. Joe Knapp. Jumped the very first nationals and still jumping ever since. And shortly after this, we'll be moving on to men's A slalom. We're going to have a boat change. We'll be getting into the men's A slalom, which is up right now. And then hopefully by midday, about 12 o'clock, we're going to be getting into women's A, women's B, master senior, and super veterans women's slalom as well. Looks like we're still running right about on schedule. And I'm joined now, Mr. Cornish. How are we doing today, sir?
Oh, pretty good. Can't complain, really.
Congratulations on the national title.
Thank you.
You know, Lance and I were cheering you on before. It was a tough deal on the second pass. Like I told Lance, I think you would have rather had the silver medal and skied out your second pass than the gold and not skied out that second pass.
Yeah, but
That's
you know, you have to get those things out of the way.
That's part of the fun of the sport, right?
Exactly.
And but you know what? You looked great on that first pass. All the 1 foot stand-ups really solid. The tumble turns were nice. Tolls were clean. So you, overall, in the grand scheme of things, I think you're looking really good for the Masters coming up next month. You got to feel good about that front pass.
Oh, I felt good about the whole tournament. I try to pride myself in being consistent. Just wasn't as consistent today as I'd like to be, but I can't complain about it. I
Good.
mean, you know, it might have been I was worn out after the first one, or the fact that I had such a full fast in the front run. You just don't know at this age.
Yeah.
It messes with you, and away you go.
Totally does. Absolutely. It's a hard thing. You know, sometimes that first pass goes so well, the adrenaline gets pumping and the nerves get going, and you're just so excited. It's hard to stem that all in.
Well, I've named that now. I pulled a Ken Reynolds today. And that's out to you, Ken, in all love and concern, buddy.
Yeah, Ken can appreciate that very,
Exactly.
very well after the tricking yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's just part of the deal, right? We just saw that with some of the men's A guys and tricks as well. Todd Phipps, you know, phenomenal first pass backwards, 1500, gets the back to front, and then misses the toe up on that second pass.
Exactly.
And it all disappears again. It's going to be interesting to see these 8 guys in the slalom event for the men's A. There's a lot that can happen here, a lot could change, and you know, Trey Morse and Trey Edwards are kind of fighting out the overall right now.
Right.
Between their jumps and their tricks, it's a pretty tight battle. So it's going to come down probably to Trey putting on a good score.
And what's very interesting is that, you know, I don't know Trey Morse that well. I know he's sort of coming new into the sport, but he has come on really strong suddenly,
Yes.
so to speak. And of course, our buddy and loved one Trey Edwards, it's just really good to see him in the top running here, fighting for that.
How can you not love Trey? Everybody loves Trey. I mean, he's always willing to help out at every event. He always got a smile on his face, you know, and to see him win the national title there was pretty cool.
Yes.
Very proud of him
Absolutely.
to do that.
And it's not that we don't love these other guys. I mean, obviously Todd Phipps, I've skied with him so many times. He comes to the house. David Wheeler's such a strong guy out there. He's a really nice guy. Shanky, of course, you know, driving, doing it all.
I don't think I've ever seen that man unhappy.
I was just going to say, supportive and happy all the time.
Totally. Always got a smile on his face. He's always willing to help. You know, I spend a bit of time in the Midwest region over the summer with my clinic season. And any chance I can get to ski a tournament up there, you know, Mike Shanky, Scott Stouffer, the Adams family, these guys are all, they're such hard workers and they love it at the same time. You know, they came to the movie premiere of Jake's movie last night, and then they came back here, set the spotlights up for me in the dark last night for the upcoming jump event, turned them on, made sure we had the lighting coverage. And,
oh, that's cool.
you know, just so happy to put in the extra work and the extra distance, and it doesn't go unmissed, I can tell you that.
And then you have Von L. Adams, who has Von L. is a tough skier. I mean, he shows really great promise. He's up and down, but he's happy about it. He's just seems to be happy to be out there.
He's always got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
You know,
And being our homologator here this weekend, he's working hard. Of course, Lance, can't count out Lance. He's just such a solid supporter, announcing and so forth. And finally, our top seed, Brad Ripp, from down in the Pearl River.
Yeah.
He has really come on in his barefooting and his support and doing what he does down at the Pearl. We have a really good bunch of guys in that group.
Yeah, these are a lot of good servants to the sport, I guess you could say. You know,
yeah.
A lot of these guys, they just they want to see the sport grow. They care a lot about the sport, and they put a lot of time in to make things happen.
Yeah, and I was talking to someone just earlier up at the starting dock about how in the old days we always had a lot of the people were working and helping with the tournament but there were a lot of people that just skied.
Yes.
Today, it seems much more appropriate to say more of the skiers are helping and working than in the early days.
Absolutely.
And I may be criticized for that, but that is my personal judgment on this end of things, particularly watching this tournament in the last couple.
Yeah, and it's pretty neat to see. I got to say, as tournament director of the Nationals here and part of the LOC, I'm extremely proud of the lead officials we have at this tournament. Our chief driver, Lana Nealers, chief judge, Lauren Ehlers, assistant chief judge, Ashley Stebbings, Groen, our chief scorer, Megan Adams, her brother, Max Adams, chief video. You've got all these individuals, all under the age of 40, that are the lead officials running this thing. And what a show they've put on. They've done such a great job, these ladies, at getting these judges' sheets efficiently scored and ratified and posted, and just the speed of some of these results, it's really promising for the sport.
Well, someone actually said to me, and it might have been Tim Pelleton when we were talking up there, that everybody that has a job is really doing their job.
Yes, that's a great, I like that. It's a great way to put that.
And that really it spreads the load out, I guess is a better way to say
Yes.
that. And that's what it does.
Yeah, when you got everybody kind of taking care of their own thing and you don't have to worry about who's doing what, it makes a big difference on the event.
And by the way, I did get a message from Ken Reynolds that a lot of love, buddy. And we do have some senior men jump results here. I don't know if those were announced before, but we have Joe Knapp, who had a 6.6 meter jump in second place. And we have Rod Shepard, who took the jump event with 7.9 meters. And for a bunch of old guys in the senior division, that's impressive.
That's very impressive. Absolutely. That's senior men's is 65 to 69 years old.
They're right under me.
Yeah, they're young pups to you.
But that is impressive. I'm just happy they're jumping and hope they're enjoying it. Because I get the urge to jump, but then I sort of get
you
smart.
rationalize?
Yeah, something like that. No one ever accused me of being smart.
Carolyn comes back over and kind of tucks you back into reality.
No.
Yeah. I ain't looking after you.
No. She deals with all the other stuff.
Yeah.
No jumping.
That's a compromise. That's fair.
Yeah.
So I've been looking at the overall scores for these men's A guys because this is their final event for the overall. So as it stands right now, your top 4 guys in contention for the overall are Brad Ripp, Todd Phipps, Trey Morse, and Trey Edwards. A couple of the others there, Lance Smith went down early in the trick event. Mike Shanky had a score down to 900. Von Al zeroed out and jumped. Dave Wheeler, nice jump at 1080. He's in the fight there as well. But right now, Trey Edwards is up in the lead. He has 1,694 points in the overall. Followed closely by Trey Morse at 1,586. So a little over 100 point spread there between those two guys. Then you got 400 points below that is Todd Phipps at 1154. And Brad Ripp right now, third place, 1267. So you've got a bit of a fight between Todd and Brad there in the 11 to 12s. And then up on top, 1,500 points between the two Treys. So this slalom event's really going to define who comes out on top. Trey Morse, slalom's probably his weakest event looking at his previous scores. Lance and I were talking about it. He's at like a 6 to a 7 pace this season, whereas, Todd Phipps, very competent slalomer. Brad Ripp, very competent slalomer. Trey Edwards, very capable of 11, 12.
Right.
So Trey Edwards is probably going to lose an edge in the slalom event.
How far is he ahead right now in overall?
He's 100 points behind.
Trey Edwards?
Yeah. In that office there, they're working on it, but just go. Yeah, we're kind of on a trial until slalom, like pro slalom, but so the goal is tomorrow.
Anyway, when you look at these scores and how close they are,
Ski up and down.
it really doesn't, it actually puts the pressure on everybody to perform at their best. And they can't really push it and go for the broke because you don't want to lose those points that you're ahead or so narrowly behind. So there's pressure on each one of these skiers to do what they have to. And knowing that Trey Morris is coming out first, he's going to have to set the bar for everybody. So that may be a little added pressure on Trey just to make sure he gets that good score up there and makes everybody else work towards him. And it looks like Trey's in the water. And he's going to be coming in forwards. It doesn't look like there's any breeze bothering the water at this point in time, so he should have pretty good clean water. There he is on the outside. And he starts. Nice 1 foot, very solid. It doesn't look like he's rushing himself. He wants to just make sure he scores solidly.
Really clean skiing here from Trey Morse, Sean.
Absolutely.
Wow, 5.6, all clean, no question there. So I think he's going to be pretty happy with that. If he can get into the mid-5s, I'm assuming he's going backwards 2 foot the second pass. And you know, 2 feet backwards, he's probably going to get between 4 to 6 crossings.
Right.
So he's going to get a 2 to a 3, which means he could be up 7s to 8 pace there. 5.6.
5.6. You were right on. Well, that's what I was saying while you were talking with Paul. As close as they are, that puts a pressure on everybody in how they're going to ski and what they're going to ski. They really can't go for it full out because you don't want to lose any solid points.
No, it's you're fighting for the slalom title here, but these guys are trying to figure out the overall at the same time, and it's like, well, do I sacrifice the overall and risk it for the gold in slalom, or do I focus on that overall?
Put those points on the board
get the score
and get
where
that
I need
over.
it.
And the fact that Trey Morse was first off on the water, he has to set the bar.
Yes.
And get what he needs to get all on his own.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting setup, you're right, because, you know, these scores are seeded from lowest to highest, these guys coming into the event. So typically your competition lays at the bottom half of the list. But like we talked about, Trey Morse, you know, he invert jumped at 17.70 at a good trick score. He's in the hunt for the overall, but with his slalom score being lower, he's got to go out first thing. And usually that's a no-pressure job. Now it's a high-pressure job. Set the bar.
Here he comes backwards.
And make the other guys nervous. So let's see what he can do on his second pass.
2-footer there. Oh, looks like he's trying to do one.
Wow, I think he could have had that too, John. That's 3. He's up.
Oh, that's a definite 1-footer there.
4, 5 crossings, maybe a 5.2. I'm going to give him, you know, let's look at that first 1 foot crossing here. You know, is that foot up in time before he comes back in? It's right on the lip.
It's right on the edge. Now, see, that's an interesting point, too. In the first one, I would not have given him that one. But in the replay, it looks like he might have got it up.
Yeah, I think it just cleared in time, but it's going to be tight.
And the judges don't get the replay.
No, the judges don't get the chance to replay, which could be a good thing.
Yep.
So that 5.2, you know, 3 of those were 2-footed crossings, so he's going to get at least 1.5 off of that, which means 3.7, maybe 3.2, depending on that 1-foot cross. But I'm going to say he's going to end up with an 8.8 or a 9.3, which is, that'll be a PB for him looking at his scores, and that's a serious score for the rest of these guys.
And that puts the pressure on, absolutely. Because that makes everybody perform to that level or higher.
Yeah, you're putting on the heat for the rest of these guys there, and you know, we've got a few guys in between. You've got Von Al Adams, Mike Shanky, Lance Smith, Dave Wheeler. All of these guys also competitive in the slalom event. And high 8-9 score is no easy task.
No, it's not. And you have Von L. Adams. He's lining up. He's in the water, ready to go.
Now, Von L needs to do something here. He zeroed out in jump. He had a rough go in tricks there. It'd be really good for him to put on a nice slalom score, John, and kind of make his way onto the podium in the slalom event here, but it's not going to be an easy road for him.
And he could be a spoiler for those top 4 guys.
That's right.
All right, here comes Von L. He's going to do his forwards pass first. He's starting on the driver's side.
1 clean, there's 2. 3. Coming back now, that's 4. He's close to the edge, but I think he's all clean so far. He's playing it really close. 6. 6.2 he put down, so it'll be a 6.1 on that last cross. I think the rest of them he's going to get credit for, but it's pretty tight.
You know, and we're seeing it on a video, and it's a little different video than what the judges are seeing, but on that first cross he came across, his foot was going up and down. Now, whether anybody saw a touch on that,
yeah,
that's what we don't know.
That little fluctuation in there. And Trey Morse.
Was 9.2.
Wow.
That's putting the pressure on.
Perform.
Yes, sir. That's how to come through with a personal best.
Personal best, and I mean, not just skiing for the slalom title, skiing for the overall, and that's putting the pressure on Trey Edwards.
Really, it does.
Trey, like I said before, Trey's capable of slaloming into the 10 plus. This year he's had 2 bad tournaments in slalom. He slalomed a 5 something and a 7 something.
Yeah.
So again, anything can happen with these guys at this point in time.
And Trey's been dealing with his injury. Okay, 6.1. So he got credited with almost everything.
Yeah, everything in that last cross, that point 2 got
just
cut in half.
Yeah. So Von L. Adams did very well.
This could be good for Von Al. If he can put on a nice back run, put on a decent score, and be in the hunt, that'd be a bit of a pick-me-up.
Now, does he do back ones?
I don't think so. I watched his trick run. I'm going to say he doesn't do back ones.
I didn't think so, but...
in fact, he might do 2 front passes. I'm not sure, John. It looks like a rope hook. It looks like he's going forwards again. Yeah.
Okay, so he'll get 25% of his lowest 2 runs, correct?
Correct. So if he can repeat what he did around that 6.2 pace, clean that up a little bit, he's going to end up with probably 1.5 extra.
Oh, no, there he has a touchdown right away.
2 was clean. There's 3. 4. Oh, he sits down again on 5. There's 6. I'm going to say 6-2 just, but at least 2 cuts there.
Yes, and, you know, again, we're not the judges. There's a couple in there I think they would look at as maybe cut.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's probably going to get pulled back to almost a 4.
Correct.
And then that's going to get 25% penalty for a second pass. So he's probably going to pick up an extra point. That 6.1 might go to a 7.1, 7.5, but it's not going to be enough to get ahead of Trey. And with the rest of these names, Brad Ripp, Dave Wheeler, Lon Smith, Shanky, Phipps, and Edwards, I don't think...
It shouldn't impact them, but they do have to ski.
They still got to go up, and they got to put the scores down. That's right. And who have we got up next? Probably
Mike.
The Shankster. There you go.
The Shankster.
So we'll see what Mike can do. I think he's going to float in the middle of this pack. You know, Shanky's capable of getting up in 8, 9, 10s kind of thing. And that's kind of going to be a breaking point in this division, I think. You know, a lot of these guys can slalom, let's say, a 12 or a 13, but can they do it on the day under pressure? Are they going to get cut on a couple, you know? And especially at this, what's the right word I'm looking for? At this skill level.
At this level of yeah.
You can sit down early quickly and lose a lot of points.
And again, I don't mean this in any negative form, but guys like Shanky, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
I am impressed that he is out there and can do what he does. He is just a big boy.
He is a large lad, and he doesn't show it on the water, though. He
No.
looks pretty clean. Look at that.
Look at this.
1 foot, probably docked on 2 there.
Yeah.
There's 3. Going back, there's number 4. 5, a little early there. 6 is clean. Wow, nice pace from Shanky. That's probably a 7 pace, but I got to say he's probably going to get cut on a couple of those, John.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would say at least 2 of them.
Yeah.
But again, look how nice and clean he stands there and just solid.
Very light on the water for a guy his size, you know.
Absolutely. And he's got that vintage wetsuit that is really good looking. I like that
Yeah.
suit.
The classic red, white, and blue there.
Yes, sir.
So we're still waiting to see Von Al's second pass there. Again, I don't think it'll change too much, but we'll see what they say on Mike Shanky as well. But I'm guessing a 5.5 to a 6, depending on how many of those they cut. And what's really neat about this division too, you know, you got 8 guys in the men's A division. All 8 of these guys were in the jump event, Shanky included. You know, it's neat to see so many outside of open divisional age skiers and stuff jumping at this tournament and being competitive like that.
And really adding to the competition.
Absolutely.
By doing it.
Yeah.
It looked like Von L, they had a score up there of 6.2.
Yeah, that's what I
And we
saw.
had 6.1, so I don't know if something changed or what.
You know, maybe he got cut a little more on the first pass, and then he got that extra 1 on the second pass. So 6.2 might be his final score.
Yeah, I don't know. I just saw that difference. Here comes the Shankster back on his second pass. He's going to come in backwards.
They gave Shankster a 6 there, so that was what we were in line with. A 7 pace with 2 cuts. So if he can get a good 6 crossings, let's say here, he's going to need a little bit quicker pace than that. Now he's moving on that crossing.
Yes. It almost looks like he's getting ready to try to do a 1 foot.
Oh, you can see he's thinking about it on his left leg. There it
is.
That was clean.
Absolutely.
Wow, nice skiing from Mike Shanky. 5.6, 5.8 pace. That'll get cut to a 2.9, but one of those was definitely paid.
Yeah, I would paid him, so he snuck that one in there and just really.
You're right, you could see him warming up on that cross. And then this next one here, he picks it up nice and clean all the way through. I'm going to guess about a 3.4 for Mike Shanky, and Von Al's score got adjusted to a 7.2.
Yes, 7.2. Why don't we write that in there? So we, of course, you have it on your phone. So
7.2 for Von Al, and waiting to see what Mike Shanky does. I'm going to guess 3.4, and he had that 6 in the first pass, so I'm thinking he's going to end up with maybe a 9.4. If he's lucky, he might sneak by.
He could sneak right in there. That's what I was saying. I think he was warming up for that 1 footer from the first go. You look at that first cross, he was really heavy on the left and finally just picked it right up. Of course, we got Lance Smith coming up next, and again, Lance could be a real spoiler here.
Yeah, Lance, he's capable of 6 to 7 forwards. You know, all clean 1-footers, and then backwards, his 1-foot slalom's coming along backwards. He's very capable of slamming, you know, a good 5 pace backwards. You're going to look, if he could ski out a run, 11 to 12, he could really move up in the pack. It's more about keeping composure at this point.
Absolutely. And or was he keeping anything in the tank? It was like this morning, Court Harrington. You know, he's been scoring 400 all along. Comes out here today, scores 600.
Yeah.
He put the pressure on Sam Dubbs, all of a sudden having an extra 200 points in there. And here comes Lance Smith, one of our big supporters and sponsor, I believe.
Yeah, Just Add Water. Oh, sorry, Just Add Water. He is a plumber. LD Smith Plumbing.
He adds water, too.
Yeah, exactly. It's all water-based.
Okay, there he goes. 1 foot.
Nice.
Nice and clean.
Crossings. Looking clean for Lance here. Solid. There's 4. Steady and strong. There's 5. This is a nice pace for Lance. He looks assertive here for 6.2. Oh,
Yeah,
just outside the wake. Probably a 6.2 pace.
Yeah.
But no question on pay, I think.
No, I
that's
think he
6.2
got 'em all.
clean. And
It doesn't look like these guys are pressuring to go fast. It looks like they're trying to go solid
yeah,
and clean.
that
and-
was a really strong run from Lance. You're right. You know, he was in a rhythm, but he wasn't flying or out of control or anything like that. Mike Shanky there, 8.9.
Now, Vaughn L. Adams now has a 7.25 up there. And 8.9 for Shank. And
Oh, 6.6.
6, yeah, so
So they gave Lance, they gave him inside the wake. We had him
Right.
right on the edge. But that's big. And, you know, Lance needs a pick-me-up. He had a rough going backwards there, cutting outside the wake. He caught a heel and lost his back run, which is where he's going to make all his points and tricks.
right.
And
But now he has to come in backwards on this
yes.
to score.
And like I said, this is what we talk about, right? He's capable right here of slaloming 5 to 6 backwards on 1 foot. That's going to give him 11 to 12. He's also capable of sitting down early on all those crossings, getting a 2 to 3. He's also capable
which
of
puts him in that 9 range.
yeah, or he's just going to catch a foot on a transition or something. This is a very
Well, we don't want to see him do that.
temperamental stage of skiing right here with the slalom event.
I got one. And Lance has elected to wear his neck brace.
Yep.
Um,
It's a big hit on that man's shoulders. That neck needs all the support it can get.
I understand that.
So Lance Smith looking
Oh, thank
for
you.
redemption in the slalom event after his tricking today. Very capable of a good slalom score. Let's see what he can do here. First crossing, 1
He
foot.
got the one up.
I'd say that's clean. Here he goes, number 2. Nice clean crossing, number 2. Number 3, clean and up as well. Number 4 now, that was good. A little wide on
Get-
this
get
side.
a little
He's
faster
losing
there.
time.
And he sets down.
So probably a 4.8 with 1 cut. I'm going to say maybe a 4.3, John. But that will give him a 10.9 potentially. We'll see what the judges say.
Which would put him into the lead right
Yes. And we're kind of getting down to bubble time. You know,
Exactly.
Lance, Dave, Todd. As you get down, you're going to start seeing who's on the podium or not on the podium. So we're going to wait to see what the judges say. I'm guessing I'm going to stand by a 4.3.
now. 11.1.
Wow. Okay, so that was a 4.5. So they gave
Yeah.
him 5 clean, 5 crossings with 1 cut.
Right, absolutely. That's a nice score, and that's a spoiler score.
Yeah, it is 11.1. That is that's a good strong score here. Putting on the heat for some of these other guys. And looking at Lance's other skiing, a 9.5 was his PB going into this event. 9.6, sorry. So that was a personal best.
And that's a nice step up. 2 crosses, basically.
Yeah. So
And again, that really puts the pressure on for this overall. If he were to hold on to first place, and you've got Trey Morris right now that's basically 2 crosses away.
yeah. With doing that, Trey did have 1,000 points in the slalom event. He's just gone down to the low 900s now, just off of Lance's slalom score. So that definitely affects how the rest of these guys are going to ski and shake out.
And another competent skier here, Dave Wheeler, coming in from Texas. I mean, you just don't know how he's going to do and where he's going to put it. Front ones, he's going.
Oh, a little early there, but he's got some good angle and lean here. He's moving fast, got good drive. There's 4.
He's driving harder than the other guys that we've seen so far.
That was really efficient on some of those
Yes.
transitions. Like you said, John, he seemed to be pushing the envelope a little bit more than the other guys so far. I'm going to guess I had a 7.2, I was a little late, so probably a 7 pace. He had that 1 early down, which is going to cost him, so probably a 6.5 if I had to guess, but he was really going for it. You know,
And he was diving for it sort of on that last one too. So
yeah. And Dave Wheeler, you know, he's skiing in the Masters suit there coming up, Team USA Masters suit. So he's off to France next month.
It'll be good to have him there. It'll be fun.
So this is definitely a warm up for him as well. He wants to do well here, but again, it's tough, right? This is the Nationals. You want to do well, you want to put scores on, but in the back of your mind, you're going, okay, this is the big show, but the really big show
is coming up.
Is coming up in 5 weeks, and that's what you want to stay fit for and healthy for, and that's where it's really going to matter on the world stage.
It's really going to be interesting, it being the second Masters and going into Europe to hold it. Obviously, the U.S. had, I would say, a bit of advantage just with the numbers that we had showing in Texas in 2022.
Definitely.
And will we be able to hold off the Aussies, who have a stronger presence in Europe than the U.S. will?
Yes, yeah, the Australian contingency looks really good coming into the Masters there. You know, the Australians, they're not afraid to travel.
No. And we all understand that they only take the top 3 scores, but still, when you have that many more skiers, it just gives you more to pick from,
Totally.
so to speak.
Absolutely does.
But I'm looking forward to it. Can't hardly wait for that.
So Dave Wheeler, they gave him a score of 6.0.
Okay.
So that's a 7 pace with 2 cuts.
Yeah.
That's where, you know, the more you drive, the more you push, you're risking
Might get that.
that cleanliness. So 5.1 is what he needs to pull ahead of Lance Smith here.
Nope. There's the back 2.
So he's 2 2-foot crossings so far. There's the third 2-foot crossing, and he gets a little stumbled.
So,
so
I
probably
would say he got 3 crosses.
Yeah, 1.5. They're all 2-footers.
Yeah, so
that's going to be like a 7.5 for Dave Wheeler.
yeah, so that doesn't help. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't affect anything right now.
No.
Unfortunately, it puts him out of the podium.
Yeah, and this is where we're getting into the thick of it now.
7.5. So.
Yep. So for Lance Smith right now, these next 3 guys dictate where he's going to end up. If
Absolutely.
Todd Phipps goes out there and slams less than 11.1, Lance is guaranteed a shot on the podium. If Todd goes a more than 11.1, it's up to Trey Edwards and Brad Ripp to also ski out that 11.1. So this is coming down to the wire here. This is going to be a very competitive finish to this division. And I'm going to look up some history here on some of the other guys and see what kind of scores we have. Todd Phipps, he's coming in with a personal best of 11.8. And historically here the last 3 years, 9.2, 11.2, 11.2, 10.8, 11.8. 7.6, 11.5, 11.8. So Todd's a pretty consistent slalomer in that 11 range.
Well, been skiing with Todd some and following his career. He has been really working hard in the last year and a half to get those back ones in there.
Yeah.
And that's what has brought his score up 2 to 3 points, just to the fact he's entering that back 1 area.
Yes.
And builds his score up and brings him right up to the top.
So he's kind of in the same division as Lance here, isn't he? He's got a strong front run, and those back ones are make or break.
And here he comes on those front ones. Now he's doing them nice and clean. Doesn't look like he's pushing a lot, but you can see he's starting to build just a little bit of speed, trying to make that transition faster.
All right, 6.6, 6.8 there, and I got no problems there cleanliness-wise. I think everything was good.
Clean the whole way.
So it's going to come down to that back run.
So if he did get 6.6 there, and he can do 5 clean back ones, that gives him 11.6, right?
Yes.
Which puts him right in front of Lance.
Yeah. 6.6. So
okay,
we're right on. And you're right, yeah. If he does that, he's guaranteed a spot on the podium. He moves ahead of Lance, and then Lance is in purgatory watching Trey and Brad go out there
exactly.
and ski.
And you know, let's just hope the pressure doesn't get to Todd on his back deep or picking up or
that
whatever.
That doesn't happen to anybody, does it?
No, it doesn't happen to anybody. again, as we said earlier, these three guys still have to go out and ski it.
Yeah, they do. You know, Trey Edwards, he's seated the highest in the second highest in the event. He has a 13.6 PB, but that was from 2 years ago. He's served some 12s in the last couple years. And then this season's kind of been a rough one for him. He's nursing that shoulder. He's been busy with work. Brad Ripp, he's very, very capable slamming 13s, anywhere in that 11, 12, 13 range, coming in with the seeded score of 13. So
I'm just hoping the pressure doesn't get to any of these guys and it's something silly that takes away the competition.
You want to see them ski out both paths.
Yeah, I want to see them all do well.
Exactly
and just
right.
see how it plays out.
Yeah, I agree.
Here comes Todd coming in backwards as we expected. And we know he has to do back ones, and there he starts.
One
Nice.
crossing, nice and clean. There's two. He's a little lean, but he's keeping composure for three. Looking good here. Four for Todd. He gets stalled out a little bit. Is he? Oh! So that was, you know, I don't know, John. This is going to be tough.
This is
You know, let's say that was a 4.8.
yeah.
Because he fell on that cross, that 0.8 is going to be a 0.4.
Yes.
4.4 and 6.6 gives him 11.0.
Yes.
He's going to be right around Lance Smith and 10.9.
10.9. He just came underneath.
So that means they gave him 4.6 in time. 0.6 becomes a 0.3. 4.3, 6.6. Wow. But that is a good score for Todd in the overall. Remember,
Yes.
we're still chasing the overall right now. It's pretty close to 1,000 points up against Lance Smith.
Right.
So that's going to give him a little bit of a boost getting closer towards Trey Edwards.
And I would say Todd was thinking exactly what we said before he started. He needs to get 5 good, solid ones.
That's right.
To put him just in front of Lance and put him where he needs to be in the overall.
Yes.
And yet he just comes up a little bit short.
Just a little shy there. So that means Trey Edwards score to beat 11.1. Lance Smith currently got a ticket to the podium. Todd Phipps 10.9. That's no easy score to beat either. He's still in contention here for second or third with Trey and Brad yet to go.
And Trey's coming in backwards for his first pass.
First guy we've seen go backwards
I'm
first.
just wondering what his thought was. Okay, Trey. Let's see what you got, buddy.
1, nice and clean for Trey. 2, looking good. There's 3. 4 for Trey. That's 5. Wow, 5.6.
That's what I would have given him.
Good score for Trey Edwards there. And remember, he needs to stay up with Trey Morse at 9.2. He's 100 points ahead in the overall right now, but if he falls too far back, Trey Morse is going to sneak past him in the slalom event.
And again, I would say Trey was being somewhat conservative and just trying to be clean and consistent and put the wake points on the board.
Yep, he wanted the score on the board, like you said. He was trying to maintain a consistent pace, stay clean, which he looked clean to me. I think he was pretty efficient at staying on one foot the whole time.
And again, not meaning any negativity at all towards Trey, but I think we're seeing a lot more maturity out of Trey in this tournament than I've seen in any other one.
Yes.
Watching him ski, watching him think about what he has to do. As we both know, there have been some other tournaments, Trey's out there just flying around. This one has been very methodical. He has skied the tournament he needs to ski. He's positioned himself to be right where he is by the way he's skied.
He's put the scores up in every event so far. He jumped 12.3. He was the only guy in the event to trick over 2,000 points. And now, you know, he just needs to seal the deal here on the second pass, front slalom.
And I think that first pass shows I'm going to be consistent and solid. I'm not going for the speed.
Yep.
And now we need to see what he does forwards.
5.8 on the first pass there. So he needs a 5.3 to pull ahead of Lance Smith. Anything over that, he's putting the heat on Brad Ripp. See what Trey can do here. One crossing, nice and clean. There's 2. I think he's up clean. There's 3. Easy, Trey. There's 4. It's hard to tell, John. A lot of spray there from Trey. 5.
I would say they're clean. There was a lot of spray, but I think he was skiing somewhat defensively.
Yeah, he did. He looked like he's sitting back. He's kind of low. You know, there's a lot of spray coming off his feet there, and it's just like he's buried in the spray there. That's going to be hard to judge.
But the point is, the other side of that, he didn't come out the front door as we've seen him do once in a while.
No. And it looks like 5.8 with his score forwards. So he's going to get an 11.6.
Good for Trey.
And if that score stays, that's going to lock him in for the overall, John. That gives him 1,000 points. Even if Brad goes out there and pushes this to 12, 13, even 14, that's not going to be enough for Brad to make up the difference. And it's going to keep Trey ahead of Trey Morse and Tom
Absolutely.
Phipps. So, stand-up tournament for Trey Edwards, once again.
You know, and again, with all the love in the world, that is a level of maturity we have not seen in some past tournaments out of Trey.
Right.
And that's just great to see. Whoop.
So,
and now we have Brad Ripp out of the Pearl River in Louisiana.
yeah, and this guy loves the sport, John. He's very passionate about his skiing. He's very invested in his skiing. Like Paul just mentioned, he's been working hard on the slalom. He landed a jump, nice jump, 10.5 earlier in the tournament, and he's going to want to put on a good score here.
And you could see it down there. He gets serious.
Oh yeah, he's in the zone when he's on that start dock and getting ready to go. So he's looking clean and he's looking smooth here, John. 5 crossings in. He's going to be careful on that side there. 6.
The only thing I would say on that run is when he's coming back to that driver's side, is he setting down early? That will be where the judges are and what they see.
This 4th crossing right here, he's right on the edge. A couple of those transitions.
Exactly. And when we get the new scoring, but right now, that's anybody's guess. Brad Ripp, he got 7.0, so he was clean on all of those. Good for him. So, as we look at the seating has come out.
Go for it, baby.
Pretty close, although we did have a couple spoilers. A couple of those guys that were seated early, they put up some pretty good scores.
Yeah, they did. Oh, sweet.
So now we'll see how Brad does at being the #1 seed. Of course, all he has to do is put 5 good back ones out there, and he'll be right where he was basically seated.
Right now you got Trey Edwards in first, 11.6. Lance Smith second, 11.1. Todd Phipps, 10.9. So Brad with a 7. He just needs 4 one-foot crossings. He's going to slip past Todd. He starts moving back into the wake. He's going to slip past Lance. And if he can get that 5th one-foot crossing in, he's going to pull ahead of that whole pack.
Exactly.
And just the fact that it's all within 2 crossings there.
Exactly.
This is really, really tight.
There's some really good skiing out there today. And again, I know I'm envisioning my own thoughts onto these skiers, But when I watched them ski, I still say they were all skiing conservatively, working on putting the points on the board as well as rather than going for it and just
Totally.
busting out. All right, Brad's up on his back deep, it looks like.
All right, big run here for Brad Wirt, folks. Looking to take down the national title in slalom. Puts a lot of work into this slalom. There's 1 foot. Oh, careful. Keep steady, Brad. There's 2. Coming back. There's 3. Starting to look a little more dialed in. There's 4. I think the nerves are out now, John. There's 5. That should do it. That's probably about a 6 pace. Let's look at that again.
Yeah.
The cleanliness of some of those. This first transition scared me a little bit. Right there, he gets a little stood up.
I would say I would cut that one if I were in the boat, I believe.
A little late lift on that first
Yep.
crossing.
And
That
I can't.
one there was close.
Again, this is going to come down to the judge's decision and what they saw out of the boat, and no doubt about it.
So let's see what the scores do here. Brad Rip on a 7. You know, even if that was about a 6 pace, even if he did get a late lift and an early down on 1 and 2, that's going to give him a 5.
Yep.
So I got to say, I'm pretty confident he's going to end up with somewhere between 12 and 13. And that's probably going to pull him to the head of the pack, but we'll have to wait and see what the judges come up with. You know, a run like that, I can see them taking a second to kind of clarify those back crossings there, the late lifts, the early downs.
Absolutely.
Especially,
But that division has some really good skiing, and those guys deserve all the credit in the world.
absolutely. That's, you know, under the pressure, you've got the overall going on, you've got the national title for slalom going on. For these guys to go out, hold up, you know, ski clean, ski strong, and put these scores on. The lowest score of the event was 7.25, and you know the highest score was maybe a 12. You've got 5 crossings in it across 8 different guys.
Exactly. I mean,
Really heavily contended.
they're
there.
tight.
I got a message from Timo here. Timo's tuned into the live stream. He's watching at home. And before we wait to see what Brad Rip does, we're going to move on to women's A slalom. So Heather Stokes is our first skier in the women's A event for slalom here. This is a competition between her and Betsy Gilman for first and second in the women's A division.
And 2 strong skiers. It's good to see them out there.
And no one smiles when she skis more than Heather. I don't think anyone out here loves to be on her feet more than Heather does. She's always got a smile on her face. She's one of the most enjoyable people to see at a tournament, whether she's in the boat, whether she's skiing. She's always having a good time. 5.6, and I got to say, you know, pretty steady, pretty smooth there. Nothing to really...
It just looked like she was out there for an afternoon ski,
Yep.
just having fun.
Strolling through the park.
Nice and solid and smooth.
So that's probably going to be a 2.9. And once again, Timo, mate, I was up in Minnesota just last week before the Nationals started, mate. I was skiing with one of the Shakopee Shockwaves there, skiing with one of the boys on the team. I asked him if, you know, you were still around. He said you were kind of more like an urban myth these days down there with the Shockwaves. Hopefully we'll see you at the Masters, you know, representing Team Finland still. They need all the help they can get with the team right now. Bit of a pick-me-up. You could be on the skiing team and the beer drinking team. Those Europeans are pretty good at that too.
Okay, Heather had a 2.1.
So it's a 4.2 pace, you know, all on 2 feet, cut in half. And if I go back and look at the scores there, looks like Brad Rip had a 12.3, John. So that's a 5.8 pace with 1 cut. So that late lift that you saw is probably where they docked him. But that's going to give him the top spot there.
And that should lock it up for Trey Edwards, right?
I think so. I think so. You know, Trey wasn't that far behind. He got more than Trey Morse. He increased his gap. So I think Trey Edwards is going to be your men's A overall champion of the tournament.
Congratulations to all those guys. And now Heather is coming back in backwards. Again, very nice and smooth, solid. Just doing what she has to do. I wonder if she smiles going backwards as well.
Oh, mate, I'm telling you, it's all grins. 100%.
What more could you ask for, right, Paul?
So 4 crossings, nice and steady. That's going to be a 2 pace. So a 4 pace, cut down to a 2 on 2 feet. Nothing, and she knew it. Time was up. She said, I'm done. Feet are getting hot.
4.1. You were right on with that. A 4.1 score.
You got lucky yourself there too, John. So did Ben. Beautiful start.
Independent, scary.
Well, as you said, your wife smiles and barefoots and a great person. You did well. Mine doesn't barefoot, but she supports me to the end. And she does her thing. Thank you very much for that. And
Absolutely.
of course, Ben, all he has to do is try to catch his wife.
Yeah, I just get humbled every morning. Yeah.
All right, we're going to have Betsy Gilman coming in here. Betsy Barefoot. And, Betsy has such a backstory. And she is one of our sponsors, Just Add Water Media. But Betsy was a producer at CNN, has done war correspondent work and been all over the world and been right on the battlefield and had this, what I would have thought of a super job, decides to retire to be a barefooter.
Yeah.
And her goal was to make it to the Worlds. You got to admire her.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
love her anyway.
And you know that, she went to the World, she qualified, and she got the silver medal in the senior ladies jump event.
And of course, she's our Betsy Barefoot, so what else could you ask for?
All right.
Nice
so
1 foot.
Solid 1 foot there for Betsy on the first cross. Solid on number 2. Nice skiing here from Betsy. 3 good 1 foots. There's 4. This one here, that's 5. All clean, all in time, and she's going to be pretty happy with that. That's a 5 pace, so she'll probably sneak ahead of Heather there. And that was some very, very steady, consistent slalom from Betsy. Everybody's favorite auntie is what they call her around
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Aunt Betsy. She does so much for the sport in general, John, but she's so much for the juniors as well. And
Absolutely.
she's always looking out for the junior development. She's looking out for the independent skiers at the Worlds. The sport would be at a major loss without Betsy around.
I know she's helped me a whole bunch over the years and running the Worlds and all that. That was just fantastic. And we were just talking about having a wife that's adventurous. Well, she has Ryan.
Yeah.
And the 2 of them have taken the year off to go sailing.
Yeah.
Now, you talk about an adventure.
Coming a couple of pirates there.
Yeah. That's not something I want to do, but
I
again,
admire it, but I don't know if I could do it. I know Ash couldn't do it. She'd drown me within the first week.
Yeah, I like boating, but sailing and being cramped up like that for a number of months, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's
An
a pretty
afternoon would
unique
be-
experience.
An afternoon would be enough for me.
Talking to them about it as well, they spend, they did some big crossings there in the boat. And,
Right.
a couple of days with no land in sight is, it's a daunting prospect for me. I don't know, that just, there's a whole lot of ocean out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it, but I'd like to helicopter off and get home.
Fly in, fly out.
Or pick me up in a boat, something, I don't know, but All right, Betsy's coming back in, and she's coming in backwards. Oh, and she missed her back deep.
Missed the back deep there. Boat slowing down. They're going to deliberate maybe a little bit, see what they can do on the start. And there you go, a little bit slow out of the hole. She probably called mediums and a little too slow there, so they're turning around to give her an optional re-ride.
I just hope Betsy doesn't do what I did. So, uh-oh.
So the re-ride, it sounds like, is going to be overruled. I'm not quite sure there. And I got text here from John Oman. Omani there is a longtime friend of Ryan and Betsy's. He used to work with Ryan in the airline industry. So he's tuned in to watch Betsy ski, which is awesome. Johnny, great to hear from you, mate. Hope you're doing well. You know, we bonded over disabilities together. He's got back problems, I got back problems, so that's always fun to share. But really, really good barefooter from up in the Midwest there. I used to ski with him when I did clinics with Betsy's in-laws, Ryan's dad, Byron, up in Green Lake there.
I did get the official scores for the men's A slalom, and just I'll start at the bottom and go straight up. Vaughn L. Adams, 7.25. David Wheeler, 7.5. Mike Shanky, 8.9. Trey Morris, 9.2. Todd Phipps, 10.9. Lance Smith, 11.1. Trey Edwards, 11.6. And Brad Ripp, our winner, with 12.3.
Wow.
And what's interesting is our top two, let's see, the top two seeds were 1 and 2. Lance Smith
panned out just right.
Yeah, Lance Smith, just squeaked in there ahead of Todd Phipps in the seedings, in the winnings, overruling the seeding. But nevertheless, that was a very tight group.
Yeah, it was. Absolutely. Look at those 4 top scores there, 12.3 to 10.9. You've only got 1.4 crossings. I mean, that's a couple of cuts like we talk about.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
Absolutely.
A couple late lifts, early downs on that back run, and that whole thing changes and rearranges quickly.
So you got to give those, again, I still believe those guys were trying to ski smart.
Yeah.
And so you got to give them credit for not, breaking under pressure, skiing smart, and just being able to put the points on the board.
Absolutely.
So it looked like Betsy did not get a re-ride.
Nope. So the judges decided it was a medium pull. She was asking for mediums all the way up, and they said nope, that was a medium pull. So she didn't get the re-ride they were hoping for there. And
well, I feel bad for Betsy, but I know exactly where she sits with that.
Still fresh.
Yes. But if her score on that front pass did what we think it did, she still was able to win that event.
Yes, yeah. We got a provisional score before of 5 on her first pass, so I think you're right. I think she'll still win the women's A slalom event there, and we're going to move on to women's B slalom.
Deanna Dean, who is now a Florida resident, originally out of Pennsylvania.
Bit of a blast from the past for you here, John.
I mean, I worked with Deanna when she was about 12 back in the day on Youghiogheny Lake.
It's pretty cool to see that. You're back in the sport after some time off. Deanna's back in the sport after some time off. And 2 crossings in there. She's looking steady and consistent. There's 3. Cuts it back again. 4, nice and smooth, good rhythm. There's 5. 5 crossings for Deanna Dean. That's a 2.5, pretty steady. And like I was saying, you've come back into the sport, and suddenly, you've got Deanna Dean was a youngster you used to work with.
Yeah.
Denny Dietz is back skiing, a youngster you used to work with. Jason Blackburn was out here slaloming earlier this week, another youngster you've worked with in the past. Seems like as you've revitalize your own skiing, you're pulling the revitalization of the East with you here.
It would really be cool. The whole Dean family was involved in the barefooting. Her brother Fred married Vicki Snyder, and Vicki Snyder was the president of our club in Pennsylvania, who hosted the Nationals at Owego, New York, at Judd Spencer's Pond.
Oh, wow.
So, and then Fred came down last year and helped us with the Worlds.
Yeah.
So
I got to meet Fred a couple years ago at the reunion / your 70th birthday party there. And
exactly.
Then, it was great to see him again at the Worlds, coming down and volunteering to help out there.
So yeah, the whole family has been involved for years, and you know, they still boat and have a good time, and Fred still goes out and skis, and they're good friends, Larry and Kim Fine. They came down and helped, and they get together and ski on their birthdays and each take a pass together. So
Oh, that's cool.
a little bit of tradition. And yes, Deanna got a 2.5 on that first pass, and I don't know, does she think she'll be coming in backwards?
You know, she does a back deep in tricks. She was getting up backwards, getting outside the wake, so she might do a back deep here, John, and see if she can get a couple back crossings, you know. That 2.5, if she does that again, it's going to get quartered anyway down to, you know, 0.625. All
And-
she'd need is 2 back crossings on 2 feet to get a 1
right?
to make it worth her while.
And, you know, I think she's going to France, isn't she? So
I believe so, yeah.
She may want to just like practice getting up and putting some points on the board, improving on that score.
And I think you're right. Looks like she's going to work out the front slalom
Yeah.
and just iron things out, like you said, get a little more experience, see if she can just get comfortable doing what she did that first pass there. Oh, and
Oh,
going down on that first crossing, so no improvement on the score for there. That's a 0.5 is going to get quartered anyway
Yeah.
to a 0.125, so that's going to be about a 2.6 for Deanna, but she's the only lady in women's B, so it's going to give her the gold medal. It's a positive score. And we're going to be moving on to the Masters, Seniors, and Super Veteran Ladies division here.
And Vicky Klein. And they're from way out west.
Yes. Yeah.
They're in the other corner, aren't they?
They're as far away from Florida as you can get. Big trip for the Kleins here.
Well, in the consecutive United States, we can't count Alaska on this one.
Yeah.
right?
I
Continental
mean,
United
you
States.
could keep going further. I guess Hawaii would be your westernmost state.
Yeah.
There, but
But they're up in that northwest corner. Well, they bounce around, don't they? They do a summer and a winter trip deal.
yeah, that's right. They're originally from, I believe, the South Central area, up in Kansas way. I think when I first came over to the Nationals, they were based in that area, but been out west the last few years now, especially in the summertime.
And both Vicky and Ted. Ted's driving here. He's a skier. They have been very supportive of the sport for years. And you know, big shout out to Vicky. She did that beautiful quilt.
Yes.
And auctioned it off and
That was
had
really
all
cool.
a lot of skiers on it, and I was very proud to be part of that group that was on that quilt. It's just a fantastic thing, and I
Yeah.
thank her so much for that.
That was really neat.
Now there's a little dog. Wow.
Is it little or is the other one big?
Yes. All right, Vicky Klein, and she's coming in backwards for her first pass.
All right, opting to go backwards first for Vicky here. Gets her feet planted. She comes up nice and steady now, edging outside the wake. I'm guessing we're going to see some nice, steady 2-foot crossings from Vicky, and she's beating the timer, John, getting straight into it. No messing
Absolutely.
around.
It'll be an interesting thing because was she completely outside the wake before she started?
She barely got outside and settled, and she was straight back in. I'm curious if we'll catch that on the replay or not.
Yeah, and that would be something for the judges to consider. You know, when do they start?
Yeah, I mean, even on the replay there, she was straight into that crossing, so that's a tough one. The judges probably getting caught off guard a little bit
Yes.
by how fast she came into that first cross.
That's an interesting thing. What if she had not made it out? Would you start the time and start counting at the crest of the wake?
You know, that's a good point.
Because the timer starts at your first motion towards the wake. But if you're already
if you never
in
technically left the wake, I think she'd almost nullify that first cross completely, and then have to start time outside on the second cross. You know, you may have unlocked a little secret warm-up for people moving forward here.
Yeah. Don't put your foot out.
Yeah,
Just
keep
start
that 1
inside
foot in,
and
edge
then
over.
get the whiplash coming back
That
for
is
some speed.
You know, I'm going to put that out there to our rules Mark Shank, I'm curious to how that reads. That's an interesting point, interesting situation someone could put themselves in.
Aside from that, she had a very nice crossing there with a 1.4. So let's see, 1.4, that would give her 1, 2, and almost a half.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they counted and how they counted.
No, I don't really know what they did there. That was interesting.
Maybe our chief judge would know.
Where would you like to be, Lance?
I don't care, whatever.
You tell me.
I need to just chill for a minute.
That's fine. I'd love a taco. Thank you. Wow. Getting service here.
Good for you.
You want a taco, John?
No, not right now. I'll grab one afterwards, but thank you. So we have a 1.4 for Vicky.
Yeah.
And she should be coming back on her second pass here shortly.
I'm guessing she'll go forwards for the second pass, obviously.
I would think so. And then we're coming into the two real veterans of this group, Carol Jackson in senior women's, and then Sharon Carlson is the super vets.
Two very impressive ladies.
Yes, they are. I mean, Sharon has been around, 40 some of these worlds, or nationals. She just keep coming. I'm sorry. I didn't jinx you. And yes, wait.
Backwards
Vicky's
again.
coming up backwards again. She got outside the wake, so she's going.
Interesting tactic from Vicky here. Two back crossings, so she's going to get penalized for going backwards twice, John.
Exactly. She'll get 25% of her lowest score. It's not often you see somebody get penalized on a back crossing.
No, doing two back runs. That's a rarity. Does happen, I guess, but you don't see it too often.
No.
Usually a situation like that would arise if, let's say I go out there backwards first, I can slalom a 9 to 10 backwards, and I fall straight out of the gate. Then it's like, okay, I could do backwards again, get that 9 or 10, or go forwards and take an 8. Then you're probably going to go for a backwards run again. But to actually ski the whole pass backwards and then opt to do it again, that's an interesting play for Vicky there.
So it looks like Vicky has a 1.8. Or no, 1.75. It changed there. So Vicky ended up getting 1.75. So actually, that her strategy paid off for her.
Yeah.
So call me dumb, but good for her. She had it figured out.
She had a plan.
As long as it works. Congratulations, Vicky.
And next up, Carol Jackson. What an impressive lady. Carol Jackson, skiing in the senior women's division. That's your 65 to 69. I don't know if you're allowed to talk about the lady age divisions or not, but
I try to stay far away from that as I can.
she sets a world record just about every other tournament she skis. She holds the world record in the women's senior 3, senior 2 division in tricks. And she is a really nice slallomer too. She gets some really good front 1-foot crossings going on. Sometimes, depending on the wake, it can shake her off a little bit. So I'm curious to see how she handles it today.
But if she keeps breaking her record, she keeps improving, which is really cool. She tests out that
point.
1 foot. Now here she comes. Touchdown there, I would
like
say.
she touched on that first one there, but there's 2. I think that was close but clean.
She
There's
sure
3.
has going outside the wake. But she's got plenty of speed. That one she showed well.
Wow. Just that first one, she had that little dip, if we see on the replay here.
Yep.
Right off the bat, like right there, it
Yes.
looks like she just skipped off the wake. That's going to cost her. But the next 3 crossings, I got to say, I think they're all clean.
I think they're all. I agree with you.
So probably a 3.5 for Carol there.
I hope the judges don't cut her on that last for picking up late. It was. It might have been close. I couldn't tell because of the glare right there. And again, I'm seeing it for the second time. So
Yeah, the last crossing was out of time.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's not a problem.
So she was safe there.
You know, you want to say to her, "Come on, Carol, let's work on that transition, tighten it up." But again, at her maturity, who cares?
Absolutely.
And if that's the way you get your speed to get across, go for it. Good on you. Oh, so she got a 2.5
Wow,
on that.
2.5. That's a little rough.
But you got to give her credit.
I would have thought she got paid a little more than that, but that's 3 knocks. So that's a 4 pace like we had, but cut on 3 of them. But like you said, you got to give her credit. She goes out there, she's setting these world records. That means she's constantly improving to break these records.
Exactly. Carol Jackson. And she's here in Florida as well, right?
She is. She's up towards Ocala, so
Okay.
kind of on the north side of Orlando there.
That's up in the she has horses or something.
That's
She's
right.
in the horse country, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a occupational therapist and is a equestrian equine enthusiast, I guess you could
Okay,
call
yeah.
it. I'm not quite sure how to put it.
And Carol's coming in backwards. See how she does on this. Outside the way. Getting nice and stable, and then here she comes. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a nice pace.
Wow. Yeah, John, she moved nice there.
Yeah,
that
she-
was 4 and change, very consistent the whole time. You know, her head's down a little bit, but very steady, not a lot of body movement, not a lot of extra body movement there.
No, she's
Through
really
that run.
solid. Nice run for Carol.
So Carol's her own worst critic. That's why she probably sets all these world records, but she's not happy unless she's doing everything she's meant to be doing. So I think she'll be a little disappointed with that front pass, not getting the credit on some of those 1-foots like she would have hoped. But that was a nice, steady back pass, good pace for Carol there.
Total of 4.6. So that's, I don't know what her best is or what her records are.
You know, me neither. I'm not sure in slalom. She does a lot of record setting in the tricks event. I know that. If I look up Carol Jackson here.
While you're looking that up, our next skier, Sharon Carlson, just you know, she's been a barefooter for years. She has been to 40-some nationals. She's been on the, and we want to thank her for all her work she has done on the history committee. She has done it all through her career.
Yeah.
What else can you say about her? And she's still here, slugging it out with everybody else.
Yeah, her and Joe are kind of like the dynamic duo there.
Yeah,
You
they
know,
are.
They've been to the more national events than anybody else, over 40 for each of them. And once again, I'm not going to start putting ages in there, but to be on the older end of the spectrum, let's say, for Sharon to be out here and doing what she does, it's really inspiring. It's really motivating to the longevity of how long you can do this and compete and ski.
Okay, Sharon's coming in forward. going to do. Oh, she looked like she was doing pretty solidly, and then just all
Yeah,
of a
you know,
sudden
she
that-
made it most of the way through there, and then you could tell like the wheels were starting to come off a little bit, and I think she almost anticipated the fall. You could see her kind of brace and tuck and roll right as she gets to the
Yeah.
middle there, and
her lead foot just went behind her.
yeah. So 0.4 for Carol there, so it's a 0.8 with the fall. But they're going to pick her up. They're going to take her back down for a second pass. And earlier this week, she was trying to do a back deep. So I don't know if she's going to try and do the back deep and get some backwards crossings, John, or if she'll just roll with 2 front passes here. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, you know, it'd be really nice if she had some competition, but at this stage of the game, she doesn't. And again, it comes down to that personal choice. Do you want to risk maybe injury or something, or
Yeah.
you know, do you just get up forwards and enjoy the ride? You know, she's got a point on the board. That's all that matters, really. And she skied another nationals and walking away with another title. What else
Exactly.
could you ask for?
Yeah, just to be here, still competing, still putting on scores. It's really impressive. It's very admirable, and she's taken the second pass as well, which is great to see. So she's going to get back up, go down the end, and she'll ski her second pass back here. I'm curious to see if she does that back deep or not. But
So, I mean, let's look at it this way. She's a veteran woman, so that puts her in that 70 age range.
yeah,
Our next skier coming up after this is 7.
there's a slight adjustment here in ages. I think, wow, that's pretty cool. Probably
And-
the oldest to the youngest female competitors.
And both females.
Yeah, that is really cool.
That's it. I mean, when you look at the sheet and you see going from super vet women's to girls B, knowing Lydia Harrington, I'm pretty sure she's 7 years old.
Yes.
We're going from the 70s to the 7. That's
That's pretty neat. That's pretty special.
That's impressive for this nationals, because I don't know that has happened.
Not in a long time.
No.
You know, some of the younger ladies we would have seen, Riley Stenson, Lexi McCauley, Alex Youngblood, they were all around that 10 age, maybe 9, 10 when they first started skiing nationals. I'm not quite sure, but little Lydia is an absolute fireball, 7 years old.
But there's not many nationals where you've had 70-year-old females ski.
Exactly.
So-
Good point. To have the other end there at the
Yeah,
same time is that's a tough one to take.
That's really cool. That's one for the books. So we'll see what Sharon does coming back on her second pass. She's obviously going to ski it because they took her to the other end. And she has elected to come in forward. She probably just wants to improve upon that score, and I can't blame her for that. Oh, my goodness.
Ouch. Oh, that's a shame.
That is a shame.
We're happy with the poll. We're just going to pick her up, so she doesn't have to walk all the way down if she's the last skier. Feel happy with that.
And I'm glad they're at least picking
Bit
her
of a
up.
nod of respect there to
Yeah,
Sharon.
absolutely.
That's good to see.
I was so happy Sam Dubbs came down and picked me up in a golf cart. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
the
here
walk
goes
back.
this walk. Especially right now, it's like scorched earth out there. So
Exactly.
not
And-
that there's any, there's no rocks. It's all grass on the way back. But
Well,
it
no,
is
you got to
hot.
walk in the water.
Yeah, yeah, those feet are gonna burn
Yeah,
otherwise.
exactly. So anyway, we finish up there with Sharon Carlson with a .4, and congratulations to her on another successful nationals.
Absolutely.
And are we going? Are they doing a boat change?
I think they're doing a boat change before we get into the kids. I'm not sure though. We might be staying with who we have. We only have 7 juniors here in the event. 8 juniors in the event. You've got Lydia, Mackenzie, Mason, Max, Logan, Joe, Nate, and Hayden. And then we're moving on. We definitely have a boat change as we get into the open finals. So
Okay.
my understanding is we'll run through these junior events. We'll then stop to give out the awards of all the slalom. That's men's A, women's B, senior, super vet, and master women's slalom. And then the junior slalom still to come. All of those medals will be handed out on site here before getting into the open slalom finals.
That sounds like a good plan. I liked how we did those couple jump medals
In between.
in between.
That was neat. Yeah.
That was just a nice touch.
People are fresh off the water in their suits and everything, and it's great to see, you know, them, the judges working hard to get these scores out. I think this rule change that's come in is going to be a huge thing for some of the major events that have the technology and ability to do it. You know, we have the Worlds here next year, and we even trialed this at the regionals last year. The world wasn't quite ready for it. We couldn't make it happen for the Worlds. And we trialed it again this year at the regionals. It was passed earlier in July here, and we jumped on it for the Nationals, and it's been a huge success, I think. The scores have been really fast. Everything's been really efficient, and it's great to see people just, you know, every day you leave the site, you know who won what, who got what, and everyone's walking home with their medals that same day, not waiting to see scores get posted. So that's been a huge plus.
Well, let me take the time right here now to congratulate you and your dad. I'm sure there were some others involved in there, but you and your dad, I think, have led the main charge and impetus to having this on land judging. And when I saw it last year at the regionals, I think it was the first time, and then your dad pumped it up over there, and Mark Shank jumped on board with the rules, and he worked his butt off putting it all together. But you guys, you took it and ran with it, and I thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think it's cool.
I think it's been great, and yeah, my dad Robbie, obviously he's been pushing for something like this for quite a while. He's trialed several different ways to do it in New Zealand over the years, trying to get those scores out faster and faster, and this has just been a huge aid to this. And I tip my hat to Mark Shank majorly. He's, you know, on the rules committee, and he's worked really hard to make sure that all our wording and protocols and everything are in line for the council to accept something like this and it be published and produced where we can utilize it at a national event.
And the part that I don't know that everybody realizes, had it not been for people like Sam Dubbs, John Garrity, Brian Kane, whoever has helped, and your dad again with the technology end of things, it wouldn't be possible.
100%.
So that's a whole nother component of this that no one ever sees. And I'm fortunate enough to be able to get into some of the officials' things once in a while, just because of what I do sometimes. And to be able, I call it, you know, the judges in the box, and the one in the boat.
Yep.
And when you see the judges in the box, and there's a video of it somewhere out there, from some time ago, but to see them sitting there in, I'm going to call it comfort, but no more rain on the clipboards, no more shuffling and all the stuff that goes on in the boat, and they are just so focused now.
Absolutely.
And the video, I still say, is better for the judges than like ours or what they see on the live stream. It comes more direct and it's cleaner. So it is just, it's a perfect scenario. It works, and I'm really excited for it, and I think it's going to go very well. And again, congratulations to you, innovators, and our tech people for all they've done to get it in place.
Well, thank you. It's definitely been a big win. I mean, the scores are more consistent. They seem to be coming out faster, and you know, if it's a world record, we're judging it on video anyway.
Yes.
So we're holding it to the same integrity as you would a world record review. You're not diminishing any scores by any means there at all. Everything's being held under the microscope, and it's getting judged extremely accurately and stringently.
Excuse me. A little question on the side of that. You just mentioned world records are judged on video. At what speed or at what level do you think world records should be taken to on
Ooh.
video?
That's a controversial question. That
Really?
one.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
You know, I think Peter O'Neill's the best guy to talk to about that. He has taken it down to a real science of how many frames per second the human eye can comprehend and all sorts of other stuff there. And his consensus, his diagnosis is 70% is the correct speed where the human eye can still process everything, but at a slightly slower rate where you're not slowing it down to a disadvantage of the skier where it starts to look choppy or cut and there's less flow and things. And with the technology we're doing now, that's a very achievable thing. So just based on how we're doing our replays with the software today, you could very easily watch the run through like we do and then replay that run at 75% immediately, like we're watching it right now at 100%.
Right.
In the jump event, our replay's coming through at 25%, so we can talk about the jump and how it is in the air. So it's very easy to set that scale, and you could have those judges watch it once, watch it a second time at 70%. That way, they've got a little bit better accuracy. They can fine-tune a couple of decisions they may have been iffy on, and then you move on to the next run.
But then there's that controversial side that said, should you slow it down at all?
Yes, yeah, it's a very weighted point.
Yeah, so what's interesting is if you would compare it to other sports, let's say the NFL, the only time they really judge anything at a slower speed is on a questionable situation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's full speed. I don't know what other sports do. I mean, when they're setting world records, track and field, they're already videoed at and timed at regular
when it
speed.
happens, yeah.
And the camera catches it, and whatever they see,
that's the end of it.
That's the end of it. So, I mean, it's a good reason it's controversial, obviously.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there to make it controversial, that's for sure.
And someone was asking me what I thought about it, and I haven't decided. But I might be leaning towards that the record has to be done on what the judges see originally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah. It's definitely a tough one. Very tough one.
Anyway.
That'll be the next fun talking point in the sport once we've cleared the slalom and everything else out of the way.
Yeah, and very quickly, you mentioned Pete O'Neill. Kudos out to him for what he has done.
Oh, 100%.
With the wake slalom and the work he put into that and the investigation, the research and development. You call it whatever you like. He has really mastered it. I was totally impressed when he explained it to me at the last Worlds. I went like, why didn't we do this before?
Totally, that's right.
I was like, duh, we're so stupid. You know, why?
Yeah. What were we thinking?
Yeah, and you know, there are those people that don't agree with it yet. But as Paul said just a few minutes ago, I think it's going to help the sport. It's going to help the skiers, and you're going to see people skiing harder.
Yes.
And it makes so much sense now to me, and we'll see how it works out. But we get to start trying it right after Masters, so that's really cool. So again, Pete O'Neill, you're out there. We saw you yesterday, or the day before, I forget when it was, explaining the new wake rule.
Brought it up at the membership meeting. We got to play it for everybody,
and we saw your cameo last night doing the weatherman
during pursuit. That was good there. That was probably a highlight for most people of the whole Jake's whole film, I think.
And again, thanks to Jake for doing that. That was fantastic. You guys.
My hat goes off to Jake. That was all him. It was his vision. You know, he put so much time and effort into that thing, and such a challenge to pick and choose what goes
I'm
into a
sure.
film, what doesn't go into film, what makes the final cut, you know, and
Oh yeah. There was just a memorable moment in there. And that was when he asked you a specific question about your goals, and he kept it on you, and you answered, but there was this pause, and you swallowed, and you could see the full-fledged emotion.
yeah.
It was cool. And here we have our 7-year-old, the 70-year-old down to the 7, Lydia Harrington out of North Carolina. This is her first nationals.
She's trying to get, you know, at her speed, John, this wake is like an absolute mountain to climb. Look at her, she's leaning in, she's edging, she wants to get up and in that thing. There she goes, she's
Come
up.
on, push
There
it.
we go, she's in.
All right. That's fantastic.
You know, she is an absolute firecracker, John. 7 years old, she's fierce, she's out there. Just earlier this spring, she was down at the World Barefoot Center skiing with us, and she was working on getting up longline for the first time. And I still remember, you know, back then she couldn't cheek out. It was all new to her. So I said, once you get up on your butt, you hang out. I'm going to give you a nudge and get you out of the wake. And the first run, I was a little gun shy to really give her a flick. She's little and stuff. So, you know, I gave her a weave and she didn't get out. I gave her another weave, she didn't get out. Next thing, she stands up in the prop wash and skis for a few seconds and then goes down. And we get back to her and she said, yeah, you seem to be having a hard time, so I thought I'd just stand up and help you out. It was, okay, I'm sorry. I'll work on my thing. You do your thing
You
again.
do your thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to see. I mean, a 7-year-old here. We had, 8-year-old junior boy. Fantastic that we have, you know, Max and Lydia out there just in the nationals skiing.
Yeah, it's great to see these young skiers here again. You know, the future looks strong. We got 8, 9 junior skiers just in the junior division, not breaking into open or anything yet. And it's the future of the sport right now.
Absolutely, it's fantastic. And you know, you watch her for 15 seconds trying to get that one crossing.
Yeah.
Who cares? That is fantastic.
Exactly.
The fact that she got across. And here she comes back on her second pass. She is not having a bit of problems cheeking out on that one, though. She's out there. Almost made it back in on that. Here she comes. Come on. Go on in there. Let's improve on that score. Come on, Lydia. Excellent. Good job. I wasn't doing the time on that.
Full crossing there, though.
But
That's
she got a full crossing. I have no
for her.
idea how long it took, but who cares again? She got it. She's in there. Yeah, we're all, the whole crowd, everybody's pushing. Well, that's the Barefoot family support. I have Ashley Stebbings here saying how all the judges were leaning for her, trying to help her out. And didn't see that.
Oh, sweet.
So Lydia got a .38. That's good. Excellent for Lydia.
Wow.
Congratulations on that.
It's amazing. Good job. John Garrity said you found
Hey,
this
congratulations to the whole Harrington family. Dad made the podium. Logan made the podium, and Lydia's made the podium. So you
Thank you.
can't do any better than that.
Okay.
And the whole family's here to support. And I would like to welcome longtime friend, one of the best barefooters out there, Keith St. Onge.
Thank you, Mr. John Cornish. Great to be here. Yeah, you were at my very first tournament I ever went to.
KSO.
Running that tournament for us. We've known each other since that was 1988.
Absolutely.
Wow, it's amazing.
It's good to see you. Good to have you here.
Great
the
to be here.
The original one and only KSO.
Well, this is a live feed. I've been watching it, and it's amazing. I mean, just seeing the quality of it, the skiers, the announcing, even these little head thingies here. It's way better than holding a microphone. The ladies in the back doing a great job. And here we go. Mackenzie Cohen here up on her first pass. We get the timer ready. Let's see how we go. I was just reading those new rules the other day, too, on this slalom event. That's going to be interesting to see that happen after the Masters.
Absolutely.
And here we go.
Going to be a big plus. Mackenzie's coming across on 2 feet. There's 2, 3, 4, 5. What do you give her?
That's 5 in a zone 2, second zone, I would say. Maybe zone 1, so 0.1 to 0.3.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah, so we'll see what the judges give her in the boat. So I just got here today. What's the judging situation? Do we have 3 judges in the boat, or we have some judging in onshore?
We are under the new rules that allow judges in the box.
Yes.
We have 3 in the box doing the timing and things from in there. We have the main level 1 judge in the boat.
Yep.
And calling it all back and forth. And we are getting scores out instantly. Like,
look at that.
Mackenzie has a 2.6.
That is so cool right there. So, yeah, that's huge. You know, getting judges out of the boat is key, I think. You know, you have 3 judges, a cameraman and a driver. You know, that's too many people to be in the boat, especially when you're trying to get top speed or you're on a short leg like this one and you need to get to speed quickly. So getting these judges out of the boat, having them have a nice live stream like this where they can judge in the box, in the AC, so they're not getting all sweaty and tired out there. And, you know, we did this for the first time in 2010. 2010 Worlds in Germany, we did this. We actually
really?
Yeah, we brought the judges out of the boat. It was raining a lot out there, and we put them in the box, and that's when the first time we tried it. The video was not this clear, obviously. There was a lot of skipping going on, but that was the first time that we kind of started pushing towards that, and I'm glad we're finally here. It's very good.
Just before you get on, Ben and I were discussing it.
Oh, really?
And so we have the videographer, the driver, and the 1 judge in the boat. That's it. And I was explaining how when you see the judges in the box, no more rain, no more movement around, no floppy sheets. And Ben and his dad had worked on this, Robbie had worked on this, and they've got the video down to where it is pristine. And it is so clear in there, and it works.
Look at this.
And
It's incredible.
And we don't have it as nice. We don't have the vision that they have in there.
Right.
It's
yeah,
so
the
much clearer.
The sun here is kind of
We have reflections, and we're on a delay feed. So there's a little bit of a change. And Mackenzie's coming in backwards. Mackenzie's part of the Kane family. Her brother Joe skis. Dad skis, but he just pulled his shoulder out here at Site Mill, I believe.
Oh, no. That's not a good time for that to happen.
And he is also big into the technology end of things. He's helped us a lot. Mackenzie's been working hard. She's been at Junior Jam. She's with the Junior Development Group. And there she goes across, back 2s.
Nice. Hey, to be at Nationals, getting up backwards and doing some nice 2-foot crossings like this clean, it's a huge step for anybody. And, okay, 2 full crosses.
So with that should be, let's see. She should be scoring about a 3.6, I'm guessing, if everything. We have some scores from earlier. In the women's A slalom, Betsy Gilman scored a 4.1, and Heather Stokes scored a 5. That's interesting. I thought that was the reverse of that. In women's B, Deanna Dean scored 2.63. In Master Women, Vicki Klein scored 1.75. And she did that doing 2 back runs, both on 2 feet.
That's a good idea. Yeah, Vicki, yeah, she loves backwards. Yeah, she does not like going forward. I remember I did clinics with her out in Wichita when they were living there, and she did not want to ski forward ever. She's like, you put me backwards all day long, but don't put me forward.
So she did 2 back wake slalom.
I like it.
Carol Jackson's coming in with the senior women's with 4.6, and Cheryl Carlson with a 0.4. Sharon had a tough time on that one, but I know Sharon's a much better skier than that.
Here we go, little Mason Batelli. He is with the Cypress Gardens show ski team here in Winter Haven, Florida. and he just went right for it. He stood up and just started cutting right away. I missed that time. Oh, maybe not. Well, I don't know when they're going to start time on that since he went towards the wake. He crossed, went to the other side. Come on, buddy, let's go. So we're unsure where time is going to be here. This guy just learned how to barefoot water ski this year. And he just, he couldn't get enough of it. He wanted to just keep on going. We're working on his step off. He's working on his backwards. He's been at WBC a lot lately. And yeah, this is awesome. So this is the cool thing about having the Nationals here in his backyard, is that he can actually come here, participate in Nationals. This is his first Nationals. If it wasn't here, he would have never skied Nationals. Nope. This is perfect. This is great.
He's a great kid. I got to
is.
ski with him out at the ski school.
Yep.
And of course, I know his dad from you.
Yes.
Being the engineer.
Oh yeah, that's right. The architect. Yes.
He did our engineering work. So he's a great little kid. He's fun.
Yeah, he is. He's fun. He's tough. And he does a little bit of everything. He does around the boats on the ski site. He's in all kinds of different acts, and he's not afraid. He could take a fall too.
I'm trying to send a message here. Where did I put that? Who do we have coming in next anyway, Keith?
I don't know. You look like you got all the running orders over here. I'm not sure. Who's after
well,
Mason?
It must be Max.
Here we go. Mason. Well, is this it right here? Is that
yes.
what we're doing? So we got Mason. Or is it Maximilian, Logan, Joseph, if this is where we're at.
Yeah, so Max would be next because Mason just went, right?
Yep. Should be.
So Mason will be coming in on his second pass, if I'm not mistaken. Where'd I put this?
All right, here we go. Mason Patel, second pass, first Nationals, and he's going right away. He's going right across that wake. Come on, buddy, let's go. Push it, push it, push it, push it. When these kids are going this slow, this wake can be like a mountain for them, trying to climb up that whole cliff. It's not easy. You need that momentum to help you across sometimes. And, he's fresh at this. He's new. He just learned how to do wake slalom just a little while ago. All right, nice run from Mason. We got some results here from Ashley.
Check women's A slalom. I think they're reversed.
So girls B slalom round 1, Lydia Harrington got a .38. And then girls A slalom round 1 is Mackenzie Cohen with a 3.7. Those are official scores. Where are you putting your?
I'm just like sliding them underneath. We sometimes
call them there.
And I'm checking on this final score.
Okay. And Mason Patel with a .60. Talking more about these judges coming out of the boat, I know the one person that's going to be more happy about that than anybody is Mr. Bill Brazosa. He used to say, we can put a man on the moon, but this boat won't pull me 45 miles an hour. And that was due to all the weight in the boat, putting all these judges in there. Now we have this technology that it's going to help out those bigger guys that need the speed. And it's not just the speed, it's the boat getting up to speed, like I said earlier, in these short passes. I mean, this run right here is what, 2,400 feet long?
Yeah, I would
25?
say it's about 23, but right now with the water down, it's a little shorter than that.
So
but I don't think we have had problems getting up to speed. Now, if you're doing 46, you're going to go right to the cutoff buoy. But
yeah, you need that speed to start your trick runs like right away. Here we go. Max Dubs on the water.
Interesting. I'll just point this out. Max from Pennsylvania is 8 years old. We've had a 7-year-old young lady today, and Max is 8 years old. Max, he got to ski with Mason and at the Junior Jam last week.
Oh, yeah, the Junior Jam is great, I heard.
Max is just working on things, too. He's really just got long line this year.
That's great. He's taking his time. He's trying to cheek outside that wake, but he's going to have to stand up eventually. Otherwise, he's going to run out of lake. But it's good he's at least taking his time, and he's comfortable riding his butt. That's the first step.
Max actually enjoys riding his butt.
It looks like it.
he has a good time riding.
I hope he has some extra big padded shorts on.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't care.
There he goes. He's up, and he's crossing. All right, he'll get some points for that.
He should get a half crossing because they don't start the time until he comes back in.
positive score is better than no score. Yeah, I know he'll definitely get something for that.
It was interesting. We had Sharon Carlson, who's in the veteran women's or super vet women's. So she's 70-some years old. The very
Amazing.
next skier on the water was Lydia Harrington at 7 years
Oh
old.
my goodness.
And I was telling Ben, I said, when would that have happened before?
Right, 70-year split.
Yeah. And now we have 8-year-old Max Stubbs out there. And
who's our oldest skier? 70.
Probably 78.
Al Hagar, right? 78, I think.
Al and Mike Briscoe.
Briscoe, yeah. I talked about it to him last night. He's 1 year younger than Al.
Then Al might be hitting 79. I forget. They're
like
both
that.
in there. So we're doing very well at both ends of the spectrum at these nationals. I got to shout out to all 4 of those skiers.
And it gives
5 of them.
Gives some motivation for people that, hey, I can last that long. Like Mike Briscoe last night, he was like, if Banana George could go to 92, I'm gonna do it too.
Absolutely.
That's the attitude you gotta have.
And it's just great to see Max out there doing this.
Yeah, he skis with you, right? And your crew?
Yes, I've skied a lot with Max. Sam, we get together, we ski a lot. And when I was in the East, we'd get together and ski. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wild. So let's talk a little bit more about your history there, Mr. Cornish. What team did you coach, the Barefoot World team? Was that the very first Worlds?
Well, no, I was at the
Manager?
very first Worlds. I was an alternate on the team.
Okay.
And an appointed judge.
And that was in 78?
78.
Okay.
And then I was coach of the team.
The next one?
No, not till 85.
Okay.
In Canberra.
Wow.
But in 86, I was a coach of the team in... They swapped. Okay, thank you. In 86, I was coach of the team in Germany when we got our first gold.
Wow, that must have been amazing. Yeah, because Australia dominated for all those
dominated.
years.
You know, they just did. And then that was the turn of the tide when the U.S. started to dominate.
Yes.
In 1986.
86 is when it started, yeah. Wow, that was cool. I remember one of my first world team was in 2000, was it? No, 96, and it was the same thing. It was, we were on that gold streak, and we were on that for quite a while.
Well, here's Max on his second pass. He's still riding his butt.
He's got good padded shorts on, I guarantee it.
But he is having fun.
And you know what? It's fun riding your butt sometimes. Especially if you're in some smooth water and you're just gliding across the water. It is fun. That's my girls always say, I want to learn the butt slide. There he's up. And here he goes. And he's going right across. Let's go all the way. Push it.
Come on, Max. Push it.
Yeah, can we lean with him? Go.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, man.
He might have improved his score there. Who knows?
Yeah, I'd say you're right.
Until he started his turn back.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way across.
Absolutely. Well, that's Max Stubbs, 8-year-old. Great to have him out there. That's just fantastic. Of course, the next one, Logan Harrington from North Carolina. This was the family I was talking about. His little sister, 7-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
I think Logan's around 12.
Carolinas? Did he get into skiing with you guys up there, or where's he from?
Well, he's from North Carolina.
But like where in that area?
Yeah, I've skied with him a good bit. I've skied with him down here, but he mostly skis with Rachel Norman.
Oh, yeah, awesome.
So he's got some credentials behind him.
Is she down here skiing?
No, they live in the Tika Cay, South Carolina area. I forget the name of the little lake there.
Yeah.
But she worked...
She got him
Justin
going.
Lander skis.
Yes.
He works with kids up there.
Okay.
But Logan works a good bit with Rachel just because he's right there.
Perfect.
And then he comes down. He's come down to my... he's been around and skied with us down here at the school. And all that kind of thing.
Great.
But he has come on really strong in the past year or so. He scored I think it was in tricks, he scored over 2,000 points.
Wow. Oh, he's a good little skier.
Oh, he is.
Looking forward to watching this guy ski.
We were doing toe-ups together. He went out the first time and cracked one.
A toe-up?
Yeah.
Whoa, all right.
He doesn't do it anymore all the time, but he went out and did that first one.
Those toe-ups, they come and they go.
Yep.
Look at
Logan
that.
Harrington.
He looks pretty comfy.
His dad was on the podium
There
yesterday.
you go, 1 foot. Oh, man, yeah, he's cruising. Looking good. You can tell he's not afraid. He's just going after that weight. 4. There you go. About a 5 and, 5.6?
Around there. And he's a great endurance skier.
Oh, he does that too.
Oh, he loves endurance. He goes around the lake 2-3 times.
That New Year's Eve one that John Gillette puts on, does he do that?
Yes.
Ah. Did you do that one this year?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, how was it?
It
Besides cold.
wasn't as cold this year.
Okay.
It was pretty nice.
We're just testing, so nothing to stress out about. But you're going to be our first interview subject.
Yeah. All right. Go.
Hey, we're down here on the shoreline, and we just had Max finish up his run. Hey, way to go there, stud. How'd it feel out there? Speak up.
Good, but bad because I fell. Really hurt.
And you poked your eye a little bit on that fall?
Yeah, I hit my eye on my hip really bad.
But I tell you what, you look like you're doing okay. You're standing, you're talking, you're fine, right? And hey, really nice job staying patient on your cheek out, riding your butt. Really nice job at the tournament today, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, cut. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. All right. I don't know without knowing what happened to that interview, I hope it went well.
Right? Yeah. I guess we need an earpiece to know what they're talking about down there.
Yeah, we're just sort of like blocked off, and then they just come right back to us. All right, we should be having Logan coming in on his second pass, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yeah, they are down there, I see.
And you know what I'll bet? I'll bet we're supposed to be smart enough to know after the next replay, if we just see an interview come up there, they're going to be interviewing.
Right. Good call. Means we don't have to talk anymore, I guess.
Yeah. All right, here comes Logan. I'm sure he's coming in backwards. Yep, there he is, back deep. I forget if he does back ones or not. I know he was working on them. Looks like he's going to.
Yeah, I say that's some solid 1 foots right there. Here we go. Oh, poor guy. Oh, man, you know, if he would have put that foot down and kept on skiing, but it looked like his feet just, they went wide on him, and it kind of made him bobble and stand
just
up.
Stuffed it.
Ah, shoot.
That's too bad.
That was going to look like it was a decent start, too. Like, at least he had the 1 foot up. He's pushing right across. And then, oh, yeah, just lost his balance a little bit. Look at these automatic scores coming up.
5.6.
Wow, I love this.
Mason had a 1.55.
I mean, scores coming up automatically. How
Yes.
amazing is this?
Now, they might get adjusted a little, but they're pretty accurate.
So they're not official. They're just cut out of the boat, right?
Well, yeah, they're not. They've not been ratified yet.
Right.
But they're provisional. And Joe Kane will be coming up next.
You know him?
Oh, yeah. That's his sister, Mackenzie, was the one that just skied a couple weeks ago. They're from up in the North Country, Wisconsin, Minnesota, somewhere up there.
In the Midwest somewhere.
The Midwest. They're cold water skiers.
Yeah. Are these show skiers too, or are they just barefooting?
They're pretty much right now, I believe, all barefooting. In fact, Joe and Mackenzie's have spent a couple weeks down here.
Oh, good.
At the school, and then they popped back up for the junior development, and then back down for junior jam, and they've been working real hard.
Oh, yeah, okay, I know Joe now. Yeah, I saw him. I stopped by the ski school a couple weeks ago, and he was there. Yes, yeah, great family. Yeah, he's into it. He's loving it.
He is. He works hard at it.
There we go. A little snap of the rope. Get that water off.
And he's a smart skier.
Oh, there we go. All the way through. Number 3. We got 15 seconds here. 4. Yeah, he's looking just nice and comfy out there. 5. 5 solid crossings. Maybe a little turn back there. Yeah, that was smooth. What do you think?
Oh, very clean. It's nice to see him skiing clean and consistent. You know, and that might be something that the new slalom rule will do. Obviously, the guys that are going faster, they're going to push it, and there might be a little more sloppy.
Yeah.
So that might be a detriment of it, but at the same time, it's going to make him go. Looks like Joe had a 4.7, and I see that Logan finished with a 6.0 on his run, which was a little different than we saw. So a 4.7 on that first pass. So yeah, it was pretty clean. He got it all. I would say he got it all.
So how are you? Do you understand the new rules of the slalom pretty well? Can we talk about it a little bit?
I think we can. I don't know if I pretty well, but I have a grasp.
I
of
read
it.
through them a little bit. I talked to Swamp about them a little bit. At first, I was pretty leery when they were talking about it a year ago on basically not having any cuts and stuff like that. But it looks like Peter O'Neill came up with this, and he dialed it in pretty darn well, I think. I think it's going to make a lot of sense moving forward. A little easier for the judges, a little better for the skiers. You know, if they get cut, they don't get cut as bad. You're not going to lose as much.
Right.
So let's just start. I'll start with one example, then you can kind of explain like the 2-foot version. But if you're doing a 1-foot, and you put down early. So if we put down early, let's say if it's minuscule, right? We put down 2 to 3 inches early. Some judges said it was clean. Some judges said it was early, whatever it may be. When you got cut on that one cross, which is 1 point, it gave you half the amount of points. So you get 0.5.
It brought you back to 0.5.
So yeah, so basically you skied across the whole wake on 1 foot, but you only got paid for really half of it. But the new rule is going to be if you put down early in zone 4, you get a 0.9. Right, so you're only losing 0.1 because it makes sense. You're skiing through the whole wake on 1 foot. You're just putting down a little early, so you shouldn't lose that 0.5. So
Okay, here
like
comes
that.
Joe on his back pass.
All right, we'll continue that in a little bit. There we go. Nice clean 1 foot. There, okay. It was close.
I don't know about that one.
He's dropping this right shoulder pretty bad. We kind of I call this peeing on the fire hydrant. He's like, yeah, put down early in that one too. So obviously that right side's his reverse. He's just learning it. He's kind of just dropping that right shoulder and kind of picking up at the hips, which we'll watch right here in the replay. Dropping the right shoulder, picking up wide. It's tricky to. I call it the teeter totter. It's not just peeing on the fire. It's a teeter totter, right? You're dropping a shoulder, your legs out here, and you got this teeter totter effect, which really it's hard to balance.
And he's got to soften that knee so that when he hits that down, he's absorbing the speed and not getting thrown by it.
Yes.
And he's catching that little lip on there. They give it, showing a 4.7. That's still his first round score. And see what he did on his second pass here. 7.9 is his total.
Nice. That's our highest score yet. And you see when someone does clean front 1 foots and clean back 1 foots, you're going to get those higher scores.
Well, and what's neat about this, and what's neat, and it's also a shame, somebody has to be lower than the next person.
That's right.
And these guys, they're friends. They all get along together. They play together. Particularly Joe and Logan, Joe and Logan. They're together, closer in age.
Yep.
So they're out there swimming all the time together and everything. And 7.9 and 6.0. Is what separated them that time, and Logan fell on his. So I know he's not happy. And here we have another skier coming in.
Oh, I don't think
this would be Nathan Patterson.
Here we go, pulling on that hand a little bit. Yeah, pulling in makes you lean back. You see that spray kind of coming up, but you can tell he's just learning these.
Oh yeah,
he's just going for it. I mean, see, like this, with the new rule in effect, it'll help him in this situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Being a little it's not perfectly clean, but he's holding his foot up, a good ways across. He's going to get paid a lot more than in the future than he is now.
And this is the part where I don't have it clear in my head yet, but if he touches down twice, doing that 1 foot, he still can get credit for the 1 foot in between because it's where the judges, if you said, okay, he touched down twice, but he got a 5, and I say he got a 6, and the other judge said he got a 7.
Oh.
They're going to average that
to the
and
6.
take the 6.
Wow. See, okay, that's what my wife was asking me that the other day. Well, what happens if you do a 1 foot, put it down, and pick it up again?
Yeah, you can get, and I hope I'm right on that.
Right. We're still learning the rules.
I'm still learning.
Let
it.
everybody know out there, we're still learning the rules ourselves. It's brand new,
Yeah.
so we don't want to confuse anybody out there. But I think by talking about it out loud like this, we can figure it out.
Hopefully, people will say, "He's nuts." I'm going to go look it up.
You're right. Yeah, they can correct us. Please correct us if we're wrong.
So so that's the part of it. The other way to think about it is if you do a 1 foot, you're starting your score at a half. And for every bit more of the wake you get, you get a point.
Oh, I understand. Right. You're,
now
yeah.
that's in my warped
That's a
mind.
good way to think about it. You're automatically starting at 0.5, and then if you can continue past the halfway mark, you're going to be 0.6,
The more
0.7,
you
0.8,
get of
0.9.
it, the more you get.
Yeah. It's a good way to think about it.
On the other hand, if you touch down, the further you're going to go down.
Down.
So if in my way of thinking, you come in at 0.5, you touch down, you got a 0.4.
Yeah.
And if you put it back
if
up.
you touch down before the halfway mark, right? Yeah.
Well, it's going to bring you down, for every touch, it's going to bring you down 1/10 of a point.
Right.
Now, that may not be the best way to look at it, but that's in my mind. I'm counting and trying to absorb and see how I would put it into play.
So the big question is going to be, they do a 1 foot, they put it down in the middle of the wake, and they pick it back up and ride it all the way across. What score is that going to be? Okay, well, we got 0.9. That's what it's going to be because you touch down once,
I think
so it's
that's what it is.
0.1 away. All right, here we go. 2 foot wake crosses.
And I don't know too much about these boys. I do know they were junior jam, and they have seemed to come a long way in the week that they were there. So number one, they're here at this tournament.
Right.
And two, they're scoring at this tournament.
What else do you know about the junior gym? How many kids do they have involved? That was the WBC put that on?
Yes, and they had like 7 to 9 skiers.
Wow. All right, cut into an interview. Down to you, Paul Stokes.
We're on it. Joe Kane just finished up his boys B slalom run. His tournament's wrapped up. How'd it go out there, Joe?
I thought it went pretty good. I got a decent pace forwards and a decent pace backwards, so I'm pretty proud of that.
You stood up on both ends?
Yep.
That always feels good, right?
It always feels great.
Overall, how are you feeling about your tournament?
Really good, actually. I tricked consistently again, and then I slalomed really well today, and I jumped my PB.
You landed some jumps?
Yeah.
You jumped to PB?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Nice skiing out there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There we go.
Yeah, we got
it. Cool.
Oh, okay.
So the towers.
All right, we're just testing that interview there down by the lake because we got the finals tomorrow of all the Open and Open Pro skiers, which is going to be amazing. And we're just testing that interview on the water's edge as the skier comes out of the water.
Here we come with Hayden Kirkland. And yes, they had 7 to 9 kids there from all ages.
Thank you.
Well, we know that Max was there. He was 8, and we have these guys that are, in their early teens.
Smooth, clean. And, I say that a lot, smooth, clean, when it's smooth and clean. That was a touchdown. But it's true. If you can be smooth and clean, you're going to get nice, consistent, high scores.
Well, that's one of the things we were discussing in the men's division there. It was very tightly contested, and you can see they weren't really pushing it. They wanted to see the scores on the board. So they were running steady and smooth rather than trying to
push the envelope.
Because they were, I think it was with a couple hundred points of the overall of the top 3.
Whoa, that's it?
Yeah, so they were all like battling. And what did we have? Joe had a 7.9. We had that one. Trying to see. Hayden Kirkland has a 6.3.
Well, I just got the final boys B finals scores right here. We got in fourth, Max Dubs at .48. Mason Patel at 1.05 third. Second is Logan Harrington at 6. And Joseph Cohen at 7.9. Official scores right there.
You know, philosophically, I'm not a person that's in favor of participation trophies.
Right.
But when you have 4 kids and one doesn't make
I know
anything, that's the sad part.
That is a tough part.
Now, but I'm not in favor of participation trophies.
I'm not either.
So anyway,
that's not the way we grew up either. You
No.
know what I mean? You got to earn it. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You got to earn it. I mean, I get it if you're in a 5K or 10K race and you finish that amount of miles, you get your trophy because that you're not. There's 2 different ways to look at that, right? You're either trying to be first, which those are going to be the elite people running, or you're just trying to finish that far distance, which I get that. You can have your participation one for that. But this is different. This is podium. This is a 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
And that's kind of the way
my
it is.
congratulations goes out to Max for getting a .48 there.
Absolutely. Was this his first nationals?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, first nationals.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's something you could have. Your first nationals, you get, hey, this is your first nationals. Here's your attending. You have attended your first nationals. Here you go. That'd be something we could do.
That was something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the junior development's always working. And here we have Hayden Kirkland coming in on his second pass. And this will be a second forward pass, so he'll get 25% of his lower score of the 2 passes.
Oh, he's sitting a little low. You know, low can be safe, but low can also be tough because you get kind of crushed and squatted down as you go across. But there we go. He's turning it up now. Another touchdown. So, yeah, he's just getting these, you can tell. That's good.
Got to give him credit for going after it.
Yeah, you see those 2 arms being pulled in like that? I kind of call it the kangaroo. You know, he's pulling in hard on those arms.
Yeah.
When you see someone doing that, that means they're pulling on both arms 50-50, which makes you lean back and kind of plow. What you really want to start focusing on is having your weight on your lead arm, right? You should have 80 to 90% of your weight on your lead arm. And what that does is that it's really hard to pull it in when you're holding on with just one arm. If all the weight is on one arm and you're trying to pull in on that, you really can't. So that puts the handle naturally where it needs to be. And that's something we've worked on for many, many years. Pulling in, pulling on the handle with two hands, 50-50 like that. No. Get 80 to 90% of your pull on the right lead arm if you're going to the right, and that's going to put the handle where it belongs naturally, and it'll give you balance through the wake, and that's what these kids need to focus on.
Okay, they just changed that score. Oh, 10.2.
10.2.
That's quite the score.
Was that the one that just, did he just go?
Yeah, I think.
That must be just a provisional. I mean, there was a lot of touchdowns there, but.
We'll have to wait and see what the finals are on that.
Did he do 2 front runs there, or was that a back? Did he do a back and a front? Is that his first?
I'm trying to remember now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That might be just a wrong provisional score out of the boat, I'm guessing. I don't think I saw a 10 there.
I don't think so either. Could be wrong, though. I've been wrong before.
Just a few times.
Just once or twice, yeah.
Let me go ask Carolyn that.
Yeah. Oh, don't ask her. No. Spare me, please.
You know, John, I can't stop thinking about that premiere of Pursuit last night, that video. For the people that didn't see it, that's watching the live stream, let's talk about it a little bit. What do you think about it?
Well, first, let me give you kudos. Your explanations and your presentation in that, which was an interview presentation. It wasn't a presentation, but it came across so well.
Thank you.
I almost texted you last night, but I thought I'd wait and see you today.
Thank you.
That laid the groundwork for the interviews with Swampy and all them. You laid it out there so perfectly.
Well, Jake made it easy on me because he just asked me the questions, and I had no idea he was going to use that much of it and put it in there. But
it really set the stage.
It was kind of cool. It was fun.
But the whole thing, had tears,
That's awesome.
start to finish.
Oh,
No
man.
doubt. Knowing the families forever.
Yes.
Uh,
You're
seeing-
tearing up again.
I
This is
do.
how good it is, everybody. I mean, if we can get some emotion from this guy like this, this is a show and a movie, a documentary on Ben and Ashley in the World Barefoot Center. You've got to watch it. I was thinking to myself, how can I watch it again? Like, where can I go to watch it? I can't. It's not out yet.
It's not out yet.
So it's kind of like we're all wanting to see it again, and we're trying to tell everybody about it because it's probably one of the most quality water ski videos ever made. Now, if you're not a barefooter, it doesn't mean you're not going to enjoy this. It's not really about barefoot water skiing. It's about Ben and Ashley and their pursuit of excellence,
and
right?
and athletes in general too.
Absolutely, yes.
Because they talk about so many of the other skiers, and if you know what Ben and Ashley go through, you talked about it too. Every one of those skiers is going through that.
Right.
We've all, whatever level, you're going through that stage at some point. It only intensifies.
And it doesn't have to be in barefooting. Could be in a water skiing. You could take what they've learned and what they're talking about and apply to anything else in life. And that's why I think this movie is going to relate to everybody and anybody that watches it.
And there were to me, many special moments.
Yeah.
I mentioned it earlier. He asked a question to Ben about his career or his future. And Ben answered the question, and he kept the camera focused on Ben.
I remember that part, yes.
And Ben swallowed.
Yeah.
And you could tell where Ben's emotion was.
Yes.
It was right there. I mean, it was on the edge.
And that's what documentaries really need to show, is the emotion of the people in it. Like, what are they feeling? What are their emotions? How important is it to them? And in this documentary on Pursuit, you can see it and you can feel it and you really can relate to it.
And the history of Ben and Ash, I mean, some of us know that story.
Yeah.
But seeing that story with the pictures
made
it even better. And just knowing their story and then seeing it that way.
They had video from 20 years ago of them being together when they were kids hanging out. They came in, they went within the relationship, and they ended up back together. But to see those videos of that many years ago was like, whoa.
And to know how Ben had gone through the coaching first.
Yeah. The swampy lashings.
and to pull Ashley through it.
Yeah.
That means if you understand it and absorb it, that means amazing amount of.
Oh yeah.
Right?
What did Ben call it? Misery.
Misery loves company.
Oh yeah, misery loves company. Yes, that's what brought them back together. Their misery made them happy again.
One of the things that stood out for me, and it's probably because I was so involved in it, I did not realize how bad the skies looked over the World Championships when it was actually happening.
Oh, yeah.
In those videos last night.
And that happened for days like that.
Well,
you didn't know. You were like boots on the ground.
Well, someone said, well, you were looking out there. I was looking out there, and I was looking over. Oh, and I saw that in the video last night. I said, it's no wonder people were scared.
Right.
Because those skies were ugly. And Jake's drone and regular video showed the skies, the water, the wind.
When you don't experience that stuff ever, and all of a sudden you're here and you're looking up at the clouds and you're like, this is not normal. Yeah, I get it too now. Why people just said, I'm out of here. I'm going north. If there's a hurricane coming, I'm out of here.
A bunch of us stayed and had a hurricane party.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do down here.
Go ahead. You have some scores.
Yes, we do. We have the boys A slalom final round results here. In second place, we have Nathan Peterson with a 5, and Hayden Kirkland first place with a 6.53.
And there was a correction made on that other one, the women's.
Oh, yeah.
Heather Stokes had the 4.1, and Betsy Gilman had the 5.0.
Okay.
So they just had those reversed, and we checked, and they corrected that.
Okay, good.
As far as I know.
Good. You were on that one. You knew that one right from the beginning.
Again, a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Again, so back to the pursuit, because we're going to talk about it and we're going to promote it as much as possible. And hopefully someone out here is watching that maybe can connect us, you, or Jake Snyder, which is the one that directed and produced this documentary on Ben and Ash. We need somebody out there that can get us to an Amazon Prime or a Hulu or someone that can take this beautiful piece that's already been finalized and take it to the mainstream so people can stream this and watch it in their house. We're looking for that connection out there. It is such a quality video. It's like if you watch any documentary on Netflix or Amazon Prime, it is just as best quality as there can be. And we're looking for that. We know people, and people know us, and we need to connect with someone out there that can maybe connect us with taking that next step for them.
And we're even still looking for sponsors to help. I mean, I know Jake had to rent special cameras for some of that. And there's been a lot of support for it. He's got some donations. We're always looking for additional donations and things. But
he does have that fundraiser page up still.
It's still there.
We probably need to make that visible maybe on the live feed, and people can go there and donate. Yeah, that'd be good.
And I'm looking to try to get that to be shown at some other venues as well.
You know what we should do? I'm glad you said that, because Lauren and I were talking about this last night, is we can have more than just one premiere.
Yes.
Right? So let's have more premieres. Let's have maybe do the theater down in like downtown Winter Haven and any place up in the Carolinas with you. We can have as many as we want to help raise money to pay for this video.
We're going to switch to awards here. Maybe we're all cut. Oh, we're already cut off.
All right. Yeah.
I'll give him the thumbs up. Good water conditions.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, look at that. Look at that glass, huh? We were just trying to pump up the, oh, I think we're back on
Now we're
here.
back live. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Coming into the slalom round here. I'm Lance Smith. This is Keith St. Onge. I think those of you that have been with us have had Keith and John for a majority of the day. But getting into slalom here, I think we're going to be starting off with, I got, my apologies, folks. We're going to be starting off with open women's slalom here, which is the final four coming out of Wednesday. We have Amara Bruns, Lauren Ehlers, Megan Adams, and Faith Dix. A couple of scores there really close, should be interesting. Megan versus Faith will be a good battle. What do you
It's good. Yeah, look at some of these scores: 12-8, 12-4, 11-8. Those are all tight
yeah,
right
bunched
there.
up pretty quick.
That's going to be good to watch. Where do these scores come from? It looks like it says round 2 here. So is this going to be round 2 for these ladies?
I'm not quite certain, to be honest.
Okay, we'll have to ask someone that.
I think this is round 2, but
all these ladies have been skiing hard, and they've been skiing good. I mean, Faith, show skier, Megan Adams, she's been. I was used to go to their house when she was like 10 years old and teach her and her dad and all that. Lauren Ehlers, she was down at the WBC for years with us, and of course Mara Bruns from South Dakota. She's a show skier, and they've all skied at World Championships, and they are some amazing female athletes.
So those of our viewers that aren't very familiar with the slalom event, let's briefly describe like what the slalom event is. And obviously if I make a mistake here, feel free to correct me, but the slalom event is 2 passes, 2 15-second passes.
Correct.
And you can either do 2 forward passes, or as skiers get more advanced, they do a forward and a backwards pass.
That's right.
And then I'll let you, as far as the scoring, you want to tell the viewers how that works?
Sure, yeah. So if you cross the wake on 2 feet, you get a half a point. If you cross the wake on 1 foot, you get 1 full point. So that portion of it is pretty easy, right? So now we get into the difficulty part, is if you put your foot down somewhere in the wake, right? We have 4 zones. We have zone 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so if you turn on 1 foot, it's a 0.2. If you get between the curl and the middle, it's a 0.6. Middle to the other wake, 0.8, and then finally your 1 point. And that's kind of how it's broken down. So as we go through this and we time it with the 15-second timer here, we'll count, and then if we see an early touchdown, we'll know that goes to half a point. If you go to the 2 foots, which these ladies are going to see all 1 foots mostly, but the 2 foot crosses, it's the same thing, but obviously cut in half. Now, what we were watching before, which we didn't really talk about, which we probably should have, is that if somebody does 2 passes forward or 2 passes backwards, the second pass, which is lower, the lowest one of the 2, you're only going to get 25% points for that one. So, it sounds probably a little confusing if you're hearing it for the first time.
Right.
But, once you're in it and you're involved in it and you know what to do and how to do it, it's very simple.
So I was on here with Swampy in the broadcast booth yesterday, and he had to correct me. I kept calling out some of the scores like 6.5, 5, and he's like, dude, there is 0.5.
Right.
I was just thinking, like, because they're halfway across. So,
yeah. Well, the new rules, John Korch and I were just talking about the new rules. That is the way you're looking at it, is what is coming to effect after the Masters, which is that in October? When's the Masters?
Yeah, it is in October. No, it's in late September.
Late September, okay.
Yep.
So after that, the new rules will apply, which Peter O'Neill put together, which I do like.
And he has a great video explaining that.
Oh, I haven't seen the video yet.
It's an awesome explanation for even those that aren't familiar with the sport, or even those that are real familiar with how slalom is
It'd be
scored.
nice to play that right now before this an event
would be.
starts.
Let's see if we can get tech support to dig up that Pete O'Neill, because he does a very good job of explaining it. It shows actual skiers and how they would score it. It's brilliant work.
See, now we are like ESPN broadcasters telling the people in the booth, hey, pull that video up so we can watch it. So there we go. We're challenging you guys in the booth. They're already working their butt off.
Right, of course
we thank you guys, but there's a new challenge. Find Peter O'Neill's video on how the new rules are going to be, and he can explain it. We can watch it, and we can learn. We're still learning.
Absolutely.
It's still new to me. I just read through them a couple days ago, and I actually called Swampy, and I was like, what? I don't understand this or understand why this and why that. And
Yeah.
he broke it down for me pretty good.
So as far as front versus back slalom, you would think, common sense, like, oh, of course, forward skiing's easier than backward, so the scores are going to be better. Not the case.
Right.
A lot of times you can, and why is that?
So the reason backwards you can go faster, and actually when you get to a certain point in your backwards barefooting, backwards is easier than forward because you're on the larger part of your foot, right? Your foot is wider and you can use your toes, so you have more surface area on the water. Now backwards you can actually lean away a lot more when you're doing your back wake slalom compared to your forward wake slalom. Forward you can only push so much before you push your foot through the water. But backwards you can lean away, get aggressive, and drive that foot deep into the water. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of people.
That makes sense.
They can go faster backwards than forward. Like Scarpa, Ron Scarpa was out here yesterday, and he was always known for his amazing back barefoot water skiing. And you could see that when he did his back barefoot wakes, he was cruising and jamming, and he's always been so strong at that. But you see him go forward, he's a little slower. And that's most people. Most people are slower forward than they are backwards. All right, I hear a boat?
Looks
like
like
they're just doing a leveling pass maybe, or just kind of cruising, making sure everything's good.
And if you see that in the background, folks, that boat, as Keith mentioned, doing a leveling pass or just testing everything out, making sure the wake's level. Like when they change out the crew, sometimes weight differentials cause the boat to lean one way, or especially when I'm in the boat. I'm a bigger guy, so they're usually like, hey, Smith, move over a little bit. So that's what they're doing, just making sure that the boat's nice and level, because if the boat's not, the weight can be higher on one side and lower on the other, and you'll notice it.
It can throw you off.
Yeah, it'll throw you off because it's all about, and you could definitely attest to this, it's about rhythm.
Yeah.
And getting in that rhythm, and if the wake's not dead on, it can throw you off.
Totally, yeah, definitely makes a difference. We got a little wind blowing in here. Feels good for us as we're sitting
really
here,
good
that's for sure.
The porta-cool there.
But it's been hot out here. I mean, this is like Florida's hot. Okay, we know Florida's hot in the summer, but the last couple weeks in Florida have been like more miserably hot than typical.
Yep.
And I feel bad for everybody coming down from the Midwest coming down here because they're just dying. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just sucks it right out of you. But but it does make good for glass water, as you can see behind us.
It does.
The heat brings the glass. Until the storms come, if there are any rainstorms.
Yep, yeah, and John and I were talking about earlier, and we'll talk about again, that I don't know how you feel about skiing on hot versus cold water. In my opinion, the hotter water can feel softer.
Totally.
So, all right, first skier up, Amara Bruns. Her PB, I believe her PB is 9.1. If I'm incorrect, please let me know, but I believe that's what they've put down here.
That's probably from her first round score, I'm guessing.
Okay, then maybe that's her first round score. I'll get my information straight here. Okay, she's up and skiing. She's starting to Keith's on the timer. She's on the passenger side getting set up. And there's 1, that'll pay. 2, that'll pay. 3, nice clean crosses. 4, that'll pay. 5, that'll pay. 6.
That's 6.2. So she was going back towards the wake on one foot, which gives her that 0.2. See, what you could tell here on the replay, this first cross, easy. Second cross, easy. But if you pay attention, you will see now she starts to push it a little bit. She's going to drive it. Oh, hold on to the tent. The tent is flying out of here. I'll hold it. The wind is coming. We're going to have to put some stakes down on this baby to hold it down in one spot. All right, people, we need help. People in the booth, come out here and grab this thing. There we go. We got it. Well, we had it. Woo, that was a close call. That was a close call. It's still flying. You got it? I don't know. Wow. Well, it was glassy. It was hot and glassy, but now it's windy and yeah, it's still pretty good. I was just talking about how dead and calm it was, and all of a sudden the tent takes off, right? Were we just talking about that?
We tie those 2 poles together. This one's bolted to the ground. That rope right in front of you, that gray rope.
All right, we're waiting for a, sorry about that. You guys have probably got a good laugh out of that. This thing was like taking off, and everybody just came running over to pull it down. We're waiting for that provisional score from that first pass. Anybody have any red ant repellent to put on the ground because one just got me and they've been on the table. Oh, he's got some, Lance. We got some. I don't know. They've been on the table over here and one just bit me. So I don't know. Just walk around and see if you see him anyway. There should be a nest somewhere right over there, I think, maybe. Grab my hat. Don't put it on my hat. Throw it. We're still waiting for that. I don't know what's taking so long here. We didn't get a provisional. You just throw that hat on the table, bud. Okay. What's up, bud? Yeah.
All right, back with you here. Sorry about that, folks. Tomorrow, second pass here.
We did not get a provisional yet. They didn't mark it on the screen.
Nothing on the walkie. All right, she's doing a back deep here for her backwards run. Back deep is good. She's going to edge out to the passenger side. And there she goes.
So the first motion towards the wake is when that time starts.
2, 3, that's clean.
Looking nice.
4, 5, I think that was good. 6, early down there.
Yeah,
it's
early down.
5.5
because she got a touchdown on that. So 5.5 it looks like, which is not bad. It would have been nice to get that full. That would have been a 0.8 if she finished it, so she didn't lose out on too much. What's up, guys? Good skiing, guys.
Keith, what'd you have, a 6.2?
Come on in. Come on in. Absolutely, I'll sign your hat. For sure, man. Would love to. Good skiing. That was sweet. I was calling it. You were nice and consistent. Is it okay if I put it up here? Uh-oh, this marker is getting dry. Need a new Sharpie. There you go, brother. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you. No problem.
Yeah, Ben said this is the final round. So
yeah, finals.
All right, sorry about those technical difficulties. Wind came in as soon as Keith had to talk about the flat water.
Right. This heat brings in the glass water.
Mother Nature said, not so fast.
11.8.
Nice run by Amara. Really nice run.
She improved a lot.
Who we have next? Lauren Ehler skiing out of Texas. Barefoot family there. Like Keith had said earlier, Lauren was at the school. Was she at the school for a year or two? Or no,
I think
Landon was.
Landon was there for 2 years, but Lauren was there as well.
Okay, cool.
Yes, and that's when they kind of rekindled things and got the relationship going, and now they're married with little Abby.
Super cool. Let's see what Lauren does here. I think she's a 6-ish front, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I would say probably between 6 and a 7. She's pretty solid, and we're gonna find out soon. But that's 11.8.
Yeah, setting the tone there.
That's, if somebody makes a mistake, that'll probably be a third place score.
So we'll talk. I want to talk about something after Lauren's run here about advantage of when you skied. Did you want to be farther down to see how everybody else did?
I mean, yes and no. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
All right, Lauren's going out to the passenger side here, getting settled in there, getting her grip, and
I didn't have my timer on.
1, 2, 3, that'll pay. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna say it's probably a 7.
Yeah, that was. I started late on that. Here we go. I mean, that was good. You could tell she's being aggressive with it. I mean, look at that. Even
she's
dropping
dipping
that shoulder
a little bit.
Yeah. You can drop it right in there as long as you square it back up. When you drop it in, it kind of gives you a little slingshot, is what we used to call it. on that side, she is like, man. On the driver to passenger, she really took off a few times. She dropped that shoulder.
She was cooking.
It's important that when you do that and you get that little slingshot, that you square back up and then you can cruise across. But it really helps you get that transition quicker.
As long as you square up by the time you come off the wake.
Right, yeah, and that's the hard part, because most people that try that or do it, kind of naturally never do. They just kind of keep on tipping over and falling outside of it.
So as far as strategy, we're waiting for her back run here. When you're in the open round, or in a, excuse me, final round, would you rather start off first or be at the end to see how aggressive you have to be?
I mean, if you're in the finals and you're seated last, it means you're seated the top seed.
Yep.
That's where you want to be, right? But let's just say we're going into it and they're just picking names out of a hat. I would for sure want to go first.
Yep.
Because you want to put the pressure on everybody else. You just get to go without seeing anybody, you know. People start talking about falls or people falling in front of you and, you know, all that stuff. But basically, you try not to pay attention to any of that stuff. But, yeah, you know, it just depends, I guess.
Sure.
I'd rather be top seed and last one.
Right.
Just kind of see what you got to do. Hear all the provisional scores coming out of the boat. You know, especially if you know who your number one competitor is and they fall.
Yeah.
Kind of takes a little pressure off you. But it doesn't matter. You're out there to do your personal best and do the best you can do.
So you're saying you always want to see against yourself.
Yeah.
Not another skier.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean that's the best way to think about it, right? Put the pressure on yourself, only yourself. Don't worry about anybody else. Doesn't matter what anybody else does. It's, you know, it shouldn't affect you.
All right, Lauren's second pass, going to do it back deep here for her backwards pass. Here she goes, rolling over. I don't know which side Lauren goes out to. Goes out to the passenger here, getting settled in there, squaring up. Nice backwards position, and here she goes.
There we go.
One
foot.
that's going to pay.
Oh! But she didn't fall,
Two.
Lee, so let's go. Let's get some more 1 foots here.
Three.
All the way. Come on.
Four.
She got it.
5. Man, that was a fast one. 6. I don't know if
Whoa. So we're at
5.
5 and a bit with a touchdown, maybe 2 touchdowns.
What are you going to score that out at, Keith?
That's probably going to be a 5 or just shy of 5.
Looks like Lauren's also off the Superfly high. We were talking about yesterday, some skiers elect to go to the tower attachment point.
Oh, I was way off on that one. 6.6 they gave her out of that right there.
Okay.
Okay, and then this is the Open Pro division right now. You have Noah slightly ahead, but he's out of slalom. Brett's a bit behind, but Brody and Brett can both pick up a lot to try and close.
Oh, wow. Cool.
You want to go through that?
Yeah.
Probably better at, thank you.
That's fun stuff to have right there.
Absolutely.
Oh, 11.5.
11.5 right after. So what was that second going to be scored at then? She got 5. What was she at? 6.6. So she got 4.9. Is that correct, Keith?
Yes. So that's 11.5. That puts her just behind Amara.
Now next up, Megan Adams. I've gotten to know Megan Adams a little bit this week. Big fan, like Keith said. Longtime barefooting family out of Minnesota, correct? Is that north of Minneapolis?
Yep, right outside of Minneapolis. Yeah. It's so cool. My girls went to ski at the WBC about a month ago or maybe 3 weeks ago, and I said, "Who'd you ski with?" And they said, "Megan Adams." I said, "No way. I used to teach her when she was little. Now she's teaching you guys. This is so cool."
It's crazy how it evolves. Let's see what Megan cranks out forward here. I know she's really looking. 1, that's going to be clean. 2, clean. 3, clean. 4, clean. I think 5, 6.
6.2.
Be a 6.2 by Megan Adams. One of those was a little close, but I'd pay her.
She kind of turned.
When she comes driver to passenger right here, I believe.
That's pretty good. I'd pay them all. Yeah. Now you see how it's really difficult to see where that wake starts and ends.
Yep.
And that's where that new rule is going to come into effect to help.
Megan's going to be a 6.2, so Keith hit the nail on the head there. 6.2 for that
6.2.
forward pass. Now, once again, folks, that is preliminary out of the boat. That is not official.
Could change.
Uh,
They will bring us the official sheet eventually.
They'll bring us the official sheet. That's a video review. in the scorer's booth tent, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing is we're talking about that wake. You really you can't see it. There's not a defined crest on it like there are in outboards. In
Right.
outboard, you get that defined
you know
crest.
right where you're at. Yeah.
On these inboards, when you look at it, you kind of, here it comes down, the curl, and you don't really know where it starts and where it ends. And that's where a lot of judges think it's over here, and some judges think it's over here.
We were talking about that yesterday. Like every judge is different on
Yeah.
where they think it ends. I know there were some skiers frustrated yesterday, which what looked like some really good slalom scores got cut. So it's interesting in the sport how judges have different perspectives, especially in that slalom event where the cut is.
So think about that. This new rule is going to help these skiers, and it's going to be more justified, I think, is that if they put down early, which when we're saying early, it's literally like 2 or 3 inches early.
Yeah, I mean
it's you're trying to go as fast as you can. You're trying to put your foot down as soon as you can, so you can cut and go back the other way, right?
Yeah.
But this new rule is going to give you a 0.9.
I think it's great idea.
That's super. That's super. It's kind of amazing. It took us this long to figure that portion of it out, I guess. But
all right,
Peter
Adams
O'Neill
back
came up
pass
with that.
here. Feet planted, get up here. I believe she goes out to the driver. Yes, she does. Keith's on the timer there. She's getting set up, getting her grip. 1, 2. Let's go, Megan. 3, 4. Oh, no! She fell off her foot on the way back.
4.
She just leaned over it. If you lean too far and don't stay over that ski foot is what it looked like, Keith. You may have a better perspective or opinion on that than I did, but as she's coming back, she just got off that ski foot and tipped over. It can happen.
Might have planted a little early, didn't get all of her weight over there, and whoopsie, right there, yeah. Just planted, didn't get over the foot, didn't bring the foot underneath her. She wasn't quite centered yet.
I know she's going to be frustrated
It's going to
with
be
that,
a
folks.
10.2, I think.
Right now, Amara's still out front, 11.8. Lauren right behind her at 11.5. And Megan, we'll see but she's probably going to end up within the 10 somewhere.
Yeah, 10.2. I'm fairly certain that's what it's going to be.
Her first round was 12.4, so I know she's not going to be happy with that, folks. Faith up next. She spent some time at the World Barefoot Center. Faith skis out of Wisconsin, also a great show skier. Great slalomer as well. All around great barefoot.
Yeah, she was doing all the videos at the World Barefoot Center for a while. She turned it up too. When you spend that much time at the World Barefoot Center, like when you're there, you get so much water time when you're working there. You can hardly take it all, but you improve so fast. And that's what all of these girls have done. They put the time in. They've taken the falls. They've taken the beatings. And you can tell when you watch them ski, not only in this, but in like the tricks event, they're all doing surface turns now.
Yep.
Pretty amazing, There wasn't long ago there was only like 1 or 2 women doing surface turns. Now they're all doing it. I have not seen a score come back there for that.
It's like face in the water. Like Keith said, folks, we do not have a score, Megan Adams' final score yet, but we'll see Faith's forward pass. I think Faith slaloms forward around 44. Oh, she's doing her back pass first.
I like it. That's what I always do too. I love to go backwards first. Get away with a little bit more backwards than you do forward. And I've always, when I changed that years ago, it's just, I don't know, it made so much more sense. And here we go.
All right, 1, 2, it's clean. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Ooh, that's looking nice.
7. I'm going to say it's a clean 7.
Oh, yeah.
So you had mentioned.
That is nice. That's the best pass we've seen forward or backwards yet, or like a completed total of 7 is the most we've seen. So
what it was you mentioned your strategy going backwards first. Why you want to share with our viewers why that was?
Yeah, when you go forward, a lot more things can happen as far as bobbles go, early touchdowns and things like that. It's a lot more easy to make a mistake skiing forward on slalom than it is backwards.
Okay.
Backwards, you get away with a lot more. You're leaning away. You're driving through the wake. You can get away with even like chop your water or backwash. you get away with a lot more. So I started doing backwards first, and it just really set me up. I knew I was going to get a good, solid, positive score on the board, and then I could do my forward run. Yeah, and then you kind of know how much you want to push your forward. If you got cut on 1 or 2 backwards, maybe you push your forward a little bit more than normal to try to get the points a little higher.
So would you ask him after the first pass, like, what do you have me at?
Always.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah, you always ask him, can I get a provisional score out of the boat? At one time, when we always started asking that, they wouldn't really give you anything. But once in a while, you get a judge who'd say, oh, yeah, my sheet is this. As time went on, they were a lot more lenient with that. And they were like, because, again, provisional, right? It's not, and it's only one judge's
Megan Adams
sheet.
just came in 10.3, folks. I know she's not going to be happy with that, but right now that puts her in the
more than
sole position, 10.3. Amara first, Lauren second, Megan third, and a great back pass by Faith. We don't have anything out of the boat yet, but we have Faith with a 7 for her backwards. That's just what we did here out of the broadcast booth.
This right here should be an easy win for Faith if she stands up her run. If she stands up this front run, gets a 6, gets her 13, that's it. She can just do an easy 6 here and take it. So she must know that. She gets it. She's going to be clean. She's going to stand it up. Get 6, anything over that's going to be bonus, and that will get her the win in the slalom. Now, for people watching out there that maybe not know the rules either, the timer, you start the time when they make the first motion towards the wake. So as soon as they turn the body and they make that motion towards the wake and they start moving in is when time starts. Oh, I didn't think about that. When does time, if there's 2... Now that we have judges in the booth and 1 judge in the boat, how does the timer work? We'll have to cover that after this pass right here.
I'm not sure. She's going out to the passenger side, or I'm sorry, driver's side for a forward pass here. There she goes. 1, that's clean. 2, she's going to be conservative here, folks, so she knows what she's going to do.
She's going to not put down early.
3.
It was
Ooh,
close
a little
there.
bobble there.
Yeah, sometimes when
4.
you don't have any pressure on you, it can throw you off. This side looks early. Passenger side looks
Yeah, you're right, it does.
Wow. So what do we get there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 and maybe a couple early. I'm curious what they have. Are you hearing anything on the radio at all?
No, I haven't. I'll put it between us and turn it up a little bit. Yeah, so I'm really curious. I mean, that was a good run. Just passenger side looks, they were close in my opinion compared to the other skiers.
That's that area in the wake where, is there a little slope there, or are you at the bottom of it?
It's crazy.
So we don't know what Faith has yet. Waiting for that. Keith thought maybe there's a couple early downs.
It's so close. I wouldn't cut her on it because I'm for the skier before. If it's a 50-50, I go the skier.
Okay.
I go for the skier. And right now that's a 50-50. So, but it only takes one or two. It only takes 2 judges to agree on 1 cut early, and there it is. It's still going to be enough. Even if she gets cut on 1, it's still going to be enough for her to win.
So we're waiting on that. Next up, we have the International Women's Slalom. Some great skiers in there.
All right.
Kimberly Schmidt out of the Netherlands, Kelly Blank out of Australia, and Ashley Stebbings. I think we all know who she is, the undisputed GOAT there.
So they didn't give us the final score yet.
Kimberly is up.
On Faith, we need to get that score so we know where that group is ending
Looks
at.
like Kimberly coming out of the first round had a 6.9. Solid skier, progressing quickly. She came over with Rick Moyes. Had the pleasure of skiing with them some this week. Good asset to the sport, and she's up and skiing. Shaking off that water. Getting comfortable. And here she goes. 1, oh, that's nearly down. 1 cross. 2. 3. That must be her reverse. 4. 5. 6. It might. 7. So she's got 7 crosses. Some of those are probably going to be cut. Let's look at that again. Oh, that's nearly down on her first cross. Second, maybe an late lift. I don't know. What do you think there, Keith?
Yeah, it's definitely a little sloppy, but I'll tell you one thing about her is when I got here this afternoon, she was working. She was working the site.
Yeah.
She was working out here. She was sweating.
She's been working the site.
I mean,
the whole
she's a
time.
European. She's not used to this heat.
Well said.
And she was over there filling up these AC blowers here with water, and she was doing a bunch of stuff. So that's hard. That's hard on a skier. It takes that to get the tournament done right, but it's hard on the skier too. 12.7 for Faith
12.7, so she's going to come out front.
Oh, yeah. There's your provisional right there. So we've got... So provisional scores is going to be Faith Dix taking the #1 spot here with 12.7. Then we have #2, which will be Amara Bruns at 11.8, and Lauren Ehlers at 11.5. Megan Adams ended up with a 10.3. So that's the provisional scores for that round. So that was some pretty nice skiing.
So, yeah, that is Faith Dix is going to be your Open Women's National Champion. Good skiing there by Faith.
It's provisional scores. Things could change.
Thank you. Provisional.
But I think you're right. I think she's going to keep that first place seed, and she will take the gold medal. But you never know either.
Let's see Kimberly's back pass here. All right, she's up, starting on the driver's side. All right, there she goes. One, it's going to be in her 1 cross, 2 cross, 3 cross, 4. That one might get.
That looked good.
5, right on the edge there.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how that's going to get
4.5, a couple touches, one clean one. So yeah, we'll wait to see what they come out with the score.
What did you have as Kimberly's front pass?
I don't know. She was really dirty on it, up and down, and they didn't give a score yet.
So she had 6 coming out. She had 6.9 in the last round. I think she's going to beat that, folks. All right, don't have anything in yet from the boat or from the score review booth.
Kelly Blank, what an asset she is. She's up next. What an asset she is to the World Barefoot Center. She's there running the pro shop with Ashley, and I just love how she's not afraid to make things happen.
No.
She's a hard worker. She loves skiing. She's so passionate about it, and you can tell in her skiing. She won the Australian Nationals overall championship this year, right?
Great skier, yeah, and she's just coming off a slalom PB, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
what did she
her
slalom?
PB,
This
14.
is 14. That is a big score.
Yeah, that is a big score. So
Wow.
coming off that, I wouldn't be surprised if she may be looking to beat that. Even
think about that. We had some of the open guys.
I know.
Skiing 14s.
That is a darn impressive.
And here we go.
score.
We got Kelly skiing 14. That's pretty impressive, is right. Tough gal right there. Tough gal. What did she do? She had some pretty big injuries, didn't she? Didn't she break her femur?
She had a nasty jump injury.
Yeah, broke her leg?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd come back to skiing after that. It had to be off.
I'd be thinking like that,
She
too.
told me the story the other day. I was like, you are one tough cookie. Like, she's had neck injury. She's had a heel injury. That's
elbow or something.
affecting her a lot.
The elbow one is kind of funny, though. She heard it vacuuming at the WBC.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yes. Yeah, she told me that. I was
no
like, how'd you heard it
story,
skiing?
like,
no.
oh, it's my first line
Well, I think that's
back.
hilarious,
All right, here we
though.
go. Kelly's up and skiing. Backwards first. 1.
She's tall.
2.
Clean, though.
Skis very clean. 3. Ooh, that's a fast one. 4. That's clean. 5.
Is that handle away from her body?
6.
It looks like it is a little bit. That's.
I'm going to do 7. Or I'm sorry, 6-2.
I'd say 6'6". So yeah, 6'2", 6'6", somewhere in there.
Some of those may have been.
Yeah, look good. Yeah, so I'm really curious about this timer. If there's one judge in the boat and 2 judges in the booth, who's controlling the timer? I mean, obviously, the 2 judges up here must have their own timer.
7-6 for Kimberly Schmidt, so she did best her last score. So
She improved,
good job
yeah.
there. Kelly's got we got a 6.2.
6.2.
Keith called that right. 6.2 on her first back pass. Let's see what she does forward. She's going to have to do an 8 forwards if she wants to best her PB.
We'll have to ask Ben Groen that question about the timer. I mean, it must be a timer in the boat for the judge in the boat, and then a separate timer for the people up.
And how do you know the video's accurate if it's sped up or not? You know, I mean, not that somebody would speed
Unless
it up.
is there another video from the boat with the time going off so the people in the booth can hear them? I don't know. I'm curious on that one. Very curious. (6.2). So that was a 6.2 for. I imagine Kelly in her first round, she did a 14. She must have done like a 7-7 or a 6.8 and a 7.2 or something like that. So 6.2 here. Yeah, she should be able to do her 7+, and maybe that'll get her close to that 14 mark.
Next up in the open men's slalom finals, have Matt Martin, Jim Forrester, Owen Schott-Snyder, and Ron Scarpa. We haven't heard that name in years around the sport.
I don't think I've ever announced for Ron Scarpa because usually I competed against him.
Yeah.
So this would be the first time I think I announced that for Ron Scarpa. That would be kind of cool. And how do the people in the box hear it? They must have their own. Because they have to hear it, but how do the people in the box hear it? Peek your head in there and ask them. We're trying to figure out who has this timer.
All right, here's Kelly's forward pass. Let's see what she throws down here. All right, she's up, starting on the driver's side.
Ooh, I love that star.
She gets right into it.
Bang, bang.
3, 4, 5. Ooh, she's cranking, folks. 6.
It's going to be 7+. 7. Wow.
Ooh, what do you call that?
Just shy of 8, so 7-8. I was right. That will give her 14.
She may tie her PB there, folks.
We'll see what they give her out of the boat, of course.
Keith really liking that start. She didn't screw around, just got right into
I
it.
love that. I love that. A lot of people kind of go,
warm up to it.
I mean,
you don't like screwing around. Let's get down to business.
You're telling the judges, here I go, here, I'm getting ready, everybody watch me, and then you go.
Let's get down to business.
Not her. She just did a cha-cha, boom, into it.
All right, first run 6.2. If it's 7.8, she's going to tie her PB. Of course, that's just from the booth, folks. We're on some delayed video, and Keith's definitely been pretty accurate. Me, something.
They have their separate timer.
Kelly Blank, 14.0, ties her PB. So
that's what I thought.
Good skiing by Kelly. Next up, Ashley Stebbings.
I'm good. You need water?
If you have not heard of her, Google her.
You need one? You need water?
Yeah, I think
he needs water. Please, sorry.
I wasn't clear about that.
Sorry about that.
Tech support, food and beverage support, bring us water. Thank you, Mr. John Garrity. Been such a great help with all of this. Yeah, Ashley Stebbings, unbelievable skier. I mean, unbelievable slalomer. I mean, unbelievable all-around barefooter. But she's probably looking to slalom. She slalom 17 yesterday, 17.2 yesterday. I'm sorry, 17.4. Let's see what Ash is looking for. I believe she'll ski backwards first as well. Keith, you spent a lot of time with Ashley at the school. What makes her the athlete she is? I mean,
she doesn't give up.
Yeah.
She just doesn't give up. She doesn't give in. When you're in the boat with her and she's pissed, you don't even want to look at her in the eyes. Don't make eye contact. Whatever you do, it's so scary. And I could say that because she knows it, and it's just the way it is, right? But that's what makes her a fierce competitor. That's what makes her the best that there's ever been.
All right, I was wrong. She's starting out forward, passenger side. Let's see what she's looking to get here. There she goes. 1, clean. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You gonna give her that 8, Keith?
I'll give her the 8-2.
8-2, okay.
See if she gets it. We'll see if they give it to her or not. Yeah, there was, you know, I'm going to keep on talking about it for the rest of the day. I'm going to talk about it a lot tomorrow, too, is the video we watched last night, the premiere that we all went to watch. Almost, I think, over 100 people there.
Oh, well, very well attended.
Watching the documentary on Ben and Ash. I brought it up earlier.
Ash is 8.2. Sorry to interrupt you.
8.2. There we go. I was on that. So you were mentioned quite a few times in that video. You were in there, so that was kind of cool to see.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, had some nice skiing as well. Your skiing's come a long way.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Taking it to the next level. Been keeping eyes on you. And yeah, so the big thing is we need people to want to see this. And I want to see it again. I watched it last night, and I was like, where's the link so I can watch it again? But it's not out there yet.
Jake's lucky I wasn't blowing him up all night. You know,
Yeah.
I'm a barefoot video aficionado, and it was. I was kind of speechless afterwards. I want to see that again. What a great representation, and just to give some insight just into barefoot water skiing and the Ben and Ash's story, and what all goes in behind it. And the crazy thing is, most of that was done, and they were talking about coming up to the World Championships.
Right.
So imagine the additional pressure.
Exactly.
It's like,
It
oh
didn't
my
happen
gosh,
yet.
what if? And I'm like, what if they didn't win or something like that?
Then the video wouldn't have been as cool.
I mean, yeah. So the stars were aligned there.
Although we don't want to give it away either. We're kind of giving it away by saying that.
You're right, we are.
But anyway, that video was so cool, and we're talking about it because it's about Ben and Ash, and here's Ash on the water. She said something in the video that I loved, and when you get to a certain level, she basically said there's a lot of pressure on her because people expect her to win all the time.
Right.
But it's not that for her. She just wants to be able to perform, you know, the way she knows how. I started that a little late. She wants to perform the way she knows she's capable of performing. And so she puts the pressure on herself. She doesn't need to worry about anybody else putting the pressure on her. But she wants to represent females, she said, too. And this is the best way to do it.
You two were late on the timer.
Yeah, I was.
I'm going to probably an 8.
Yeah, I was late on that. We'll give it an 8-8 and see where she's at.
So yeah, without giving too much away, Barefoot documentary by Jake Snyder, Pursuit. Just a mesmerizing video film. I can't wait till it comes out to be so the general public can view it. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, we're looking for someone to take this documentary since it's so professional and live stream it, whether it's on Hulu or Amazon Prime or any of these streaming companies. We need someone to connect with out there that knows somebody that can put us in touch with them so they can watch this and determine whether they want to, put this to the next point of contact so they can stream it on one of these awesome platforms.
17.2 final for Ashley Stebbing. So that wraps up International Women's Slalom. Ashley with a 17.2, Kelly with a 14.0, and Kimberly with a 7.6. I think they all about the same scores as yesterday. Or I'm sorry,
Kimberly improved a little bit. Ashley was just shy of 0.2, and then Kelly Blank tied her PB at 14.
All right. See if they're running the same crew or doing a boat switch out. Next 4 skiers up, this is the finals, Open Men's Slalom Finals. Matt Martin, who finished with a 9.8 2 days ago. Jim Forrester with a 12.9. Owen Schatzsnyder, who I've gotten to know pretty well over the last 2-3 years, with a 14.3. And then topping that off, Ron Scarpa, name we haven't heard for quite some time, but good to see him back out on the water with a 14.8.
Yeah, that's good. That's going to be fun to watch these guys. All right, I got some information here that Ben Garone just dropped off to me for the Open Pro overall and the Woman Open overall. Okay, this is how close the overall is. The second round determines where everyone's going to land. So we have Brody with a total of 2,717 points. Noah just out-edging him with a 2,804 points, and Brett Swanbaum with a 2,583 points.
Oh, here goes Matt.
Oh, we're
back
on it
to the
already.
boat. We're on it
Wow, that
already.
was quick.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Keith. Wanted to see Matt's
Yes,
time. That's
absolutely.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Solid.
5, 6, 7,
Woo.
8.
Yeah, that's nice. That was
Yeah,
nice.
I've gotten Matt's only about 20 minutes from me, so I've gotten the pleasure to know him and his lovely family.
Oh, really? You get to know him
Skied
too?
with them a couple times this year out on the White River, so good to see them down here for Nationals.
So here we go. So these overalls are very tight. Now,
this is good
Noah
stuff.
cannot improve his slalom. He's out. He didn't make the second round. He had a 14-1. So he's out. He cannot improve. So what that leaves is Brody can improve, right? Because, let's see, we got 75-30 for Brody's tricks. He can improve on that. He got a 15.9 in slalom. He can improve on that. 23.4 meters in jump. He can improve on that. So if he improves just a little bit on any of that, he is going to move ahead for that overall title over Noah. Now we have Brett Swanbaum.
Preliminary Matt Martin, 7.6 out of the boat.
7.6. That's a nice front run. We got Brett Swanbaum with a 14.9 in slalom. Easily can improve that. 73.30 in tricks. Can easily improve that. 22.2 meter in jump. Now, he hasn't been skiing as hard as typical, so these still should be easy for him to improve. And if he does, he can move closer to Brody if Brody does not improve. So this is going to be tight. This is when it's fun.
I love this stuff. I mean, especially, you have these 3 ultra-talented skiers. Like you said, Brett hasn't been skiing much, but he kind of powers through it with just natural ability.
Yes.
Noah, I think we've all seen what he's done, not in his overall scheme, but specifically his tricks, but also a very capable slalom.
Right.
Unfortunately, his slalom score yesterday he wasn't too pleased with. And then Brody, the 4-time national champion.
Yes.
4 times straight, I believe.
It's consecutive, yes. Yes, it
four
has been consecutive.
He's always solid and Mr. Clutch at the end there. So let's look at Matt's back pass here. Once again, his forward pass was 7.6, so he's only got to do a couple crosses, and he's going to beat yesterday's score, folks.
And put the pressure on the rest of the pack. Let's see a
what
nice,
you got,
clean
Matt.
stand-up run. Oh, we went way out there. That timer's going to start.
Oh, 1 cross.
Okay, that was an early.
2
barely
cross.
give it to him. Ooh, no.
3 cross.
All right, so this is going to hurt him a little
4
bit.
cross.
Out wide.
Way out there. 5 cross. I think only one of those was 1 foot. So 5.5 is, what are you going to call that, a 2.5? Is that?
What was his total? How many? He had one cross, and how many total?
I don't know if that 1 cross, could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was
like
pretty,
you. I'm a skier's judge.
It was a little sloppy.
That's paid.
Lost. I'd pay him on that one, but everything else was not.
Once again, Matt Martin is 7.6, so he's probably going to best his score yesterday at 9.8. Jim Forrester up next. Did a 12.9 yesterday. Good skier, South Florida guy, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Jim is from the Northeast. I've known Jim for a long time.
Great supporter of the sport.
Oh yeah, always driving these
really
big
good boat
games.
driver.
Yeah, he drives all these big tournaments.
Pretty good pilot, I've heard as well, I believe.
One of the best. Yeah, he flies. He used to fly. He still flies. He flies the, I don't know what.
The big boys, the big fancy private jets.
Yes, the big fancy private jets. Exactly. The fastest one you can fly. He just flies it. Let's get into the open women overall, because these scores are very tight as well. All right, so let's see here. Let's start with the #1 seed, which is Megan Adams. Remember, this is for the overall, 2,940 points. Next in line from her is Faith Dix, 2669, not
so
far
they're
behind.
knotted up there, yeah.
Then we've got Terry Larson, 2332. Lauren Ehlers at 2219. And Amara at 1991. And then you got to look at these scores. You got to ask yourself, how much can they improve and what can they improve by? And when you start looking at these scores and you realize, wow, there's a lot of improvement here, that could change the whole story of what I just stated, right?
All right, here's Jim's front run here.
So Faith is got a 12.8. So wait, what score do we have on Faith? Was that with her 12.8? She just improved, didn't she? No, she didn't. 12.7. Okay, so she didn't improve on that one.
So she's going to keep that score.
The high score.
All right, getting low there. Jim going out.
Waiting for that boat speed to get there.
1, 2, 3.
Ooh,
When you
weird.
touch there, it's gonna be nearly
Weird
4,
little bobble on that foot on that one.
5, 6.
6. We'll see if the judges are kind to him or not on that. So Megan Adams did not improve on her
So
slalom.
Megan is out front in the overall right now?
Yeah, she's out front in the overall.
And was that because of her tricks or her? Oh, it's because of her jump.
Yeah, she had a monster
12.3
jump.
yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's sweet.
All right, Matt Martin with an 11.1, so that did best his score from yesterday. 11.1. That's out of the boat preliminary. 11.1. I don't know what Jim Forrester's. What's that walk yet?
You know, all these girls can improve on their tricks too. They can improve on their tricks.
Start to get some preliminary scores out of the boat if it's not too much.
Slalom, I don't see these girls improving on the slalom too much. I mean, actually they didn't. They just had their second round, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody did improve. We have Amara. She had a 9.1. She had 11. She got an 11.8. Ooh, that's gonna help her out. That's gonna bump her up.
Nice copy.
Lauren. Lauren did not improve. What about Terry? How come she didn't ski this second round?
I'm not sure.
Megan didn't improve. No. All right. Anyway, that's gonna. Amara's gonna get bumped up in her overall by quite a bit from her 1991, so she'll probably move ahead of Lauren.
See Jim Forrester's back pass. Let me send a message to tech support and see if we can start getting some scores from the boat again.
Are they not putting him up here?
Well, they were bringing him over the walkie-talkie for us.
They're not putting him on the screen? Here we go.
They are, but here's Jim Forrester's back pass.
All right, in the booth, we need some scores here, some
And
provisional scores.
I don't think anybody can hear us on the radio.
We don't have Jim Forrester's first pass score. Here we go.
All right, Jim, back pass, getting warmed up. Oh, there he goes. 1.
Is that a scoop? I wasn't sure. There's a little bit of glare
2.
on the TV.
He's cranking. Oh, he fell off of it.
Out the back door. Yeah, he looked a little funky right from the beginning, especially this first one. He kind of picked up at the hip and looked like kind of a scoop. Let's see if he scoops this thing. And oh yeah, it was kind of so low, like scooped it. That didn't look bad. And right here, you could tell you couldn't get centered over that foot, and you've got to be centered on that foot before you get to the weight. If you're not, you're just fighting it. Jim Forrester waiting for some provisionals. It's not going to really matter. He's not going to be happy with that. That could take him out of the, most likely will take him out of the podium. He will not finish on the podium there.
So I just got a message from tech support. Scores are slow. Once they get back, we should. Okay, we just have a couple slight technical difficulties. We'll get. So sorry for getting the scores to you slowly. The tech support's working on those right now, and so we can get those to you viewers quickly.
There we go. We got anything? Here we go. Anything? No.
Nothing yet for Jim Forrester. Next up, Owen Schatzsnyder. Starting to climb the ladder in 3 event. Very accomplished figure eighter. I've gotten to know him on the figure 8 scene the last couple years, but also
he's strong, huh? Strong figure eighter.
Starting to slalom very well, getting to some tricks. Traditional jump of like 15.3 as a PB,
goodness.
so good stuff. Let's see what Owen's got here. He's trying to build on his 14.3 yesterday, only 0.5 below Ron Scarpa. That's pretty impressive. If you haven't met Owen before, 6'4", all leg, good kid. I've gotten to know him and his family. Wisconsin, Madison area. All right, Owen.
How tall is he anyway?
6'4".
6'4". Wow.
Getting warmed up here.
Ooh, that was a sneaky one.
3.
Fast and clean.
4.
Let's see what he can do.
5. 6. 7. I got 8, but a couple of those may have been early downs. I mean, I would have paid him.
He got 8. He got a gift.
I'm probably the most generous judge there is.
You'd pay it all if you could every time.
Yeah, I'd be a skier's judge.
They wouldn't. If you were part of the judging crew, they wouldn't like you.
No. I'd be a skier's judge for most skiers.
Let's see. Jim Forster, there's his
9.8
for
so
Jim
that's
Forster.
We're gonna be down here just for a moment, folks, and we'll be back with you. Oh, all right. Video's coming back, audio.
Yeah, just give us a second if you're watching this and you don't see us. We are still here. We're just, I think we're switching out a battery or just getting the antenna back, making sure it's got to run efficiently for the next couple rounds. But we are still here, so no worries, no worries. Here we go, we're back up.
We're back. Owen's front run was an 8.0.
Yeah, you gave him the 8 and he got it.
That's out of the boat, preliminary.
Good job, Lauren. Ooh.
Very nice forward score for Owen if that stands. I got a feeling under review.
Good job, Ash. The what? Oh, no, nobody told me that.
We're not hearing anything on the walkies, though, anymore. I can't hear you. Are we on the wrong channel?
What channel?
Do you mind checking?
So what's the one in the boat for? Just in case?
All right, here's Owen's back pass.
Okay.
Keith's on the timer here. Owen's starting on the driver's side this time. 1. Maybe a late lift. 2.
He
3,
needs a nice clean pass here to put some pressure on
4,
Scarpa. If he can do
5,
it'll be tight.
6, 7, probably going to be a 6, 8, but a couple of those may have been a late lift. See what they
You look good. That was a nice pass. So I just got word, Ashley.
Ooh, re-ride.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it. Let's see. Let's right here.
You would or would not?
I'd take. Yeah, I would not take it. He improved his score, 14.8.
So Owen improved his score to 14.8,
but he might get a re-ride.
Folks, but they saw rollers. So let's tell the viewers how that works.
So he has the option. So if there's rollers in the course or something weird that's happening out there, boat speed is wrong, you do get an optional re-ride, which they're probably going to offer him. They're going to offer him optional re-ride because there's rollers coming off the jump. If he was smart, he would not take it. He improved.
You wouldn't take it?
No, he improved his score. It was clean. They didn't cut him on anything. Why take it? No reason to take that. And if he does, he's going to take the chance, I guess.
Yeah, because if you do worse, you take that worse, or take that lower score.
Yeah, if he does not.
So he tied what Ron the Raging Bull Scarpa had from yesterday. So going to be interesting what
I'd
call
leave it right
Owen
there.
makes
I'd put the pressure on Scarpa and see what he comes out with. See if Scarpa can improve or not.
Looks like we got some audio back. We're getting some feeds direct from the boat, folks. Once again, the scores from the boat are all preliminary. From the boat, they are not final, but it gives us a good baseline to go off of.
I didn't see Scarpa's run yesterday, but I heard his back was pretty awesome and fast. Front is his front. He was never solid or really solid at front, but not fast. It wasn't his strongest suit, but he always made up for his backwards. So, it'll be interesting to see if he can improve that 14.8 score. The question is, when I haven't talked to him, I wonder if he's been skiing a little bit. How many times he's gotten out in the water. Oh, look at this picture they used for him. I love it.
Oh, nice.
Scarpa with hair on the bottom there, and then here he is coming up. This is great seeing him back. I love seeing people get back into the sport after being gone for so long. It's so cool to have his name back out here on the water, skiing,
All right,
doing what he
forward
does.
pass first. Let's see what he's got. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now he's
It's
cranking
looking
up.
good. It's looking good.
7.
7.6.
He's gonna do a 7.6 for him. So his back. Owen's at 14.8. If that stands and Owen does not take that re-ride, Ron's really going to have a fast back pass here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tight one. I did watch Ron's.
Still, that's darn impressive skiing.
I
folks.
saw him yesterday doing just his front ride. I didn't see
Yeah,
his
Owen
backwards
is at
yesterday.
14.8. He's not taking the re-ride.
Right, that was smart.
Ron's is a 7.6. So Keith called that.
Yeah.
Good, well off the video. So what's
that
your
looked
strategy?
a little quicker than yesterday on his front. I think he was pushing it a little bit harder. Yep, 7.6.
So this is going to be interesting. He can take, if he gets a 7.2. So what happens if he ties Owen?
If he ties, and they're going to go, there's a lot of new rules since I've been doing it. They'll probably go to the next highest pass, whoever has the highest pass.
They won't do like a
runoff?
slalom, a runoff?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the new rules are.
Yeah.
It could be a runoff, which I'd love to see a runoff, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Why
Man,
not?
more skiing, yeah.
I think that's what they do now, actually.
I'm not sure.
I think that's what they do, but we'll find out soon. If anybody can correct us or help us on that, let us know if you know the rule. Do they do a runoff if they tie, or do they go to the next highest, whoever has the highest pass? And I'm going to have to say, knowing Scarpa, what he does backwards, Scarpa will have the highest pass for this backwards run.
All right, Ron Scarpa's back pass here.
Someone was very generous putting that picture
Don't know
up
if he's
on
going to do a positional turn here or a...
We'll find out soon.
Looks like he's going to roll it.
Yep.
Move it back deep.
It's a short run, so I imagine he's probably not doing a ton of turns these days. Not that he can't, but I'm gonna chance it.
All right, he's up. Let's see what he's got. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, that
4.
I've been early on that one side.
5. Oh,
That was
that's
good.
early. 6.
They're close.
7. 8.
Oh.
And 8. 6, but some of those may on the passenger side may have been early.
Could.
Let's look at this again.
They were close. Right here, watch this one right here. Ooh, yeah, that was like a big toe early. I was amazed that for as short as he is, he can get that leg up there so high.
It's crazy, yeah.
He just launches it up there.
7.6
Let's
still.
see. Waiting for this. This is for the podium right here.
Yeah, open men's slalom.
Will Ron Scarpa take the podium, or will Owen knock him down? Imagine Owen being able to, if he beats Ron here, can you imagine Owen being able to tell people, I beat Ron Scarpa? Oh, 16.6.
Preliminary
yeah,
16.6 is going to take, if that stands, he is going to be your open men's national champion, followed by a slalom champion, thank you. Followed by Owen Schott-Snyder, and in third place, Matt Martin, fourth place, Jim Forrester.
Wow.
He really performed under the pressure there, but that was kind of his trademark back when he was skiing a lot more, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, his backwards was always just the powerhouse for sure. Yeah. I mean, he used to do 10s backwards very, very easily, 10s plus. But that forward, that 7.6 was pretty good for him. He was pushing a little bit more today.
Just a very solid slalom score, and he built on yesterday, almost 2 more than last round's score.
Yeah, he was just feeling it out yesterday, and now he just pushed it a little bit more.
All right, we're still waiting for the very final. Those are not official, folks, but looks like I said, Ron Scarpa, Owen Schatzsteiner, Matt Martin, and Jim Forster next. Open Pro Men's Slalom Finals. Barry Yoder, Paul Stokes, Brett Swanbaum, and Brody Bam Bam Meskers. This is going to be good. All very capable slalomers. Paul Stokes been in the sport for a very long time. Barry's score was 14.6. Paul's was 14.9. Brett's was 14.9, and then Brody at the top of the 15.9.
Those are some tight scores.
Yeah.
Those scores basically mean they got hacked. That means
100%.
the judges came out with their hatchets and they were just slicing them up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying that the judges were being mean here. Maybe they all skied like crap. I didn't see the runs, but those scores show that they got cut on a lot of crosses.
Yeah, I know our first skier up, Barry Yoder, that is his PB, so he's happy to make the cut there. But I think now he now that he's in it, he's looking to see if he can stand that up again.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your history, Lance. How'd you get involved in the barefoot water skiing, and then to the figure 8, and then it evolved to the 3 event?
When I grew up in Central Illinois with my mother, and we had a boat, and we belonged to a water ski club just to get together and ski with people. I'll try to give you the Cliff Notes
So you
version
were
here.
so since a teenager you were skiing?
Not barefoot skiing.
No, but just water skiing.
Water skiing, tubing, just general.
Okay, you're on the water.
Lake rat,
Okay.
yeah. And then I believe it was Hot Rock and Feet. I stumbled across somehow, watched that. My 15th birthday present was a 30-minute barefoot lesson in some random guy with a boom in Central Illinois. I have no idea who it was. I did that. I stepped off a ski once when I was like 15 or 16.
So you don't remember who that was? That could have been like Zen and Bylas.
No, it wasn't. It was a farmer that had like a field and was a barefoot.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
It wasn't an official clinic or anything like that.
Okay.
Then, I got into high school.
Were you hooked at that moment after you learned how to barefoot? Were you like, wow?
I was hooked, yes. And then, life happened and evolved, and then 20 years went by before I knew it. And then I was able to get a boat myself in my mid-30s. And then started getting back into slalom skiing, and connected with a group over in Indianapolis on Geist Reservoir. Started skiing there.
Yes.
And then in 2019, was it 2019 or 2020? 2019 was my very first official, with a pro barefoot water ski lesson.
So that 20 years you said you kind of just were working and life happened. Were you still barefoot water skiing?
No.
You didn't? You didn't even touch it?
No. My first long line back deep, I think, was 36 maybe, around there.
Okay, sorry.
So
you bought your own boat now?
Yeah. And then...
Which was what? What'd you buy?
I bought a Aeronautique. So
that was probably when wakeboarding was big then.
Yeah, and I at 35 I blew my ACL out. I was never a good wakeboarder. I mean, I just had some fun, and then was trying to show off for some chicks one night, and got some big air and blew my knee out. So, but I had that when I first got into barefooting. And then in 2019, a buddy of mine was like, well, let's go to Florida and get some real instruction. A guy named Mark Aronson out of the Indianapolis area, and he wanted to go see Lane Bowers. So we went, met with Lane Bowers, and then that's when it all started. And then I got connected with the World Barefoot Center, and I believe I was at that same year, later that year. I don't remember the exact sequence, but it's been about 5 years ago.
Weren't you a figure eighter before you were like a three event barefooter?
Yeah, and then it really took hold about 4 years ago. I really got into figure eighting thanks to a guy named Paul Miller out of Indianapolis, who really convinced me to go to my first figure eight.
Yeah.
And then that kind of introduced me to the 3 event world. Figure eighting took off. Started skiing a lot with a guy named Mark Donahue and John DeBellick.
There you go.
Those guys really pushed me in the figure eight arena and still do to this day. And then I got connected with the World Barefoot Center, and that opened me up to all these, wonderful 3-event skiers. And
nice.
Now it's just been in the last 2 years that unfortunately, I'm battling Father Time now, and I'm 46 years old, and I have a 15-year-old mentality sometimes when it comes to skiing. But
well, especially when you're hanging out with all these younger guys.
Yeah. It's
they're keeping you young, though.
Exactly, and it's just been in the last year or two that I've really wanted to try to push my 3-event side, and just started getting into jumping this year. So, nothing, not like the big dogs, just traditional jumping.
Sure.
But I've had a lot of fun with that, and the slalom, and obviously today I didn't do what I wanted to on the tricks arena. But so yeah, that's kind of the Cliff Notes version. And
I love it. So is Footstock coming up this coming weekend?
It is, and no, it's in 2 weeks.
It's in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
Wow.
2
And
weeks.
are you ready?
Y'all, you never know. I thought I was ready for my tricks today, and apparently not. So
welcome to barefooting, right? You never know.
We'll see. We'll see what happens there. I'm really excited for this year's Footstock. It's the very first year they're doing a Hall of Fame, Figure 8 Hall of Fame. So
really?
Looking forward to that Friday night.
Wow.
Peter Fleck will be up there, Chris Barnhart.
Oh, no way.
The first 3 inductees. And then Jack Smith, you remember the driver, Jack
yes.
Smith? You're a 3-time winner.
Yes.
So you're
Jack Smith, he was awesome. He was at every single Footstock driving since it started.
Those are going to be the first 3 inductees.
That's cool.
Smith, Peter Fleck, and Chris.
Where are they doing this? In Chautauqua or outside of Chautauqua?
I believe it's a casino up there.
Yeah.
Gary's getting it all set up.
That's a great idea.
Near Crandon.
What night will this be?
On Friday night.
Friday night.
The night right before it. So,
Sweet.
So yeah.
That's great. I remember him talking about that 3 or 4 years ago, and it's good to see him doing that now.
Yeah, it's super
cool. So people out there that don't know about what the figure 8 part of things are is Footstock and all these Footstock is like the national championship basically. 2 people get up behind the boat on one ski, and they enter into a course. They each have to step off the ski and barefoot water ski before the certain set buoys, and then the boat goes into a figure 8 pattern. And as that boat goes in the figure 8 pattern, it's going to come across its own wakes. You have to ski through those wakes and those rollers and continue. Last man standing wins, double elimination. Footstock, we used to pump it up and blow it up, and it was big for years and years and years. It still is pretty big. How many competitors do they have this year, have they said?
I don't know yet. They haven't said. Usually 90 to 120 skiers.
Entries, yeah.
I know this year, I think, I know a lot of skiers are coming up just from WBC, but I'm not sure.
It's a fun event, that's for sure. If you're an endurance person in the Midwest and you can drive there easily, it's up in Chautauqua, Wisconsin. It's worth just going up and watching and being introduced to it, or even just trying. If you can kick off a ski, it will know what better place to go and just get some experience. You maybe not do as well as you want, but go up there, meet the people. They're all friendly. It's fun. I'd say it's probably one of the best run tournaments I've ever seen. They literally have 3 or 4 boats ready, all in a line on a dock. You get in. When that figure 8 pattern goes and those people fall, the next boat takes off.
They do not mess around.
There's no idle zone whatsoever.
There's no, hey, are you guys ready? You're yanked off the dock. And if you're not ready, they're not happy with you. I remember.
If you have 100+ skiers, you have to rock and roll like that.
You're right. They're very efficient.
Run quickly. And that's the best part about it, is that you get to ski a lot. Like if you win one, you get to ski again, and you get these big brackets, right? They're all come down, and you get to just keep on skiing. You can get a lot of skiing in there.
Almost all competitors are guaranteed at least 4 runs. Especially this year, there's a brand new division for 18 to 40.
That's right.
So you can usually ski at least 2 divisions. And even if you're, they have the best of the worst. If you have bad luck on your first 2 runs, you can go into another division. So, all right, here we got Barry Yoder.
You know this guy pretty good, don't you?
I know Barry very well.
You guys ski a lot
Him
together?
and I, it's been a journey the last 5 years. Good friend of mine out of Ohio. We spend a lot of time together against my better judgment sometimes, but I'm sure he feels the same way about me.
I just met his 2 brothers right here supporting him.
Yeah, Henry and Isaac came all the way from Ohio. Let's see what he... Like I said earlier, Barry coming off a 14.6 PB yesterday. I know he's wanting to, let's see if he can maintain that. He was really upset about his jump the other day, so. 1.
Ooh, I love that draw. That cut was
2,
nice.
3.
You see what he's doing on
4.
this side right here? He needs to emulate that on this side. They're not the
6,
same. This is such a
7,
nice cut, and he drops that knee, and this one's
8.
not.
What do you think there, Keith?
Yeah, he'll probably give him an 8. It seems like they've been giving him. If it looks like they're a little shy, it looks like they've been still getting it. See this side, he drives really nice on that side. This side's not. Obviously, it's his reverse. It looks like he kind of gets this side driving a little bit better as time goes on this run. But that basic side from driver to passenger is money. He needs to take this video and say, whatever I'm doing over there, I need to do it on his reverse side.
7.8 out of the boat, folks. 7.8. So let's see what he does backwards here.
Hey, he's skiing with some big dogs right here. He's going to be happy about that.
Yeah, if he can throw down a 7 backwards, I think he'll be very pleased with that.
What's his personal best?
14.6.
14.6
that he got yesterday. Yeah.
Oh wow, wow. He and Kelly, 14s in the PBs.
Yeah.
Wow. They are still an item, I take it. They're going out, Kelly. But
no, I don't. I'm not sure. You have to ask.
All right, cat's out of the bag then, I guess. We don't know. They're still friends, we'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Barefoot and friends. I mean, in this small sport, you better stay friends.
It's too small to be. Yeah, you're right.
Whew, that sun has finally kind of went behind the clouds. I can feel it. It finally like got a little cooler. Still brutally hot, but a little cooler. So how do you guys ski so much together? Because you don't live that close together, do you? Or do you?
No, we usually link up. Here's we'll come back to that. Here's Barry's back run. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting a little clean there. Bobble 6.
He's making it happen. It's a little sketchy,
7.
but 7.
You think he got a 7 there?
Yeah.
If he does get a 7, he will have another new PB.
Oh, by .2.
Like last summer, he came over for a month, just stayed with me.
Oh, wow.
Worked, and then we skied. I mean, it was awesome. 2-a-days.
So does he like work with you or for you or like help you or just?
No, he either worked remotely, and then I have some properties he did some work on that I needed done.
That's what I mean. Perfect.
So, yeah. So, yes.
Perfect. That works out good.
Yeah, it was awesome. And then I just, courtesy of Mikey Caruso, I have a ramp now where...
Ooh, I wouldn't take it. So first thing you do when you get offered a rewrite, you ask your provisional score, right? And if you're happy with it, you add it up. And if they gave him a 7, you'd be like, "Whoa,
let's see what that
14,
score is." If he got a 7, I wouldn't take a rewride.
Ask him. Say, what's provisional score on that?
What's the provisional score on that? Where's he at?
14.8.
Yeah.
Don't take it. Where's he at?
Don't take it. I don't think he will. They're going to tell him that score.
Don't take it, dude.
Well, they should tell him that score. If they don't
His
tell him, you
coach
better be
needs
asking.
to run down there and tell him. Hell, I may run down. Heck, sorry. But yeah, just
I got to take this call.
Sure,
real
I got
quick.
it.
This is an important
All
one.
good.
We got a real estate closing happening Monday, and
absolutely.
This is a call that we need to make happen.
I'll there you go, dude.
Hey, Brooke. Yes, hold on one sec. I just got to unclick.
Sorry, folks, you're stuck with me for a little bit with Keith steps away. Mike, preliminary out of the boat, going to be a new PB, 14.8. All right, next up, Paul Stokes, skiing out of Madison, Wisconsin. Him and his lovely wife, Heather, are down here. Paul been barefoot skiing a long time, involved in 3 eventing and figure 8. So, get the timer here. All right, if that stands, folks, once again, that'll be a new PB for Barry Yoder, 14.8. Next up, Paul Stokes, then Brett Swanbaum, then Brody Bam Bam Nexters, all bunched up. I mean, this is going to be a tight one. All right, Paul Stokes forward pass. And he's up. Getting set up for his run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably going to be an 8-2 there is what I had. Let's see what they say out of the boat. I get ahead of myself sometimes counting. 8.2 out of the boat for his first pass. Very nice pass by Paul Stokes there. .2. See what he does for his backwards pass here. Paul's always been a good slalomer. I believe he won a couple years ago. I believe he won or silvered in Open Pro Slalom, but I could be mistaken. Lake's chipping up a little bit. I don't know if you folks can see that. Shouldn't affect anything too bad, but a little rougher than earlier, but when you're that close to the boat, it usually doesn't affect it. See what Paul's got for his back run. All right, and he's rolling over, doing the back deep for a start. Get the timer going here. Going out on the passenger side. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to do 7-2 probably. So that, if that's, as I call it, 15.4 will be better than his 14.9 yesterday, and we'll put him on top. See what they say out of the boat. .2, once again, 8.2 on his forward run. Let's see what they have for his back run. Next up, Brett Swanbaum out of Land O'Lakes, Florida. Been taking a little bit of a break from skiing with 15.5 for Paul Stokes. Nice skiing, bested his score yesterday, so 15.5. Next up, Brett Swanbaum out of Land O'Lakes, Florida. Taking a little bit of a break. He's instructed at the World Barefoot. Extremely talented skier. He used to be a trick water skier, and now barefooting is specialty. But those of you that know him, he's extremely talented. A lot of natural talent, and that kid can take a beating too. I saw him get folded on the ramp the other day multiple times and bounce right back up. Let's see what Brett's got here. Very, very capable slalomer. I believe he slalomed up into the 19s before. So Let's see what he's got in store. 14-9, tied with Paul Stokes yesterday. So score to beat now is 15-5, or my apologies, 14.8. Got those long legs, long narrow feet. Sounded kind of creepy, my apologies. All right, and he's up, edging out on the driver's side, getting set up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Gosh, I'm going to give him a 9 forge if none of those are cut. Wow. He was cooking. Doesn't look like, how they've been cutting it. A couple of those may have been early downs, folks. But I don't know. A little depends on how they're calling it. Once again, Brett and Brody are in contention still for the overall. Brett, Brody, and Noah are knotted up there at the top for the overall Open Pro title. This is for Open Pro Slalom title. Still waiting for preliminary out of the boat. Looks like Keith is back with us. Okay, so he got cut 7.7. He got cut down fairly significantly to a 7.7 for his forward pass there.
How are we looking here? What did I miss?
I had Brett at a 9.2. Stokes is in the lead right now, the 15.5, followed by Barry. They just cut Brett on a couple, so he's a 7.7 pass. So you got the timer on this one?
Yeah, sorry I had to leave.
You're good. You're good.
When your clients call, I'm there, man.
I know you are.
I don't ever want to not have that. Have my clients hanging like that. Here we
All
go.
Right, positional turn. See what he does. Look how low that handle is, Keith.
Yeah, he brings it right down onto his butt.
1.
Oh, he didn't go off.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was close.
5.
Another close one.
Oh! He caught at 5. He caught bad. Let's see a replay.
Man, we got to
of
go to replay. Yes, yeah, I can start this
So
too.
that's really going to hurt him,
He
folks,
was
in the
going
contention
for
the
it.
overall.
1. That was looked like an early. 2, 3. Early. Yeah, it was close. 4.
He got off.
5. Yeah, that was a good fall right there. Wow.
All right, so he's probably going to be down in the 11 to 12 range.
Yeah, that takes him completely
out of contention, unfortunately for Brett. So.
And it takes him out of the
overall.
Helping his overall. Not out of the overall, but it takes him out of improving the overall.
Last but not least, Brody Meskers, your current overall men's Open Pro national champion 4 consecutive times.
Yeah.
Very solid. And Brody is known when it's crunch time. He can turn it on.
So. I feel like with his age right now, he's reached that maturity where...
Is he 25 or 26?
I don't know, but he's at that age where the consistency starts coming a little bit more. You can start thinking a little bit more out there. You can start slowing down or knowing what to do a little bit more. You know, I feel like when you're like under 20, your brain just kind of just takes over sometimes, and it's hard to kind of control yourself. But he's been showing a lot more consistency lately. I mean, not in a slalom with the cleanliness, but he's still top seed at 15.9, but he can improve that a lot. 11-2 for Brett Swanbaum. So
11, I know Brett's not going to be happy with that.
No improvement for the
overall.
overall.
Hurts him for the overall.
And that takes him out of a podium.
Yeah, so all Brody needs to do is get a 11-2, and he'll be on the podium for Open Pro Men's Slalom. Your current overall is Paul Stokes with a 15.5. All right, Brody's Wonder if he'll do a forward pass here first.
So if Scarpa skis another Nationals here, we need to bump him up to this Open Pro Division because he
You're
did
right.
a 16.6 and he's pretty much better. He scored better than all these first round
You're
scores
right, yeah.
and second round scores. How'd Scarpa sneak into that Open Division and not Open Pro?
I don't know.
How'd
How
that
does,
happen?
how does that work?
I don't know either. I don't know. I'd say he's too good to be skiing Open.
Look at Brody getting that water off the line. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8-2, 8-2, easy 8-2 all day long. Clean, solid. We're going a little wider than normal. Watch this. Watch.
Yeah.
A touch wider than.
I think because of the cutting yesterday, he's going extra wide there.
I gotta go. I'll be back.
We'll see in a bit. All right, let's see what Brody's first score was there. Still waiting on Brody's first score.
7 for Brody's first pass, 7.7.
7.7 on his first pass, so that got cut down 0.5 from what one of those got cut. Not sure which one. 7.7 on the first pass. So he's going to, depending on what he wants here. And Brody will complete the Open Pro Men's Slalom Finals. Right now, the score to beat, he's just got to beat an 11.2. All right, doing a back deep. Knees up. Timer didn't start. 1, 2, 3. Oh, a bobble. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know where he is at on time, though. I'm just going to call it an 8. If he does get an 8, like I called, he's going to edge out Paul Stokes. So he is guaranteed podium. Barry Yoder, Paul Stokes, and Brody Meskers are going to be your podium skiers. Brett Swanbaum, if those of you that weren't watching, had a fall backwards. It cut him off there. Still waiting on Brody's score. 15.4 for Brody. These are preliminary. So your current, if these stand, Paul Stokes will be your Open Pro national champion. Brody Bam Bam Meskers will be a silver, and Michael Barry Yoder will be your bronze medalist for Open Pro men's national champion. So if those scores stand, once again, folks, those are not official scores. Those are not official scores. Next up, we have the International Men's Division, Richard Moyes, Rodrigo Gonzalez, and Ben Groen. Rick Moyes, great skier out of the UK. Rodrigo, newer skier out of Mexico. I had the pleasure of getting to know him. Then Ben Groen, the current overall Open Pro Men's World, yes, that's right, folks, I said world champion. Getting a message in here from tech support. All right, Rick Moya is going to do a backwards pass first. One, two, three, 4, 5. I got 6 there, folks, for Rick's first pass, 6.0. He had a 12.8 in the first round for the finals here. He's probably see if he can best that. Rick's a great skier. Tricks are his specialty, over a 6,000 point tricker. I think his PB is up around 6,200. Let's see what he can throw together forwards. From the boat, 6.0 preliminary. I still don't have final results for Open Pro Men's Slalom. If we can get tech support to get those to me or post them on the screen, that'd be great. Don't forget about our night jump tonight, folks. It will not be live streamed, but if you're in the area, if you're in Central Florida, come. This is going to be some cool stuff. Big cash prizes, jumping at night. It's going to be a can't miss. Starting at the ticker. The ticker at the bottom says 8, but my sources, my inside sources tell me more like 8:30. All right, Rick's second run here. Let's see what he's going to cook up for us. All right, here comes Rick Moyes. Thank you for that, Jason Lee. Appreciate it. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to do a 6-2. 6-2 is what I'm going to call. Let's see what they say out of the boat. I was not pronouncing his name correctly. It's Rick Moyes, 1 syllable. Thank you for that, Jason Lee. Appreciate it. Rick really dips that shoulder but squares back up, going from passenger to 13-2, which is best score yesterday. So good skiing by Rick Moyes there. Up next, Rodrigo Gonzalez out of Mexico, 16-year-old kid, learning extremely quickly. Kid just learned to jump. Got his very first back to front the other day on his very first try, and it was very clean. It wasn't hopped. It was on 1 foot. So let's see what Rodrigo's going to do for slalom here. A lot of fun. Always a smile on his face. I watched this kid get folded time and time again and pop back up with a smile on his face. Very coachable, very quick learner, very comfortable on the water. So hope he sticks with it. Look forward to what he's doing in skiing. Water conditions still pretty darn good, even on a windy day. This spot is well protected. All right, Rodrigo up for his front pass here. Got that full head of hair. Front deep. All right, 1. I forgot to start my timer there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite. Oh, caught a toe at the end there. I'm going to just give him a 6. I forgot to start my timer there, so. I'll give him a 6, see what the boat says. Oh, right at the end there. Yeah, I think he was out of time anyway. So Rick with a 13-2. Still don't have official Open Pro men's slalom results. Once again, still looking for those if anybody can hear me. Rodrigo with a 5.2 forwards. 5.2 forwards out of the boat. Looks like we have the lovely Megan Adams delivering some official scores here. Yeah. Open men, national champion Ron Scarp with a 16.6. Owen in second with a 14.6. And Matt with an 11.1. Then Jim with a 9.8, Jim Forrester. So Open women's slalom, I believe we've already reviewed that, but once again, Faith is your open women's national slalom champion with a 12.7. Amara behind her with an 11.8. Lauren in third with an 11.5. Megan in fourth with 11.3. And I don't know, so yep, there's your top 4. Just got a message from one of the junior goats, Mikey Randolph Caruso. Good to hear from you, brother. Wish you were here. All right. I don't know if we're rewriting or no. I'm sorry. Yeah, Rodrigo's back pass here. Gonna back deep. All right, he's going way out there, folks. All right, guess I'll start my time there. He already started his motion, so I think that's going to stay there. It's 1, 2. I don't know how they're going to play that. 3. I think that I'll do so 1.5. I think they're going to start that time when he goes clear out, not when he reset there. All right, coming up next, Ben Groen, waiting on Rodrigo's official score. Ben Groen, once again, the current over.
7.3. Rodrigo total score 7.3.
Just heard from the boat, Rodrigo's total score is going to be 7.3. But up next, Ben Groen, the current overall men's Open Pro World Champion. If you haven't seen, once again, you haven't seen the film Pursuit that documents his rise through the ranks of barefooting. Hopefully it'll be released to the general public soon. So let's see what Ben has for slalom here. I know it's probably his least favorite event. Ben is obviously skis at a very, 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 very high level in all events, but this is probably his, I don't know if it's the least favorite, but I know he gets down on himself sometimes about it, but still scores up in consistently in the 17s, 18. So let's see what he said. Let's see what he has here. Forward pass, I believe he calls like a 46. Starting out on the passenger side. Ooh, going backwards first, positional turn. 1, 2, 3. Man, he's cooking. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to do a 9-2 on that back pass. Unless a couple of those were late lifts. He got cooking there at the end, folks. Good backward skiing by Mr. Ben Groen. All right, Rick 13.2, Rodrigo the 7.3. Don't have anything yet on Ben Groen from that first back pass. Waiting to hear from the boat.
8-7 for Ben, 8-7.
All right, and 8-7 from the boat. So they cut that somewhere. 8-7 for Ben from the boat. Looks like they got their machetes out again on these guys. All right. I believe after this run, that concludes our skiing for today. If it indeed does, make sure if you're in the Central Florida area, join us at Championship Lake in Auburndale for the night jump tonight. Going to be some big cash prizes, some guys flying like Superman. Going to be good stuff. And then tomorrow will be our finals, and then closing ceremonies tomorrow evening. So, if you guys have any feedback on the live stream here, please let us know. And great to hear. I love hearing everybody check in, whether it be via text message, Facebook comment, direct message. Good to see. So here we have Ben on his second pass. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Nice clean crosses there. I lost count. All right. I don't know there. I got distracted. My apologies. Let's see what the boat says. Nice clean crosses. A couple little bobbles, but it's kind of hard to define the wake on this boat at times. All right, still waiting on the call. Ben's first pass was an 8-7. Let's see what his his second pass was.
For Ben,
15.9 for Ben. So that's going to be that's going to win International Men's Slalom. 15.9. Coming in second place was Rick Moyes, and third place Rodrigo Gonzalez. And folks, I believe that wraps up our skiing today. Both myself, John Cornish, Ben, and Keith St. Onge really appreciate you joining us today. See some great skiing. I don't have the latest numbers. I apologize for how things are looking going into the final rounds for tomorrow. But let's see if I can get those here in a minute and kind of update you. I know Brett going down in slalom, that does not help his overall. I think Brody slalom strong enough that that's going to keep him up there fairly close to Noah. All right, thanks again, folks. Thanks for joining us, folks, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.